He stepped forward, moving toward Janet in the near distance. Coming beside Janet, Joao began to explain, "There's no need to worry, Janet. With the castle walls and my leadership, we will defend with the soldiers. We absolutely won't let the soldiers of the three great estates invade the Manor castle." Janet glanced at the dark sky, gradually turning grayish. She said to Joao, "Thank you for your efforts, Uncle Joao. First go to Lynn's territory, then return to the Manor and organize personnel for defense. You haven't rested for a day and a night." Listening to Janet's somewhat soft-spoken words, the seriousness and coldness on Joao's face slightly eased. "No need to be polite with me, Janet. It's all for making Frank Manor faster and stronger. The rolling wood and stones have been used up." Joao's eyes widened instantly, looking over. "Find anything that can obstruct the enemy's ladder climbing. Throw everything." A cacophony of soldier responses sounded. Joao scanned around the castle walls. As the soldiers said, all rolling wood and stones had been thrown down. Another soldier's voice reached his ears. "Sir Joao, arrows have also been exhausted." Joao's expression turned icy cold. He abruptly looked at the archer, shouting, "No arrows left? Pick up your weapons and engage in close combat. Do I need to remind you of such a simple truth?" The archer retreated fearfully, quickly responding, "Yes. Yes, Sir Joao." Emitting a cold snort, Joao's gaze returned to the ladders ahead. There, led by shield-bearing soldiers, a squad was about to climb to the top of the walls. No arrows, no rolling wood and stones. In addition to the already little pine resin oil, all consumed. Without long-range attacks to deplete the offensive force of soldiers of the three great estates. Facing nearly 3 times as many soldiers, they could only choose close combat, engage in melee. Joao moved his right arm, grasping the two-handed greatsword hilt at his waist with his right hand. As he lifted his right hand, a greatsword with wavy patterns on its blade was drawn from its scabbard. The friction between blade and scabbard produced a piercing noise. In the instant when a chain armor soldier climbed the wall, Joao lifted his right arm abruptly, drawing out the entire greatsword. As the sword was drawn, his left hand also gripped the hilt. With the momentum of the sword's movement, he spun the greatsword in front of him. The wide, heavy blade landed right on the neck of the chain armor soldier who just climbed the wall. Despite the soldier wearing chain armor, with chain neck guard at his neck. But it couldn't stop Joao Frank's broadsword. In a flash, the helmeted soldier's head flew from his shoulders, blood splattering, rolling backward. The chain armor soldier's body, losing support of power, toppled backward, falling off the walls. One sword killed the first to climb. Joao showed no hesitation. His body moved, leaping onto the wall. Alone, facing one soldier after another from the three great estates climbing the ladders, Joao resembled a war god. Every swing of his two-handed greatsword claimed the life of a soldier from the three great estates. Cut off arms, split open heads, blood splattered. The soldiers on this ladder of the three great estates couldn't advance an inch. They blocked the breakthrough points of the cloud ladder. The climbing soldiers of the three great estates were not too many. As long as they stopped the breach points of the three great estates climbing to the wall and slaughter these soldiers of the three great estates, they could relieve the pressure on the wall. Yet before Joao could catch his breath, another cry rang out from behind him. "Enemies! The enemies are up!" Joao frowned deeply, turning his head to look. Tens of meters away, one after another, soldiers of the three great estates were also climbing the wall, despite relying on a 5 or 6 meters high wall. But to rely on Frank Manor alone to resist the combined assault of the Manor lords. Joao felt immense pressure. Joao's gaze shifted to the distance, his eyes widening slightly. Janet, dressed in tight leather armor, was also wielding her slender longsword, killing the soldiers of the three great estates. After swinging her sword several times, her steps were unsteady, and her right arm holding the longsword was trembling continuously. Seeing several more soldiers of the three great estates climbing up, rushing towards Janet, Joao stepped in quickly to intervene. With a slash, the cloth armor of the last soldier split open, red and white substances flowing from his back. With another slash, the penultimate soldier's head rolled off, his body weakly fell forward, thrusting the longsword forward, piercing through the back of the foremost soldier. The bloodstained sword tip pierced through the chest right after. as Joao pulled out the long sword, with the sound of bones being scraped. This Manor soldier didn't even have a chance to resist, instantly died, falling forward, right at the feet of the panting Janet. Joao's gaze swept over Janet. He spoke. "Janet, soldiers of the three great estates have breached the walls." Janet also glanced over. In the distance, a squadron of soldiers was fiercely fighting with the soldiers of Frank Manor. The soldiers of the three great estates had already climbed onto the walls. The two-side soldiers engaged in close combat, and inevitably, there would be casualties. The advantage of Frank Manor Castle would vanish completely. Even worse, under the numerical suppression of the three great estate soldiers, they would fall into a disadvantage. Janet thought of something and asked Joao, "Uncle Joao, has Lynn mentioned when he would provide assistance?" Pass through Wasteland, cross the forest, arriving near Frank Manor. Before traversing 10 miles, scouts ahead returned with information. The three great estates had already begun an assault on Frank Manor. Upon reaching the forest, hiding the formation. After constant attempts by the three great estate soldiers, they finally climbed onto the walls, engaging in close-quarters combat. This was what he had been waiting for nearly 2 hours in the forest, eager to witness. Whether it was the three great estates or Frank Manor, only through close combat could both sides weaken their military strengths. Then he could lead his soldiers, effortlessly suppressing the united forces of the three great estates. Upon finishing speaking, Wesley looked at Lynn with immense gratitude. In the eyes of the soldiers, there was also a deep sense of thankfulness. They understood why their master Lynn wanted to wait a little longer. The war between the three great estates and Frank Manor was still in its heated phase. The later they joined the battlefield, the fewer casualties these soldiers behind them would face. Their lord cherished the lives of his soldiers. As soldiers, what were they most afraid of? Once chosen to become soldiers, they understood their mission. The battlefield is their final resting place. They could die in battles on foreign grounds. Their lord could acquire more land, more slaves, and property, could accelerate the development and construction of the territory, enhancing its strength. They could also die defending the territory, to ensure that their families and townsmen behind the city walls live peacefully and securely, keeping them away from the clamor of war. But what they feared was death without meaning due to erroneous military orders from the Lord. Among the 1,500-soldier formation, apart from the occasional neighing of the war horses, there were nearly no words spoken by the soldiers, though previously they were farmers, craftsmen, or slaves. After training with Rose and Wesley and the guard battle against the bandit attacks on the walls, the raid on Morrison Manor, have become soldiers with combat experience who have faced life and death. They clearly understand. Orders must be followed without question. The three manor lords, Barnaby, Theodore, and Will, are still mounted on their horses. Their gazes extend beyond the front, watching as soldiers of the three great estates climb up the cloud ladders to the walls. Barnaby shows a satisfied smile. Theodore Manor Lord, Lord Will. I think the Frank Manor, reputed to be the strongest in Morgantown, doesn't seem as fearsome as we imagined. If we, the three manor lords, no, the four manor lords had joined forces sooner, would there still be room for the Frank clan in Morgantown? Theodore nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, the Frank Manor has run rampant in Morgantown for generations. How many interests? How many benefits? They've all been monopolized by the Frank Manor. However, it's okay. Once the soldiers inside the walls open that chain wooden gate, the rule of Frank Manor will be completely over." Will nodded in agreement. At this time, the soldiers of the alliance of the three great estates had the upper hand. But in his heart, there wasn't the slightest bit of reassurance. Instead, he felt an even stronger threat. A threat from Barnaby and Theodore beside him. Just as the three of them were discussing in anticipation, a sudden sound of iron chains loosening echoed across the battlefield. A few seconds later, a loud crash. The massive wooden gate of Frank Manor, nearly 4 or 5 meters tall and wide, toppled down from its upright position, violently slamming onto the ground. Some soldiers of the three great estates who couldn't dodge in time were even crushed underneath. The sound was so loud, it almost echoed throughout the entire Frank Manor. The soldiers of the three great estates who were waiting to climb the cloud ladders paused in their expressions. Cheers of excitement erupted from their mouths. They immediately changed the direction of their attack. Thousands of soldiers transformed into a surging tide, rushing towards the manor castle's gate. Joao, who was slaughtering the soldiers of the three great estates climbing the walls, and Janet, a short distance behind him. They naturally heard the thunderous sound. Janet frowned tightly. Her usually fair face turned even paler with tension. She asked Joao, "Uncle Joao, can we still hold on?" Joao took a deep breath, snorted coldly. "As long as I'm here, no one will break the castle." His gaze swept across the soldiers on the wall, and he shouted, "Everyone, grip your weapons tightly, and follow me to drive out all those scoundrels entering the castle." Unified shouts rose on the walls. After a night of fierce combat, they were extremely exhausted, but they hadn't retreated an inch. They were soldiers trained by the Frank Manor, enjoying its food, wearing its armor, drawing its pay. So they were naturally willing to sacrifice their heads and spill their blood for Frank Manor. As Joao took broad strides, descending the wall's stairs, apart from leaving behind dozens of soldiers to continue defending against the climbing soldiers of the three great estates, all the soldiers and guards on the walls followed behind Joao, charging towards the three great estates, soldiers flooding into the castle. The soldiers of Frank Manor and the soldiers of the three great estates entered a large-scale face-to-face melee. Curses, the sound of swinging swords, the friction of piercing armor, the wails of severed arms, the thudding of bodies falling with a mortal blow. All these sounds converged at this moment. Under the relentless assault from both sides, the soldiers at the front fell one by one. Despite Joao's unmatched bravery, on the battlefield, he still appeared so insignificant and powerless, unable to prevent the reality of Frank Manor being slaughtered by the soldiers of the three great estates. Bodies fell one after another, blocking both sides of the soldiers, hindering their advance. The soldiers trampled over the bodies, continuing forward. In just over 10 minutes, the clean and pristine bluestone door of the manor castle was piled high with layers of corpses. With dozens of kills, Joao stood atop a mound of bodies, looking down at the soldiers of the three great estates. Under his eyes, cold and fierce through the faceplate of his armor, the soldiers of the three great estates dare not charge forward for a moment. At this moment, Joao had become a man drenched in blood. On his chain armor, helmet, cloak, and the two-handed greatsword pinned into a soldier's body. Scalding blood flowed continuously over him and dripped down. Rapid breaths rang out continuously from beneath Joao's helmet's faceplate. His body trembled continually from exhaustion. A voice that made his hair stand on end reached his ears. "Joao is exhausted. Now is the best time to kill him. Whoever kills Joao Frank will be heavily rewarded by the manor lords." At the sound of this, the previously terrified soldiers of the three great estates found fierce greed in their eyes. Under Joao's gaze, another wave of soldiers from the three great estates surged forward. Joao's heart hardened, and he let out a roar. He pulled the great sword from the corpse with his right hand and gripped it tightly with both hands. Again leading the soldiers of Frank Manor, he charged towards the soldiers of the three great estates. Amidst the crisp clash of swords, one could see sparks flying in succession. Janet thrust her sword into the neck of a climbing soldier. The soldier felt the sharp pain in his neck and quickly reached out to grasp it. But he couldn't stop the blood from gushing furiously out of the artery. After a wave of intense dizziness and weakness, the soldier fell towards the bottom of the wall. Janet's gaze shifted to the entrance below the wall. There, densely packed soldiers from the three great estates were still brandishing weapons, ready to flood into Frank Manor Castle. An inexplicable despair arose in Janet's heart. The siege had been going on through the night. The imbalance in soldier numbers was all too evident. Moreover, they lacked arrows, which were critical for weakening enemy numbers from a distance. Even though they had the castle as a fortification, they still couldn't stop the relentless advance of the three great estates. Suddenly, Janet thought of something, her gaze shifting to the distant horizon. She knew, if Frank Manor could no longer wait for Lynn's military aid, Frank Manor would surely be annihilated by the alliance of the three great estates. Just when Janet felt utterly hopeless, a series of rapid whistling sounds rose from the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Janet quickly looked up. She saw black dots streaking across the sky in parabolic arcs, falling towards the castle gates. In the blink of an eye, the black dots turned into arrows, plunging into the ranks of the 3 great estate soldiers. Painful screams erupted from them. Arrow rain, arrow rain. Where are the shields? Hurry and hold them overhead to block the arrows. Despite timely warnings, only a few soldiers had shields. As arrows rained down on shields with thudding sounds, many soldiers from the 3 great estates were hit and collapsed. Janet's eyes immediately traced the direction from which the arrows came, looking far ahead. Hundreds of meters away from Frank Manor, cavalry dressed in standard plate armor, wearing full-face helmets, wielding strange long spears, and riding tall horses, were rapidly approaching Frank Manor. The black-gray hue of the plate armor gave them the appearance of dark knights. Rows of heavy infantry held round shields in one hand and iron spears in the other, also running towards the manor. Watching these soldiers wearing the standard plate armor from afar, Janet felt a strange familiarity. She had seen these plate armors in Lynn's territory. These cavalry, heavy infantry, and archers were armed soldiers from Lynn's territory. Lynn had come to aid her. 300 heavy cavalry galloped through fields planting crops. Their heavy steps echoed continuously on Frank Manor's left side. The recent arrow rain, plus the thundering hooves of charging cavalry, naturally drew everyone's attention. The soldiers of the 3 great estates, originally crowded at the castle gates, turned to look. When they saw the well-equipped, uniformly armored cavalry, their expressions changed. Not only these soldiers. The eyes of the 3 manor lords standing away from the battlefield in the fields were also filled with horror and disbelief. Barnaby, full of disbelief, said, "Heavy cavalry? How is this possible? Why would Morgantown have standard plate armor heavy cavalry? Could it be Duca's clan's sword and shield corps heavy cavalry?" Lawrence hasn't left yet. Theodore quickly refuted, No, it's not. Their standard plate armor bears no Duca's clan emblem of the great sword and shield. Beside him, Will, watching the direction of the cavalry charge, had wide eyes. Muttered words escaped his lips. Regular heavy cavalry can reach speeds of 40 kilometers per hour in the acceleration phase over a short time. The Badon warhorse, due to its fine bloodline breed, can even reach 50 kilometers briefly. 300 heavy cavalry, like arrows released from a bowstring, vanished in a flash. The winged spears in heavy cavalry's hands were parallel to their warhorses, with sharp tips pointing forwards. The sound of hooves thundered. Each step seemed to shake the earth. The soldiers of the 3 great estates stared as the heavy cavalry charged towards them. Shouts of warning erupted among them. What are you waiting for? Prepare defenses. In the wide-eyed fear of the 3 great estate soldiers, under their terrified stares, some soldiers on the outer edges wanted to raise their shields and weapons to block, trying to form a solid wall of defense. But against the accelerated charge of 300 standard plate armor heavy cavalry wielding winged spears, the makeshift defense line formed by dozens of soldiers from the 3 great estates seemed weak and ineffective. The foremost 40 to 50 heavy cavalry crashed their winged spears against the shields raised by the 3 great estate soldiers. Dozens of shields shattered like dead wood. Earl tightly gripped the winged spear in his hand, breaking through the shields in front of him at the same time. The winged spear tip pierced through a soldier's chest, picked up and shoved backward, penetrating another soldier's abdomen. Then, with the momentum of the warhorse beneath him, Earl swung his right arm horizontally. The winged spear was directly pulled out from the bodies of 2 soldiers of the 3 great estates. Blood splattered instantly. Heavy cavalry followed closely around Earl, their forehooves pounding, kicking up a cloud of dust as they roared past. Their winged spears stabbed ruthlessly at the soldiers of the 3 great estates. The struck infantry flew backward like kites with broken strings. They fell and rolled to the ground, instantly losing all vitality. Nearly 1,000 soldiers of the 3 great estates were breached in an instant by the accelerated charge of 300 heavy cavalry. As the 300 cavalry sped past, before the soldiers of the 3 great estates could react, the heavy infantry following behind the cavalry arrived silently, a series of panting noises accumulating into a chant. Such grandeur, such coordinated steps. A puff of dust rose wherever they passed, following a shout from a squad leader in the ranks. With 200 heavy infantry leading the charge, 500 light infantry, wearing composite armor, tightly gripped their long spears, closely following. 500 archers also stood in 2 lines at the fringes of the battlefield, ensuring they would not be caught up in the battlefield chaos. Yet still within the effective range of their longbows, they could shoot and kill enemies, reducing pressure on the cavalry and infantry. With the powerful 130-pound draw strength of the longbows, coupled with the sharpness of the triangular armor-piercing arrows, they could completely penetrate armor and kill armored soldiers. One triangular armor-piercing arrow after another rained down precisely on the chest, abdomen, neck, and even eyes of soldiers from the 3 great estates. Before the heavy infantry and light infantry engaged in close combat with the soldiers of the 3 great estates, Lynn rode MOing, emerging slowly from the forest in the rear. Beside him, Red and Wesley closely followed. Lynn, Red, and Wesley all fixed their gaze on the battlefield ahead. 300 heavy cavalry were responsible for charging, tearing through the enemy's defense line. Heavy infantry collaborated in advancing, responsible for widening and consolidating the breach. They coordinated with archers, engaging in close combat to obliterate enemies and take control of the battlefield. The 3 forces worked together, achieving both effective offensive and minimizing soldier casualties. Seeing this picture, Lynn nodded in satisfaction, as he was about to issue orders. The battle between the 3 great estates and Frank Manor was nearing its conclusion. If he did not issue orders soon, letting his soldiers take control of the battlefield, what awaited was the annihilation of Frank Manor. He had indeed considered letting the 3 great manor lords destroy Frank Manor directly, then issuing military orders to let the soldiers make the final cleanup and take control of the entire battlefield. The 3 great estates wipe out Frank Manor. Then he annihilates the 3 great estates. The entire Morgantown would fall into his hands. Ultimately, he decided to abandon that idea. The power struggle of the Caridi Empire was imminent, whether for subterfuge or to prevent the free people of Morgantown from escaping. He needed an appropriate person to manage Morgantown. As for whether Janet had more ambitions, generating other ideas for his territory, he completely didn't care. Now, he could save Frank Manor from the allied assault of the 3 great estates. He had absolute confidence in destroying Frank Manor again. The most crucial thing, at present, he didn't have enough troops, nor more troops, to control all of Morgantown. Rather than letting the free people of Morgantown fall into panic, causing labor to flee, it was better to let Janet manage it. After all, that woman quite enjoyed being a leader. Lynn stayed mounted on MOing, standing behind the 500 archers, watching as heavy cavalry units continued to charge ahead on the battlefield, and relying on the height advantage of the warhorse and the length advantage of the winged spear, continuing to thrust. The soldiers of the 3 great estates could not even reach the cavalry or warhorses behind the shield-gripping heavy infantry, yet were pierced into sieves by the winged spears. At this moment, the advantage of heavy cavalry wielding long spears was fully revealed. The battlefield outside the manor castle finally calmed down. Lynn nudged MOing underneath him. MOing stepped forward, crossing toward the battlefield ahead. A gust swept through, raising clouds of dust, crossing the battlefield ravaged by cavalry. Lynn's gaze surveyed the surroundings. Shattered shields, broken ice blades, and rigid corpses mingled together. The wide-eyed soldiers' corpses retained an expression of terror. The soil that was supposed to be planted with barley or other crops was polluted with blood, turned dark brown. As he approached the walls of Frank Manor Castle, the smell of burning grew stronger in the air. He knew this odor came from the baked bodies of soldiers. Moreover, wisps of gray smoke rose from piles of corpses. The fallen soldiers, naturally, are someone else's father, someone else's child, or someone else's husband. But because of an instruction from their manor lord, they had no choice but to rush to the battlefield. Watching these scenes, Lynn's expression remained unmoved. This is the harshness of war. It's either you die or I perish. There is no right or wrong, only a thirst for profit. Pulling the reins in his hand, Lynn urged MOing forward towards the entrance of Frank Manor Castle. At the entrance of the castle, the bodies had already piled up in layers, either soldiers of the 3 great estates or soldiers of Frank Manor. And atop a heap of corpses, Joao, soaked in blood and with foreign objects hanging from his chain armor, was kneeling. He held the hilt of his great sword in his left hand like a cane, supporting himself in the pile of corpses to maintain his balance. To prevent the soldiers of the three great estates from storming into the castle, Joao Frank had fought with all his might. Lynn could clearly see Joao's body heaving faintly with breath. After glancing a few times, Lynn urged Mo Ing to enter the castle. Arriving at an upward staircase at the rear, he pulled the reins, letting Mo Ing stride up. Red and Wesley, leading a squad of soldiers, closely followed. As Lynn reached the wall of the manor castle, a figure in tight leather armor, outlining her voluptuous figure, walked toward him. From a top-down angle, it fully revealed the snowy expanse in front of the woman's chest. Looking at Lynn, wearing impressive armor, helmeted, and cloaked, Janet sheathed the slender longsword in her hand. Her tone carried a hint of anger. "Sir Lynn, is this the military aid you promised me?" Lynn stared straight at Janet and retorted, "Miss Janet, is there a problem? It was my soldiers who destroyed the advance of the soldiers of the three great estates on your Frank Manor. It was my arrival that ended this battle and preserved your Frank Manor." Janet furrowed her brows, wanting to speak. Lynn, however, continued speaking. "Or is Miss Janet suggesting that Frank Manor has the strength to repel the combined forces of the three great estates?" Janet's lips parted slightly, hesitant to speak. She understood well that Lynn's words made undeniable sense. From the timing of the archers' volleys to the heavy cavalry and infantry charges, it was clear that Lynn had long brought his soldiers near Frank Manor Castle. He was waiting for the soldiers of the three great estates to breach the gates, waiting for both sides to deplete each other. Janet hesitated for a brief moment, but eventually spoke. "Sir Lynn, you misunderstand. Frank Manor is very grateful for your assistance. If not for Sir Lynn's arrival, Frank Manor would have certainly been obliterated." Lynn responded, "Miss Janet, there's no need to be polite. This was our prior agreement, was it not?" Janet was inwardly furious but dared not express it. A sound of chaotic footsteps arose from the stairs in the distance. Lynn and Janet turned to look. Short in stature but exceptionally robust, Earl approached from below. Behind him followed a squad of soldiers clad in standard plate armor. Earl did not spare Janet a glance, but bowed respectfully to Lynn, saying, "The three manor lords have all been captured." Lynn and Janet turned their gaze to Earl's rear. Three figures, escorted by soldiers, were brought up to the wall. The soldiers shouted, "Kneel down." Seeing the three stand upright, unwilling to kneel, the soldiers raised their iron spears and struck the back of their knees. The three knelt on the ground. Barnaby widened his eyes, staring directly at Lynn. He exclaimed, "Who are you? How dare you attack our squad?" "We are the manor lords of Morgantown, appointed by Marquis Duca." "Aren't you afraid of Marquis Duca's wrath?" Lynn looked at the middle-aged man with surprise. Facing a life-threatening situation, yet speaking with such righteousness. It's either incredible bravery or sheer stupidity. Lynn naturally leaned towards the latter. Before Lynn could speak, the round-bodied man next to him smiled. He introduced himself, saying, "Sir, I am Theodore, the current manor lord of Foster Manor. My father, grandfather, and even great-grandfather were close friends of Marquis Duca. Your intrusion into Morgantown is a provocation to Marquis Duca. If he finds out, he'll undoubtedly send the Sword and Shield Corps soldiers to suppress you. But if you withdraw now and let us leave, we can pretend nothing happened." Lynn smiled indifferently, looking at Theodore, and retorted, "Nothing happened? Is there such a good deal?" Seeing Lynn speak with a smile, Theodore's heart slightly eased. "As long as there's communication, there's still a chance." Theodore continued, "Of course. Moreover, as long as you're willing to leave, no matter the cost Frank Manor paid for you to bring your army here, we, the three great manors, promise to pay double." He turned his gaze, looking down at Will. "Do you have anything to say?" The somewhat lost Will glanced at Lynn, as if realizing something. "Was it you who wiped out the Iron Blood Brotherhood bandit corps and conquered Morrison Manor, seizing everything within?" Lynn replied calmly without any concealment. "It was me." Will nodded knowingly, murmuring, "It makes sense, only with such armed forces. Otherwise, how could one easily wipe out bandits and conquer Morrison Manor?" Listening to the exchange between Will and Lynn, Theodore's face, once calm, suddenly froze. He looked at Lynn with a startling expression, asking, "Was it you?" Barnaby's face was also full of disbelief. Morgantown Manor was actually conquered and plundered by the young man before them. Lynn directly ignored their gazes, looking towards Janet on the other side. "Miss Janet, since the battle is over, I suppose I should go take the reward we agreed upon." Barnaby hurriedly asked, "Reward? What reward? Janet, what do you intend to do? We are all manor lords of Morgantown. You can collude with the Iron Thorns mercenary corps from Kakasong City to cleanse your blood relatives in Frank Manor. We wouldn't care, because that's your manor's internal affair. But now you are colluding with outsiders, allowing external forces to invade Morgantown. What exactly are you planning?" Janet coldly interrupted Barnaby's words. "Outsider? Who told you that Sir Lynn is an outsider? Sir Lynn's territory is on the plains between the mountains and the Aladia River. Even though it's a barren land of weeds, it's still within the range of Marquis Duca's territory. In other words, Sir Lynn is a lord appointed by Marquis Duca." Barnaby's face, along with the other two, again showed astonishment. They knew there was barren land beyond a mountain barrier, but they had never heard of it. When did Marquis Duca bestow that land to someone else? With a snort, Janet looked at Lynn. "Sir Lynn, just as you wish. You may go to take the reward we agreed upon." Lynn nodded, pulled the reins of Mo-ing, and walked towards the distant stairs. Theodore thought of something and quickly asked, "Reward? What reward?" Janet snorted. "Naturally, everything in the residences of the three manor lords. I've already promised Sir Lynn that if he aids Frank Manor in overturning the three great estates, except for the land, everything in your manor abodes will belong to Master Lynn." The faces of the three changed dramatically. Janet's words shifted. "And your lives will belong to me." Janet, clad in tight leather armor, her voluptuous figure was perfectly accentuated. Due to her previous confrontation, the leather armor on her body had slightly sagged. The round, snow-white contour in front seemed to want to break free and burst forth. Barnaby, Theodore, and Will had no more jesting thoughts. Feeling the icy aura emanating from Janet, their faces were full of terror. Barnaby, kneeling on the ground, looked up at Janet, his mouth full of questions. "Janet, what do you intend to do? We are all estate lords and theft by Marquis Ducas. You have no right to decide our life or death. Hurry and release us." Janet's lips curled into a cold smile. She looked at Barnaby with disdain and contempt. "Release you to gather more soldiers, bring more cavalry, and attack Frank Manor? Barnaby Manor Lord, I think you are well aware, the moment your three great estates decided to unite against Frank Manor. Here in Morgantown, we have already become mortal enemies. It's either your death or the fall of Frank Manor. And now, you want me to release you? Heh, a brain is a good thing, but you don't have one." Upon hearing this, Barnaby's eyes were full of anger. He flared up, intending to stand up. A few Frank Manor soldiers stepped forward, placing their long swords at Barnaby's neck. Only then did Barnaby cease his actions. Seeing this, Theodore quickly put on a smile and began to explain. "Lady Janet, this whole alliance was led by Barnaby. All the guilt lies with Barnaby." Barnaby glared at Theodore, exclaiming, "You." However, before the words could escape his mouth, Theodore interrupted him. "Will and I were merely unable to withstand Barnaby's threats, thus had to agree to him." Theodore glanced at Will, who was kneeling beside him, and asked, "Will, don't you think I'm right?" Will, who had kept his head down, naturally heard Barnaby's and Theodore's words. He looked up at Janet, then looked at Theodore. Where did the determination to destroy Frank Manor go? Where has the confidence to divide all of Morgantown gone? Now that the plan to destroy has failed, the army defeated, you realize you're wrong? Two manor lords. Defeat is defeat. I, Will Arnold, am willing to accept the consequences of my wager. Barnaby's and Theodore's faces turned grave. If not for that mysterious lord bringing his army, the combined strength of their three great estates would surely have destroyed Frank Manor, thus dividing all of Morgantown. Or perhaps forgot the reason why the Iron Blood Brotherhood and Morgantown Manor were annihilated. Theodore raised his head again, flashing a smile. Unwilling to give up, he said, "Niece Janet, I was always a good friend of your grandfather Jonas. In fact, when you were little, I even held you. Can you spare Theodore's life for the sake of this past affection? Don't worry. As soon as you release me, I will leave Morgantown immediately, never to return. Even the defeated Barnaby thought he saw a turn of events. Janet, Barnaby, also swear I will never return. All of Morgantown will belong to you, to your frank manor. Only Will did not beg for mercy, because he knew full well Janet Frank's nature. Janet's gaze swept over Barnaby and Theodore. Her words were resolute. Jonas may not have had the ambition to unify Morgantown, but he taught me once to eliminate the roots completely. The smiles on Barnaby's and Theodore's faces froze. Will's lips broke into a smile. A sharp and piercing disturbance suddenly sounded from the stairs not far away. Janet and the kneeling three manor lords couldn't help but turn their heads to look. A tall and burly figure emerged from below the stairs, stepping up step by step. He was clad in chain armor, a top iron helmet on his head, but his whole body was covered and soaked in nearly dried blood, making it impossible to discern the patterns and designs on the chain armor. In his right hand, he held a two-handed greatsword. The sword blade and hilt were similarly marked with the traces of blood. The sharp and piercing noise came from the sword tip. The sword tip scraped across the stone steps, sparking flares one after another. Seeing this towering figure, Barnaby, Theodore, and Will's expressions changed. The visual impact was so powerful it stirred fear in their hearts. This blood-drenched towering figure was Joao Frank. Under several gazes, Joao came to stand beside Janet. A pair of cold eyes, looking through the linear openings of the chain armor mask, stared directly at the three kneeling men. A deep and indifferent voice emerged from the iron helmet. Janet, how should we deal with them? Hearing Joao's inquiry, Barnaby and Theodore quickly looked at Janet. They knew their lives were entirely in Janet's hands. Janet's words were cold. Kill them all. After speaking, she stepped toward the edge of the wall. Her hands rested on the wall, her gaze fixated on the distant horizon. A regiment of soldiers was marching neatly, heading away from the direction of Frank Manor Castle. At the front of the troop, the figure clad in black armor, with a cloak, riding on a warhorse. Janet couldn't help but frown. Mounted standard plate armor-heavy cavalry. Standard plate armor-heavy infantry, capable of both offense and defense. Archers shrouded in a rain of arrows. And a large group of light infantry with strong mobility and defense capabilities. With just one glance, this nearly fully armed soldier count was at least over 1,000. The numbers were merely the soldiers Lynn let out for military aid. How many fully armed soldiers still remained atop his walls, within his territory? Even having once entered Lynn territory, she had no clue. Lynn could completely utilize this opportunity of invited military aid to obliterate all four manors of Morgantown. With so many archers, hardly any hefty price needs to be paid. But Lynn did not do so. That was what she could not comprehend the most. Had she been Lynn, possessing such formidable armed forces, she would ruthlessly wipe out everything that defied her command in Morgantown. Military strength is everything. Watching Lynn leading the soldiers' troop gradually fading away, Janet's heart slowly calmed down. Before witnessing Lynn's military prowess, seeing the three types of minerals in Lynn territory, the town's prosperity, the number of townsmen, she naturally felt greed, wanting to seize Lynn territory for herself. But now, a question arose in Janet's mind. With the power of Frank Manor, or rather, thinking about future development speed, is there truly a chance to bypass the Mountain Pass Fortress and invade Lynn territory? However, thinking again, as long as Frank Manor stands, and she lives, opportunities always remain. A heavy thud echoed into Janet's ears. She turned her head and looked. She saw Joao swing his greatsword down. Barnaby's head rolled off his shoulders. It rolled a few times along the wall passage and finally came to a halt. His eyes wide open, full of disbelief. His body, losing the support of strength, fell flat on the ground. A gush of bright red blood flowed repeatedly from the severed neck. Beside him, Theodore suddenly let out a string of horrified screams. Don't kill me." He quickly jerked his legs, trying to distance himself from Barnaby and Joao. But he was firmly pinned down by several soldiers, unable to move an inch. He watched Joao step 2 paces forward, coming towards him. A foul stench emanated from beneath Theodore's robes. With a swing of Joao's greatsword, Theodore's fat-laden head rolled down. The terrified screams atop the wall instantaneously ceased and quieted. With another swing of Joao's greatsword, Will's head similarly rolled away. He then stepped towards Janet. "Janet, it's all over." Janet glanced at Joao, words full of gratitude, saying, "Lucky to have Uncle Joao here. Otherwise, Frank Manor wouldn't have endured until Lynn's military aid arrived." Without claiming any credit, Joao calmly responded, "Janet, this is also my home." His gaze shifted, looking into the distance. There a mass of black-gray figures gradually disappeared from sight. Joao inquired, "Janet, how to deal with that lord in the future?" He had already witnessed the mighty military force Lynn possessed. Frank Manor had 500 chain armor cavalry, but to defend the castle, they were not dispatched for a charge. Compared to charging, fighting relying on the castle walls had more advantages. Compared to Lynn's standard plate armor and lance heavy cavalry, the chain armor heavy cavalry of Frank Manor was too weak. He felt that at most after one charge, their cavalry would be cut down. Janet's heart was also heavy. She pondered briefly and spoke. This battle surely weakened Frank's power greatly. More time is needed for development and expansion. Peace for now. Wait for the opportunity. Lynn rode Mo-ing at the forefront. Red and Earl followed closely behind. Behind them was a regiment of over 1,000 soldiers. The place they were heading to was the nearest Theodore Manor to Frank Manor. Amidst the cries urging the warhorse on, Wesley rode past the soldiers, reached Lynn's side. He commenced explaining, "Master, preliminary statistics are completed. The bodies of slain enemies were all left at Frank Manor, unable to tally their numbers. This battle netted 350 captives, 350 ordinary horses, over 850 iron weapons." Lynn raised his eyebrows slightly. When Janet arranged people to clear the battlefield, she found most spoils had been taken away by him. The soldiers of the 3 great estates who had died, they had to clean up and bury their bodies. What feelings could there be? Wesley continued to report, "Master, in this battle, there were 15 soldiers who died and 40 lightly wounded." Lynn's heart sank slightly, and he spoke to Wesley. "Bring back all their bodies for burial. Remember their names, and after returning to the territory, engrave their names onto the stone platform so that everyone will remember them. Also, provide compensation to their families." Wesley responded solemnly, "Yes, master." Perhaps the surrounding soldiers heard the conversation between Lynn and Wesley. Their expressions and the atmosphere became somewhat heavy. Just a few hours ago, they were still chatting with each other, fighting side by side as teammates. But now, the other party had become a corpse. In a war, it is inevitable that someone will die. This is an unavoidable existence. The only thing he can do is to choose the right timing for combat and the correct combat methods, to reduce the casualties of soldiers as much as possible, and to treat the families of all the fallen heroes well. Time was swiftly moving forward during the marching of the soldiers. Soon, they arrived at a plot of cultivated land. The breeze gently swept by. The barley plants swayed like a green ocean. A team of peasants or free people stood in the fields, tending to their labor. When they saw a group of strange armed soldiers arrive, their faces were filled with fear. Lynn glanced at Wesley and Earl. The two understood, each leading a team of cavalry and light infantry, charging forward. The armed soldiers brought out by the 3 great manor lords had already been wiped out. But in their manor residences, there would always be guards maintaining the operation of the manor. Let Wesley and Earl take people to clear them out and stabilize the peasants in the manor. That would be completely sufficient. Driving Mo-ing, heading towards a distant building. Lynn's gaze was also surveying the crops in the fields on both sides. Grain crops like barley and wheat, legumes like peas, vegetables like carrots, and economic crops like linen. Everything was present. Lynn gazed into the distance. The fields were equally vast here. At first glance, it was no less than several thousand acres. The broadcasting planting method in the fields made Lynn frown slightly. The seeds were distributed unevenly. The grown plants were crowded in some places, sparse in others. The crowded parts squeezed each other, fighting for sunlight, water, and nutrients. The sparse parts left land idle. All would seriously affect the crop yield. Even so, by July and August during the summer harvest, Janet, occupying this land, could still harvest a large amount of grain, because the area of cultivated fields of the three great estates was just too vast. The main reason was Morgantown was located in the southern borderland. There were plenty of weed-filled wastelands for these manor lords to cultivate. Morgantown was remote, economically underdeveloped, naturally not comparable to some other small towns. But the Lord of Morgantown never lacked fields. He, too, was the same. Until 10 minutes later, Lynn rode MOing to the entrance of a 3-story high manor residence. The 2 3 or 4 meter high wooden doors had already been broken open. He could clearly see soldiers in standard plate armor quickly running and moving around inside the residence, suppressing the guards inside the residence and slaughtering the resistors. Instead, he came to a stone bench not far from the manor, sat down, and waited quietly, said to be taking the agreed compensation from Janet. In reality, it was just loot collection, without armed soldiers serving as a protective barrier for the manor residents. Relying on just dozens of guards inside, they couldn't stop Earl and Wesley's forceful entry. After some busy work, Wesley came to Lynn's presence. He bowed slightly and reported, "Master, Theodore Castle has a lot of possessions. The stored grain, livestock, iron products. Countless, difficult to tally in a short time. However, the number of peasants and free people we managed to count. There are a total of 2,000 people." Listening to this final figure, Lynn nodded satisfactorily. What he needed most right now was labor force and grain. Of course, also time. The 2,000 labor force would at least require Grayson to drive the longship to Portland's Empire 2 or 3 times to transport so many slaves. He simply came to Morgantown for military aid to Frank Manor, crushed the military forces of the 3 great estates, gaining so much labor force. These 2,000 laborers are only one of the 3 great estates. There are at least 4,000 more laborers waiting for his collection. There are also other properties in their manor. All will belong to him. Lynn couldn't help but sigh again at the vast quantity and rapid speed of labor force acquisition through external wars. Not every war will be like this one. Only need a dozen people's cost to obtain a large amount of loot. Lynn stood up and nodded. Arrange 100 cavalry and 200 light infantry to escort them back to the territory in advance. They still had to go to 2 other manors. It was naturally inconvenient to transport a large amount of goods, and to have the slaves follow them. As for whether there would be any escape or resistance during the escort, Lynn was never worried. With 100 cavalry in standard plate armor and 200 fully armed light infantry, facing 2,000 unarmed peasants, to suppress them would be too simple. Wesley responded, "Yes, master, I will arrange it right away." Lynn nodded and watched Wesley retreat and go afar to start arranging their respective assigned squad leaders. Teams of peasants were gathered in front of the manor estate. Their figures were stooped, cheeks deeply sunken, and cheekbones protruding. A layer of dry skin clung tightly to their bony frames. The manor lord, to exploit their labor, hadn't let them have a full meal for a long time. Looking at the squads of cavalry and infantry in standard plate armor, there was not much fear in their eyes, more numbness and confusion. Since these soldiers did not kill them, it meant they still had some use. Going from this manor to another and continuing to be peasants. On Wesley's command, the soldiers began to drive these peasants. The peasants either carried bags of items on their backs, or pushed carts of wooden beds, or led carts filled with horses and cattle. Over 2,000 people formed a long line, moving along the road ahead. Watching the procession leave, Lynn mounted his horse again, urged MOing underneath him, and headed towards the next manor. With Wesley and Earl in charge, he could have returned to the territory in advance. But thinking of the rare chance to leave the territory, he could take the opportunity to explore the map outside his territory in advance. If he found a mine nearby that could be exploited, he could plan for it in advance. Sweeping clean the Lastwell Manor, Lynn, along with Red and others, headed back to the territory. Although some accidents occurred while annexing Will Manor, dozens of guards refused to submit, preferred death as resistance. Then he could only fulfill their wishes. Under the pressure of the heavy infantry assault, dozens of guards barely stirred a ripple. Eventually, they fell in pools of blood. In the face of absolute power, they were just putting up a last stand. As he had previously speculated, The number of peasants acquired from the three manors nearly reached 6,000. The labor force on his territory would surge. One must know, there are only 9,300 people on his territory now. He just needs to wait for the 6,000 to settle in his territory, develop a sense of belonging, and gradually increase loyalty. Then he can expand the army again. He can expand the army again without needing to be as cautious as before, only recruiting 100 or 200 soldiers each time to ensure the territory's production. He can recruit 1,000 soldiers with good physical fitness in one go, if weapons and armor are equipped accordingly. The territory's military strength will be significantly enhanced. Lynn's heart was filled with anticipation. The battle for Imperial authority was imminent. He needed a stronger armed force to face the impending chaos, to protect his own safety and his piece of territory. The soldiers held torches in their hands, some riding horses, some walking on the edges, illuminating the gravel path under the peasants' feet, lacking food to satiate their hunger, and their bodies extremely thin and weak. The peasants' pace was not fast. Lynn and others passed through a woodland. Arriving at the outpost fortress, Avery was constructing with the stonemason workshop. Although the outpost fortress had just excavated the building foundations, he could clearly feel the role of this outpost fortress. Any team wanting to pass through this road in the forest must pass by the outpost fortress gate. It could serve as a guard alert, and could also have archers arranged within it as a defensive fortification to resist enemies. Satisfied with a few glances, Lynn withdrew his gaze and continued towards the city wall dozens of miles away. Though far from the city wall, Lynn could still see the faint, glowing flames burning on top of the city wall. Lynn's heart slightly relaxed until entering the iron gate, which opened with a heavy, creaking sound. Lynn and his group entered the Wung city. The iron gate closed with a heavy bang. Only then did Lynn feel a strong and comforting sense of security. Even though he led a fully armed force outside the territory, there was always the possibility of encountering all kinds of unknown dangers, or a larger force of heavy cavalry, or a rain of arrows covering the sky and ground. Only behind the city walls would he have a chance to fend them off. Lynn exhaled hot breath, looking at Wesley and Rose, who stayed to guard the territory. He instructed, temporarily keep these peasants and captives around the Wung city. Keep a watchful eye on them, and if anyone stirs trouble, execute them immediately. This Wung city was originally built to enhance the defense capability of the city walls. The hollow area inside amounts to no more than 600 or 700 square meters. Naturally, it's impossible to imprison all the peasant prisoners of war inside. However, as long as Rose arranges for the soldiers to guard them, it will be sufficient. Population resources have always been extremely important resources. If someone tries to incite or stir up trouble, he will not hesitate to execute them. What he needs more is a group of townsmen who can work hard and follow orders. They can have food, houses, and even freedom, but only within the limits he allows. Lynn continued, before dawn tomorrow, bring them to the Lord's Square. Wesley and Rose quickly lowered their heads and responded, yes, master. Lynn nudged his horse's belly, and Mo-ing continued moving forward. He left the Wung city with Red and several guards holding torches. On the way back to the town, Lynn was continuously pondering how to utilize the labor force of these peasants. The first thing to do, naturally, is to have Petra, the scribe, register the identities and names of the 6,000 laborers. Then, it will facilitate future management. After the registration is complete, and after they have had a full meal, they can be driven to the back of the town to dig foundations, build red brick houses, and expand the residential area. The current residential area does not have ready-made houses to accommodate a population of 6,000. To have red brick houses, they will have to do it themselves. Whether it's red brick, gray tile, or lime river sand, all are available. If it's not enough, they will be divided into tasks. To collect stones and burn lime. To the banks of the Aladia River, to find and dig river sand. According to his earlier idea, one family or two people will live in one red brick house. For a population of 6,000, at least 3,000 red brick houses are needed. The quantity is too massive. Once they have completed the construction of the red brick houses, he can further organize and train these 6,000 townsmen, whether it's the farmland short on labor, or expanding the scale of the handicraft workshops, or even expanding the military. Only with more labor can he have more choices for development. As Lynn was pondering in his mind, he had already returned to the town, to the castle gate. Lynn saw Kesey pacing back and forth at the gate at a glance. Kesey naturally also saw Lynn and Red. She approached with a look of joy on her face and said delightedly, "Master, you are finally back. I saved you dinner. I'll go have the maid heated up now." Lynn responded, "All right." Upon receiving Lynn's response, Kesey's eyebrows lifted, and she quickly ran into the castle. Watching Kesey's back, Lynn and Red couldn't help but exchange glances. Red, like Lynn, had a face full of incomprehension. Dismounting and handing the reins to a guard, Lynn walked up the steps. Through the reception hall, he sat straight down at the head of the dining table. Leaning back, the comfortable leather support feeling instantly came. Wearing armor, riding a warhorse, gripping weapons, is not to show off. It's for defending the homeland, expanding territory, and pursuing more benefits. Heavy, limited mobility, uncomfortable heat, fatigue accumulation, combined with the jarring sensation brought by long rides on horseback. No one would want to keep a set of tens of pounds of armor on at all times. Kesey brought 3 maids, carrying heated food, to the dining table. While arranging, Kesey asked, "Master, do you want to prepare hot water?" Lynn nodded. "Prepare it. I can have a soak." Kesey immediately replied, "Yes, master." After her response, Kesey looked at the maid and instructed a few words. The maid immediately retreated. Only Lynn, Red, and Kesey remained. Kesey placed a large cut of fried pork chop on Lynn's plate, then said, "Master, everything in the domain is proceeding normally today." Lynn used his dining knife to put the meat from his plate into his mouth and began chewing. A blend of fatty meat aroma and seasoning flavor spread in his mouth. Crispy on the outside, tender inside, juicy and with distinct textures. Perhaps because he hadn't eaten all day, he was already hungry. That's why he felt the reheated fried pork chop was still so delicious. After chewing for a while, he swallowed the fried pork chop in his mouth. Lynn picked up the beer on the table and took a swig. The comfort from eating the food swept over him instantly. Lynn and Red finished their dinner, reclining on their wooden chairs. Lynn looked at Kesey and said, "Tomorrow morning, Rose will lead a large group of peasants to the Lord's Square. Inform Petra to go for population registration early in the morning." Kesey nodded understandingly. Lynn continued, "Tell the canteen chef to prepare food for 6,000 people tomorrow." Kesey was surprised in her heart and couldn't help exclaiming, "Master, this many?" Last time, when Master Lynn left the territory, he only brought back about 1,500 slaves. This time, it's several times more. Also confiscated money, food, poultry, livestock, iron goods, and various sundries. Wesley will assist you in doing the inventory. All valuable items and funds will be under your control. Every transaction, both income and expenditure, needs to be clearly documented and archived. It wasn't that Lynn cared about the money. Rather, it was because a territory must have someone managing its finances to ensure financial security. Listening to Master Lynn's instructions, Kesey responded seriously, "Yes, Master." A maid approached Kesey and whispered a few words. After nodding, Kesey said to Lynn, "Master, the hot water is ready. You can soak now." Lynn responded with a sound. He rose from the main seat at the dining table, walking away with heavy steps. Compared to the soldiers, who wore more than 50 pounds of standard plate armor, the scale armor with chain liner on him weighed only over 30 pounds. Even after wearing it for a day, he still felt an intense sense of fatigue. Walking into the private room, with Kesey's help, Lynn removed his armor piece by piece. Kesey, with her head lowered and not daring to look directly, watched as he stepped into the bathtub. As soon as Lynn lay down, the warm yet not scalding comfort instantly enveloped him, relieving the muscle fatigue throughout his body. Lynn opened his eyes from resting and spoke to Kesey, who was waiting nearby. "Give me a massage, would you?" Kesey heard this and responded, walking over to Lynn's side. She dipped her hands slightly in the wooden bucket, warming them up. Only then did Kesey extend her slender, fair hands, placing them on Lynn's shoulders. Instantly, a sense of strong and tense muscle appeared in Kesey's palms. Her heart began to beat faster involuntarily. Kesey's eyes glanced over Lynn's head, observing his well-defined muscular physique. She couldn't help but internally exclaim, "Master Lynn has such a great body." Kesey only took a quick glance before quickly averting her gaze. The strange thought that had just risen was immediately dismissed. Master Lynn is the lord of this territory, someone far beyond her reach. Unless Master Lynn initiates. After enjoying a nutritious breakfast of prepared chicken and eggs, Lynn, accompanied by Red, left the castle. Acknowledged by the gazes of the town's residents, they passed through one red brick house after another. Lynn arrived at the Lord's Square. His gaze turned, surveying the surroundings. At this moment, the Lord's Square was filled with numerous figures. It could even be described as densely packed. At the front, a group of peasants held clay bowls filled with porridge in their left hands, and several pieces of barley bread in their right. Even though it was simple food, every bite they took, and every chew and swallow, their faces were filled with satisfaction and joy. One must know, these were only the lowest peasants. Their status was even lower than the livestock used by manor lords to transport goods or plow fields. Some peasants had never had a full meal in their entire life. However, upon coming here, they ate barley meat porridge and even fresh, clean barley bread. Even though last night, Lynn had informed Kesey to notify the kitchen to prepare food for 6,000 people. But the kitchen's chefs and assistants were ultimately limited, and the size of the kitchen was only so large. It wasn't possible to accommodate all the peasants and townsmen at once for a meal. But Lynn wasn't worried. Facing problems as they arise, it's never too late to solve them. The kitchen needs to be expanded. More chefs and assistants with cooking skills need to be assigned to cook for the townsmen. The townsmen returning to the town kitchen for meals must be organized in batches. Only then can the congested and chaotic dining situation be completely resolved. Watching these peasant captives waiting for their meals, he took a seat on a nearby long bench, quietly waiting. Wesley approached Lynn with large strides. He bent slightly, his words filled with respect. "Master, all the population and items have been tallied." Lynn looked at Wesley, waiting for his report. Peasants, maids, free people, and captives, the total number adds up to 6,200 people. Among them, there are over 4,000 men and about 2,000 women. The more men there were, the stronger the labor force in the territory, especially for some heavy physical work. In terms of grains, barley is estimated at 1,200,000 pounds, wheat at 500,000 pounds, and oats at 180,000 pounds. For beans, peas are at 500,000 pounds, and lentils at 200,000 pounds. In the category of vegetables, turnips are at 30,000 pounds, cabbages at 8,000 pounds, and carrots at 30,000 pounds. All types of meat combined at least amount to 30,000 pounds. Hearing this, Lynn's eyebrows instantly raised. Leaving aside other meats and vegetables, just the stored grains alone in the three estates, 1,200,000 pounds of barley, and over 500,000 pounds of wheat. That alone would feed his territory's 5,500 people for a month or two. Wesley's report continued. Apart from these, there's a large number of poultry and livestock. 20 adult dairy cows, over 40 calves, and 300 mature oxen. A total of 660 draft horses, 240 pigs, 110 sheep, and 360 chickens. All the poultry and livestock were transported to Guy's ranch last night. The 350 horses brought back from the battlefield were also handed over to Guy. There are also over 20,000 yards of linen cloth, over 30,000 pounds of linen and wool. Hearing this, Lynn nodded with satisfaction. Even though 350 horses don't compare to the Badan Empire's war horses, which could charge and accelerate even with soldiers in heavy armor, these horses can still serve as mounts for the light cavalry. The more dairy cows, the more milk is produced. Not only can it be used to make some dairy products, if there's enough, it can also provide nutrition for pregnant women and children. Pigs can produce meat and leather. Sheep produce wool and milk every year. The draft horses can significantly improve the territory's already underdeveloped animal-powered transportation. This military aid mission, with the poultry and livestock brought back, has significantly elevated the breeding level on the ranch, even speeding up the ranch by a whole year. Perhaps it would have taken Guy's lead ranch, after a round of breeding, to achieve. Perhaps Wesley noticed the change in his expression. His voice became more exuberant. Over 3,000 iron tools and farm equipment, with over 900 long swords and scimitars collected from the battlefield, and the horses brought back from the battlefield. Lynn acknowledged this. These iron goods, while not much to someone with an iron mine, the near 4,000 iron items, if smelted in a furnace to remove impurities, would at least yield 3,000 to 4,000 pounds of iron, which is not a small amount. This could allow the blacksmith workshop to produce 50 sets of iron butcher heavy armor or vests. Wesley continued without pausing in his report. Master, besides these ordinary items, a large amount of gold, silver, jewels, silk, and satin was also collected from the warehouses of the 3 great estates. Lynn's gaze turned to Wesley. Without any hesitation, Wesley explained, the gold pounds found in the 3 great estates total 5,200. Some necklaces and pendants adorned with gemstone pearls, rings, and some pure gold and silver headpieces, earrings, gold and silverware. Lynn nodded slightly, not too surprised. 5,200 gold pounds is not much to him. According to the current market price of fine salt, a simple conversion, it only amounts to 15,600 gene of fine salt. At the current daily production of 4,000 gene of fine salt, in 40 days, it would be 16,000 gene. Gold pounds have their own use. For example, using them to reward the townsmen. Even if the market area in the territory is not yet operational, playing its role. The value of the gold pounds and monetary rewards has far more visual impact than many other items. Lynn spoke, transport usable iron products to the farm tools warehouse. Non-usable farm tools and various weapons, transport them all to the blacksmith workshop. Let Arello smelt them all and reforge. Lynn continued, transport grain to the castle warehouse and meat to the underground storage rooms for separate safekeeping. During winter, when snow falls and freezes, he had already arranged for some guards to collect a lot of ice blocks, placed in the underground storage rooms to cool down, making the fresh vegetables and meat last longer. Gold pounds and jewelry. Hand them over to Kesey for registration and safekeeping, and that's it. Wesley responded, yes, master. Lynn responded. Seeing Wesley's somewhat dark circles, he asked, didn't rest last night? Wesley was about to answer, but realized it was Lynn caring about him. He hurriedly replied, yes, master. Because the things brought back from the 3 great estates were too numerous and miscellaneous. If not for the all-night inventory and statistics, I couldn't report to you this morning, master. Lynn approvingly said, you did well. Go and rest. Wesley raised his brows, his words full of gratitude. Thank you, master. Lynn responded, dismissing Wesley. This outing's harvest can truly be described as abundant. 6,000 peasants, various poultry, livestock, grains, vegetables, meat, and a large amount of gold and silver jewelry. If relying on merchant transactions or planting and breeding, how much time would it take to have these? Lynn couldn't even estimate. Ancient commanders always preferred to sustain war through war, and indeed there is truth to that. Turning his gaze, Lynn looked towards the Lord's square ahead. As he listened to Wesley's report, the crowd of newly arrived peasants had already finished their breakfast. They patted their bellies, burping. The previous fatigue and listlessness had vanished completely. This is the power of being well fed. Getting up from the bench, Lynn stepped toward the not-far stairway platform. He was dressed in silky brocade, a one-handed sword hung at his waist. His black hair gently swayed with his robe as he walked. The aura emitting from him, even from afar, one could feel his exceptional presence. With the towering armored soldiers trailing him, the peasant's eyes naturally followed him, continuously moving. When Lynn reached the center of the platform over a meter high, he stopped. He turned his body, facing the 6,000 peasants in the Lord's square. Taking a slight breath, Lynn spoke to the crowd in a deep voice. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the lord of this territory, Lynn. The numerous peasants who were whispering instantly closed their mouths. Their gazes passed through the crowd ahead, landing on Lynn, quietly listening. This young lord, when conquering the great estates, hadn't ordered soldiers to whip or drive them. Earlier, he provided them with a hearty meal. They naturally understood that this young lord was different from their previous manor lords. They were willing to listen to this lord's words, feeling the numerous gazes landing on him. Lynn remained unfazed, his speech unchanged. Firstly, I want to say, the fact that you've come to my territory is the greatest fortune in your lifetime. The peasants' eyes widened, faces filled with doubt and confusion. The soldiers and guards overseeing these peasants all nodded in agreement. They used to be the peasants now standing in the Lord's square. Only, over time, they were chosen in the expansion to become soldiers, become guards. Their identity changed. Lynn continued, coming to this territory, you will have 3 meals a day, you will see the red brick houses to live in, and you will have your own work positions. The peasant's eyes widened again. As long as within the allowed scope of territorial law, you will have the freedom you desire most. After working, finishing dinner, you can enjoy the sunset, enjoy the night, and admire the stars. Even pursue your loved ones and build a new family with that person. The peasants' faces turned into expressions of disbelief. If your wives are pregnant or have given birth to children, the territory will provide a fixed amount of nutritious food, supplementing all necessary nutrition. During pregnancy and after childbirth, your wives do not need to work and can enjoy the same food. Your children are exempt from any physical labor until they reach adulthood. They can even go to school for a systematic education, learning to read and write, just like the noble children learning the 7 skills of the knight. If you fall ill, there is a dedicated hospital on the territory to provide you with treatment. Of course, treatment at the territory's hospital is free. The faces of the townspeople began to flush red. Their chests moved rapidly, and their breathing became rapid. This lord spoke neither too fast nor too slow, not even shouting particularly loudly, so that everyone could hear. Even though the words were not loud, they were clearly and precisely transmitted to every person's ears. Because what the Lord said was exactly what they most wanted to hear and most urgently needed. Food, shelter, offspring, education, healthcare. Before coming to this land, they were merely peasants. They couldn't even meet their most basic need for food. How could they possibly dream of other living conditions? But now, having come to this land, this young lord clearly informed them that they could have all of this. How could they not be excited, not ecstatic? Seeing the flushed, eager expressions of the peasants, Lynn smiled slightly. He continued, not only that, after assigning you to your tasks and beginning your labor, you will all earn military merit. The peasants heard this unfamiliar term and instinctively glanced at each other, their eyes full of confusion. 100 points of military merit can be exchanged for an acre of land. An acre of private land belonging to you. As soon as Lynn's words fell, a collective gasp echoed throughout the Lord's square and even the entire town. They could no longer contain their shock and began to discuss it like a rumble. Land. Did I hear wrong? Did the Lord really say that we can have our own land? Is this true? Why do I feel like I'm in a dream? That's right. I can testify. None of you heard wrong. The Lord really said it. We can obtain land, and it will be our own private land. Oh God, have you heard my prayers? God wouldn't care if you live or die. If there really were a God, how did your child starve to death? If all this is true, just as the Lord said, coming to this land is the greatest fortune of our lives. Lynn remained standing on the platform. His gaze swept over the peasants, watching their joyful and excited expressions, listening to their incredulous words. It's no longer just about providing 3 meals a day to the townspeople, satisfying their normal food needs. It also includes healthcare, education, and living and entertainment. In his speech, he didn't exaggerate at all. He simply described objectively and accurately the treatments the townspeople already had on the territory. It already plunged these slaves into a beautiful expectation for their future lives. Thinking about it again, Lynn felt it was very normal. Whether it's healthcare or education or land, they have always been the possessions of the Lord nobility or the church. Free people and peasants do not have the right to own land. Seeing the loyalty of these peasants rapidly increase, Lynn felt satisfied. This is exactly the effect he wanted, informing the peasants of the benefits of this land, making them hopeful, to choose to settle down and stay, to contribute to the development of this land, rather than thinking day after day about how to escape the oppression and exploitation of the Lord, or to stir up and resist the Lord. After letting the atmosphere ferment among the peasants for a few minutes, Lynn raised his right hand. There was no need for him to ask Red to arrange for guards to quiet the peasants. Upon seeing his gesture, the peasants immediately understood and all closed their mouths. They understood that their lord had more to announce. Seeing the lord offering such generous benefits, naturally, they had to reciprocate with respect. Lynn nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Before assigning you to specific tasks, there is something you need to do yourselves." The townspeople looked at Lynn with wide eyes, waiting for what would come next. The red brick houses in the town used for living cannot accommodate all of you. Therefore, I need to assign you tasks to construct more red brick houses behind the residential area. Construction of your own red brick houses. Lynn scanned the crowd, waiting for their response. A unanimous response echoed in the Lord's Square. No problem. No problem. Lynn began assigning tasks to the 6,200 peasants. The first batch of 800 people was responsible for transporting raw materials. They would use draft horses and two-wheeled carts to transport red bricks, logs, lime, river sand, and other construction materials. The red brick roads laid in the town were used exclusively for transporting raw materials, speeding up the speed and efficiency of transportation. The second batch of 800 were responsible for clearing the land that needed expansion, clearing weeds, rocks, tree roots, and other obstacles behind the red brick residential area, leveling the ground to facilitate construction. The third batch of 800 were responsible for the foundational digging. Lynn divided them into several small teams, using tools such as shovels, iron hoes, and cross pickaxes, excavating the foundations for the houses according to the design requirements, using hemp rope as a measuring tool to ensure accuracy in depth and dimensions. The fourth batch of 400, some were responsible for transporting and laying basic materials like stone and sand. Another part was responsible for mixing lime mortar to reinforce and level the ground foundation. The fifth batch of 1,500 were responsible for building the walls. Lynn also divided them into several small teams. They built the walls according to the red brick house requirements. While building the walls, they had to ensure the verticality, flatness, and evenness of the mortar joints, etc. They also had to leave openings for doors and windows. The sixth batch of 500 were responsible for making and installing the wooden structures of the houses. These included beams, columns, rafters, and door and window frames, etc. The seventh batch of 400 were responsible for laying the roof's wooden boards and gray tiles, ensuring waterproofing and drainage. The eighth batch of 400 were responsible for the interior woodworking and decorative work. They built and installed doors and windows, made furniture frames to enhance the house's usability. The ninth batch of 200 were in charge of handling various details within the houses. They filled the gaps between walls and ground and installed some iron fittings. The 10th batch of 200 were responsible for quality supervision, ensuring the constructed red brick houses met the construction quality standards. Lynn didn't want the constructed red brick houses to collapse and crush the workers, preventing disasters before they occur, except for some young children and some peasants unable to do heavy construction work. All 6,000 peasants were given assignments. With a command from Lynn, the peasants dispersed under the leadership of soldiers and guards. Some went to transport materials, others to the weed-covered wasteland behind the town. No matter what task they were engaged in, Lynn could see joy and anticipation on their faces, because all the peasants knew the red brick houses they were about to build were for their future residents. They were building the home they would rely on for survival. Lynn, along with Red and a few guards, also walked among the peasants. He still needed to execute the next step in assignments. Reaching the back of the town, Lynn stood at the edge of the red brick road in the residential area, gazing into the distance. The wasteland of weeds before him, once a dry winter grassland, had sprouted fresh weeds as the weather warmed. Now, under the gentle breeze, it undulated like waves. At first glance, it gave a sense of inexplicable comfort. With a wave of his arm, the waiting peasants beside him tightly grasped their sickles and iron hoes, rushing into the weed-covered wasteland. Their eyes were focused, their expressions solemn. To the peasants, this weed-covered wasteland was their battlefield, a battlefield they needed to fiercely attack, giving their all to conquer. The peasants skillfully and vigorously swung their tools, clearing and harvesting the weeds beneath their feet. Lynn instructed the peasants to gather the weeds into bundles and stack them neatly. These weeds, having already grown to thigh height, could be collected and composted into high-quality fertilizer. Weeds such as alfalfa and clover within them are rich in protein and nutrients, making them potential feed for cattle, horses, and sheep. More weeds could be dried and processed into hay for storage, in preparation for heating or usage needed by livestock during winter. The weeds also contained many wild herbs, which could be selected and sent to Old John's hospital. After processing, they could be made into tinctures or ground into medicinal powder for use in the territory. But some of the flexible weeds could be used as weaving materials for crafting items like straw baskets, straw mats, straw shoes, etc., especially straw shoes and straw mats. With summer approaching, weaving workshop workers could start crafting woven grass household items. Farming should be like this, maximizing the value of all usable resources available around us. While Lynn observed the peasants clearing the weed-covered wasteland, a rush of footsteps sounded behind him. A few seconds later, a respectful voice rang out. Lynn slightly turned his head and saw Clive bowing behind him. Lynn acknowledged, "Scholar Clive, how is the progress on the Iron Butcher heavy armor and horse armor?" Clive straightened slightly and responded, "Lord, we are still forging the armor plates. However, the first heavy armor sample is nearing completion. After that, we only need the weaving workshop to stitch it together with leather and linen thread to finish it. As for the horse armor, Lord, that will require some more time." Clive suddenly recalled something. Didn't the Lord just refer to the heavy armor and horse armor he's making as Iron Butcher? Even though he didn't know what it meant. But what a domineering name. Lynn replied, "Since it's left to the blacksmith apprentice for forging, you should be idle. There is an important task before you that needs to be done." Clive hurriedly responded, "Lord, please instruct." Lynn continued, "Do you see the weeds being cleared from the wasteland ahead? I need to build at least 3,000 red brick houses on this land. The style of the red brick houses should be like those behind me, 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, with an area of 30 square meters." Listening to Lynn's words, Clive's face tightened. To construct 3,000 red brick houses on a wasteland of weeds, each house requiring 2 bedrooms and 1 living room with 30 square meters. It is indeed a major project. Clive slightly recalled in his mind, finally stating bluntly, "Lord, such a large number of red brick houses will take a considerable amount of time to build. If I fully dedicate myself to the construction of this residential area, it will surely affect the Iron Butcher forging and production you mentioned." Lynn nodded and said, "I am aware of that. I've called you over just to have you make a simple division of this residential area." Upon hearing this, Clive felt a slight relief. Lynn continued, "I need you to lead a team of peasants and use lime to determine the exact location of each red brick house on the cleaned wasteland. There should be public facilities like wells for townsmen's drinking water, public baths, toilets. There should be red brick roads left between houses for carts to pass and main roads in the residential area." Clive nodded. "No problem, Lord." These facilities were familiar as he had seen many in already constructed residential areas. After instructing Clive on what the residential area required, Lynn let him go to the wasteland site for exploration. Public baths and toilets are relatively easy to construct, but the most challenging is the well. It requires not only digging but also detecting a water source. Looking ahead, at the silhouettes busily bending over, Lynn also understood. Building at least 3,000 red brick houses and putting them into use for peasants' lives wasn't easy. Too many in number, too large in scale, even without considering the roads between red brick houses and public facilities. The area covered by 3,000 red brick houses alone reached 90,000 square meters, nearly 140 acres. He had also considered building these red brick houses as 2-story structures. But thinking of wooden-framed houses, prone to collapse, he ultimately abandoned the idea. Despite the major project of expanding the red brick house residential area, he could only arrange for these peasants to undertake the construction. To improve their loyalty, naturally, he needs to provide a safe and stable living environment. The fortunate side is, the previous red brick kiln never stopped producing red bricks. A large quantity of red bricks has been piled up, ready for constructing red brick houses. With previous division of labor, it almost doesn't require him much management. Under the supervision of guards and soldiers, the peasants keep swinging their farming tools tirelessly, looking at the cleared wasteland. The peasants responsible for digging foundations raised their iron hoes and cross pickaxes and began digging. Lynn rolled up his sleeves and stepped into the wasteland ahead. In the astonished gazes of the peasants, he took a cross pickaxe from one of them, raised it high, reaching its highest controllable point, using the strength of his body and waist. With both hands, the cross pickaxe drew an arc midair, heavily striking the soil. The sound of digging into stone and breaking fragments echoed. As Lynn exerted his right arm, pushing forward with his left hand, a large chunk of soil was flipped out by the flat shovel of the cross pickaxe. Seeing this spectacle, the peasants' faces remained full of astonishment. Their lord wielding a cross pickaxe, his posture and actions in digging soil were even more standard and skillful than theirs. Lynn ignored the gazes of the peasants, raised the cross pickaxe again, and continued digging. As he kept digging, a bit-by-bit construction experience rapidly increased. Construction experience +1. Construction experience +1. Construction experience +1. Perhaps due to a previous light rain, the wasteland's topsoil remained relatively loose, indeed making digging foundations slightly easier. Seeing Lynn's determined swings with the cross pickaxe, the peasants were filled with vigor. The Lord himself was laboring for their red brick houses. How could they afford to slack off during digging? Under Lynn's leadership, the peasants similarly swung their iron hoes and cross pickaxes. Following the foundation marks drawn by Clive with lime powder, they started digging. From initially uncleaned weed wasteland, everyone joined together in clearing the weed wasteland. Upon clearing a vast area, thousands of peasants were divided into two groups. Women continued clearing, men dug foundations. Once a large area of foundational digging was complete, the men's group was further divided. 800 peasants continued digging foundations. The remaining peasants started leveling the foundation surfaces and laying gravel. Even though many peasants hadn't yet reached that stage of division, they were immersed in the previous step's construction procedures and steps. If the previous step hadn't started, then they'd go back another step. The labor of these 6,000 peasants was never idle or wasted from beginning to end. Perhaps it was because of their previous experiences in the three great estates. They cherished their current lives more dearly. As long as they worked hard, they could live a better life. Time, in wholehearted labor, swiftly passed by. Lynn stood straight, glanced at the sky. In the distant horizon, the sun was setting in the west. It was already evening time. Lynn directly ordered everyone to stop work and return to the town to enjoy their dinner. A burst of enthusiastic shouts suddenly erupted from the mouths of the peasants. The sound was so loud, it was deafening. Their eyes were fixed on the back of the young lord from afar. Their faces were full of gratitude. If it had been before, they would have thought their lord was just drawing a pie for them. After a day of working together, the midday lunch, and resting. And now, as the sky barely darkened, Lynn told them they could finish work. They realized clearly that everything Master Lynn promised was true. Walking out of the wasteland, kicking off the mud from their leather shoes, Lynn headed through the residential area. He headed towards Lord's Square at the front of the town. Lynn arrived at Lord's Square. Because of his order, the 6,000 peasants finished work earlier than the townsmen at various posts. He just wanted to stagger the finishing times to alleviate the dining hall's pressure at mealtime. If all the townsmen finished work at the same time and returned to the town for meals, even with soldiers and guards maintaining order, the dining hall would still be packed tightly. It could even lead to conflicts and unnecessary disputes. With a move, Lynn sat on a bench to rest. A day of continuous digging made his body a bit tired, even for him. The sun gradually set in the west. Under the golden sunlight, numerous teams gathered on the distant limestone road. These were townsmen returning from labor, preparing to return to the town. Lynn looked towards the dining hall, where peasants, having finished their dinner, were walking out. He had dismissed the peasants early, so by the time they finished eating, they had avoided the returning townsmen perfectly. Lynn was somewhat satisfied in his heart. Another issue also appeared in his mind. The red brick houses were not yet completed. These over 6,000 peasants had no shelter from the wind and rain for their rest. The only solution was to keep bonfires burning all night at Lord's Square, to provide them with warmth through the night. On the ground, A layer of straw would be spread to serve as a resting place. This situation would last until the entire red brick house residential area expansion was completed, a month or even 2 months. Each time, replacing and receiving 300 to 500 slaves only required the construction of a little over 100 red brick houses, which was sufficient. Each construction was carried out in batches. This time, 6,200 peasants came to the territory. At least 3,000 red brick houses. Lynn's eyes glanced at Red beside him. After instructing about the peasants' rest issues, he had him arrange for guards to watch over and monitor these peasants 24/7. These slaves had been in his territory for just a day. The loyalty of most of the peasants was on the rise. However, there was also a minority of peasants whose loyalty remained low. These peasants had more or less some whip marks, new and old, on their bodies. The past abuse from the manor lord still lingered in their memories. They had no trust in the manor lord. As long as these low-loyalty peasants were willing to work hard for food and shelter, willing to follow his directions to the assigned positions, as long as they did nothing to endanger the territory's development or the townsmen's personal safety, it didn't matter if they didn't offer their loyalty. He believed such peasants were the minority, with the territory's offerings. He didn't believe these peasants wouldn't find the beauty in life. They just needed more time to adapt and accept. As the sky gradually darkened, Lynn stepped towards the castle. Returning to the castle, Kesey had already prepared dinner and was waiting. "Master, dinner is ready. You can dine now." Lynn nodded and walked to the dining table. As Red pulled the main seat out from the table, he sat down without hesitation. With Kesey attending to him, he ate his dinner while listening to her report on the territory's development, enveloping the entire Karidi Empire within. A vast city spanning 3 hills was surrounded by towering thick walls. The walls snaked around like a mighty dragon. The heart of the Karidi Empire, Royal City, Triumph City. It proudly stood on the east bank of the Seine River, overlooking the entire Seine River and Iron Anchor Bay. Even under the night sky, its grand scale and thriving prosperity could still be felt. It showcased an unparalleled regal aura. 6 massive gates were set on the city walls. The 6 gates guarded the city's main thoroughfares. On the city walls, battlements stood tall, with iron gates suspended, always vigilant against external threats. In the city, streets crisscrossed, extending like blood vessels to every corner of the city. On Steel Street, the clanging of the blacksmith's hammer could be heard, as fine weapons and luxurious ornaments were born here. The aroma of bread filled the air on Flower Street, enticing the hungry stomachs of passers-by. On Silk Street, the chirping of orioles and the dance of swallows, the luxurious brothels and shops displayed an extravagant and intoxicating lifestyle. There were palatial residences in the upper district, gardens blooming with myriad flowers, where nobles in elegant attire laughed and conversed at banquets. There was also the crowded chaos of the civilian district. Ships from various places came and went like shuttles, laden with rare treasures, fragrant spices, fine wines, silk, and furs. Though it was nighttime, the sound of bargaining in the market did not diminish at all. This was Triumph City, the center of power, the symbol of prosperity. In a castle built from white rock and fortified with steel fortifications. In the domed reception hall, in the center of the hall, on the dining table, pure gold candlesticks were placed. The candlelight swayed gently in the breeze, illuminating the white tablecloth covered with delicacies. The roast lamb was golden and crispy on the outside, emitting a tempting aroma. The rich foie gras was served on an intricately carved silver platter, surrounded by a circle of exquisite fruit arrangements. The goblets were filled with deep red wine, its rich fruity aroma wafting through the air. The musicians sat neatly in a row in the corner, playing melodies, adding an elegant atmosphere to this banquet. A middle-aged man, dressed in a luxurious robe, with gold silk embroidered edges glistening in the candlelight, and sparkling jewels inlaid at the collar, sat stably. The warm candlelight shone on the faces of 8 or 9 people sitting at the dining table. Their expressions were varied, seemingly contemplative, worried, expectant, arrogant, cunning, excited. But none dared to speak before the middle-aged man took the lead. They merely sat silently in their seats. The middle-aged man raised his glass, his gaze sweeping over the 8 or 9 people. He revealed a sunny smile, his voice clear as he said, "Mitchell thanks you all for coming. With your presence, I feel greatly encouraged and reassured." The 8 or 9 people quickly raised their goblets, gesturing from afar. "Your Highness, you are too kind." "Indeed, Your Highness. I have always been here, and the Griffin clan has always been here. As long as you give the order, Your Highness, the entire Rivers clan soldiers will follow your command. Your Highness, you are the true heir of the Kaldi Empire." Mitchell Carolyn solemnly nodded and downed his goblet of wine in one go as a gesture of thanks. The noble lords didn't hesitate and also downed their wine in one go. Under Mitchell's gesture, they sat upright on the soft leather chairs. Mitchell set down his goblet, speaking with gratitude. "I know that you all have always supported me, just as you supported my father, Charlemagne VI, before me. For this, I extend my heartfelt thanks. Thanks to those who consistently support the royal family and tirelessly strive for the empire's prosperity and stability." The 8 or 9 people did not dare to speak. Mitchell raised a goblet filled by a maid, stepping down from the main seat. He walked slowly behind each noble lord. Finally, he stopped beside a tall, lean man with short hair. The eyes of everyone at the table turned, focusing on the short-haired man. In those gazes, there was fear, admiration, and also flattery. Like Duke Heiyao, one of the 3 great dukes of the empire. During the turmoil at the empire's borders faced with the cavalry of the Elfini Empire, he unhesitatingly led the family's cavalry to the front line, fighting bloodily, quashing unrest, protecting the peace of the empire's citizens, and guarding the integrity of the land. Duke Heiyao stood up. The lean figure contrasted sharply with the sturdy frame of Mitchell. Duke Heiyao had no words, merely raised his goblet and lightly clinked it with Mitchell's. The sound was crisp and pleasant. Duke Heiyao drank his goblet of wine in one go and sat back down. To the eyes of the crowd, he directly chose to ignore them. That feeling, as if among those present, apart from Mitchell, he had no fear. Mitchell didn't mind at all. He laughed breezily. "The Grand Duke is still as my little nephew remembers, reticent, decisive." He continued to walk, reaching the side of a plump middle-aged man. The gazes of the crowd turned, looking over as well. Like the great merchant from the entire Garonia continent, known as Li Nu Xiangying, Clint Dickinson. Looking at Mitchell standing in front of him, Clint Dickinson grinned, revealing an odd, mouse-tooth-like smile. Mitchell continued. "Thanks to the Dickinson clan's generous financial support and aid in trade development, the entire empire has become more prosperous." The 2 lightly clinked their goblets. Mitchell raised his goblet, taking a small sip, to moisten his somewhat dry throat. He continued to walk, still speaking as he went. Also, the youngest marquis in the history of the Kaldi Empire, Marquis Mark Duca. The eyes of the crowd turned to the young man seated in the middle right of the table. In those eyes, there was amusement, mockery, and mostly disdain. Mark Duca naturally gathered all those strange looks into his eyes. His expression unchanged, he slowly stood from his seat. He raised his goblet on the table, waiting for Mitchell Carolyn, His Highness, to come to him. Mitchell smiled slightly, continuing to speak. "Though he is very young, youth is capital. Since assuming his title a short time ago, he has already made a mark in the military. If given more time, Marquis Mark will surely become the backbone of our empire." Mark Duca slightly raised his chin, both hands holding the goblet, lightly clinking it with Mitchell's. He downed the goblet of wine in one go. Mitchell nodded in satisfaction, also taking a small sip. After patting Mark on the shoulder, he continued to walk. Until 10 minutes later, Mitchell had introduced everyone seated at the table. He returned to the main seat. Mitchell's gaze swept over those present, whose expressions were still varied. His tone shifted. "However, it is regrettable that, as we work together for the development of the Kaldi Empire, sacrificing lives and shedding blood, there are those with ulterior motives, thinking only of their own interests, seeking to usurp the throne." Mitchell's right hand clenched into a fist, slamming heavily onto the table in front of him. A low and boundless voice filled with anger emanated from his mouth. "I, Mitchell Carolyn, am the eldest son of the Carolingian royal family of the Caridi Empire, the future emperor of the Caridi Empire." Mitchell opened his mouth, taking a deep breath of air, trying to ease the rage in his heart. Mitchell spoke. Some people, taking advantage of my father Charlemagne VI's critical illness, have applied various means to support my younger brother, Caesar. The motives of these people are simple: to use their military power and economic strength to push Caesar onto the throne. They wish to become the puppet masters of the emperor of the empire. They want to legitimately control the entire Caridi Empire. Their wolf's ambitions are hard to bear. At that time, the nation will be a nation no more, and the people will be in turmoil. Those seated around the dining table, lord nobility, and merchants, their expressions darkened. Mitchell's tone shifted, continuing his speech. Therefore, as the eldest son of the royal family, as the future emperor of the empire, I, Mitchell, have gathered you all to unify all available forces and eliminate treachery. The brows of those present raised, looking toward Mitchell. The banquet concluded. On the balcony on the third floor, Mitchell's long hair and the robe on his body swayed continuously under the night breeze. His vibrant gaze steadfastly focused below. One figure after another boarded the luxurious carriages in the castle courtyard. Driven by coachmen, escorted by guards, they traveled over the cobblestone driveway, departing the castle. Finally, vanishing into the night, a series of unhurried footsteps sounded behind him, approaching from far to near. Stopping 3 or 4 meters behind him, a respectful and inquisitive voice sounded. Upon hearing this voice, Mitchell turned around to look. The young man stood slightly bent, wearing an evening dress, and on the chest was an emblem where a great sword and shield intersected. Mitchell pondered for a moment. Marquis Mark, do you know why I kept you back alone? Mark Ducas straightened slightly, shaking his head in confusion. Your Highness, Mark does not know. Mitchell wasn't surprised, he questioned. Those grotesque expressions at the banquet, I suppose you saw them. Mark furrowed his brow, hesitated to speak, ultimately choosing silence. Bear in mind that just minutes ago, everyone at the dining table, including him, had sworn allegiance to Mitchell Carolyn. But now Mitchell spoke such words? Mitchell continued. Mark, speak freely. It's just us two here. Upon hearing this, Mark hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded. Your Highness, as you said, I did see them. Mitchell responded. Indeed, because of your youth, they chose to underestimate and disdain you. Simply because you inherited the marquisate. Simply because you haven't established accomplishments. Simply because you are too young. Mark fell silent again. Mitchell continued. Marquis Mark, I can tell you clearly, if you don't do something, you will never change their attitude towards you. Just as in the past, how did being dubbed as the spear of the empire help me? As the emperor's eldest son, it is only natural for me to inherit the throne. But they dare to support Caesar as the emperor of the Caridi Empire. How can my ability be compared to Caesar, who indulges in idle luxury and women? But Emperor Charlemagne VI turns a blind eye. Mitchell's tone grew intense and fervent. Even if it means spreading the flames of war across the entire empire, let there be a conclusive outcome. To prove who is the true emperor of the empire, who is truly destined by fate. Listening to Mitchell's passionate words, Mark bowed his body, respectfully inquiring, Your Highness, what do you require of me? Mitchell stared directly at Mark, his voice resounding firmly. Marquis Mark, I need you to rally the Ducas clan and all forces from your territory and set up camp at Windmill Ridge Canyon. Await my next instruction. Mark's face showed resolve, immediately replying, Yes, Your Highness. Upon hearing Mark's affirmative response, Mitchell's face lit up with a smile, full of relief. Indeed, the Ducas clan is forever the great sword and shield of the Carolingian royal family, both offensive and defensive. Once successful, I, Mitchell, will not forget the support of the Ducas clan. Retreat and take rest. Mark bowed, bid farewell, and retreated. Walking along the corridor illuminated by oil lamps, his mind quickly contemplated. Windmill Ridge Canyon is not near Triumph City. Rather, it's on the road from the Duchy of the Red Dragon leading to Triumph City. Although Windmill Ridge Canyon isn't the only path, but to launch forces from the Duchy of the Red Dragon towards Triumph City for battle. Choosing to pass through Windmill Ridge Canyon is the most time-efficient way. Mitchell wants him to gather all the forces in the entire marquisate and camp at Windmill Ridge Canyon. Mitchell wants the Dukas clan to directly resist the Red Dragon Cavalry Corps of the Duke of Red Dragon. The sword and shield army soldiers of the Dukas clan have always been known as infantry. Advance for attack, retreat for defense. However, even though they occupy Windmill Ridge Canyon and have certain terrain advantages, cavalry cannot charge on a large scale. The Red Dragon Riders, as heavy cavalry, are far beyond what they can resist. Sending him to station in Windmill Ridge Canyon is akin to sending him to his death, even if it isn't a death sentence. The Dukas clan will face a sudden reduction in military strength and severe damage. Moreover, they may possibly face irrevocable ruin. Ultimately, they face reckoning from the new emperor of the empire. If it were someone else, called upon by Mitchell to stay behind alone and hear such earnest words, they would undoubtedly lead their soldiers without hesitation to immediately head to Windmill Ridge Canyon for a desperate defense. But he is not anyone else. He is Mark Dukas. Mark couldn't help but let out a cold snort in his heart. What a Mitchell Carolyn. What a spear of the empire. They actually want to make the Dukas clan the first victim of the Imperial authority struggle. While Mark was pondering in his mind, he had already walked out of the castle and into the courtyard, just prepared to sit on the four-horse carriage of the Dukas clan. A young and slender figure, led by several maids, walked by about 10 meters ahead of him. Dressed in an intricate satin long dress with a sweeping skirt adorned with sparkling gems and delicate lace. Wearing a pearl crown, her hair cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall, she walked gracefully, her posture enchanting. The young woman seemed to have sensed Mark's gaze. She slightly raised her head, straightened her slender neck, and looked over. Mark could clearly see the delicate face of the young woman with a smile appearing. The young woman walked past the 10 meters of corridor in just a few seconds. Passed in the blink of an eye. He had already seen the young woman at the coming-of-age ceremony before. It was Mitchell's only daughter. Mark gave up the action of getting on the carriage and instead took a few steps forward. Arrived at the corner of the corridor. His gaze turned, looking over. At the end of the corridor, Una Carolyn's back got further away, until Una's silhouette disappeared. Only then did Mark withdraw his gaze. Walked back to the carriage and stepped up. He urged the guards and horsemen, saying, "Return to Bordeaux City." In the response from the guards and horsemen, after the horses neighed from their mouths, they stepped forward, pulling the carriage towards the castle's exit. On the open-air balcony above, Mitchell took in the scene in the courtyard completely. His eyes carried a playful glint. Desire is a good thing. It can drive a person to persist unwaveringly forward, even if the road is rugged and hard to traverse, even if falling breaks one's bones. For 3 consecutive days, Lynn spent his time on excavating the foundation in the red brick house residential area. While digging the foundation, working hard on the experience for construction skills. However, compared to chopping for collection skills, digging is more arduous. Despite having a large amount of iron ore in the territory, which can be used to make various iron tools, iron hoe, iron shovel, cross pickaxe, and so on. But except for some loose soil on the surface, below is solid clumps of soil and stone. Almost every stroke of the pickaxe, definitely sparks fly, brought back more than 6,000 laborers. Otherwise, constructing 3,000 red brick houses would be indefinitely far off. After digging all morning, Lynn rested on a long bench after lunch. A few meters in front of him, Gasper was standing, reporting intelligence about Morgantown. "Master, yesterday Janet has already announced that Frank Manor will be the owner of Morgantown. New laws will be implemented in Morgantown. Commercial trade, agricultural production, and public security management will all be managed by Frank Manor." Lynn nodded, waiting for Gasper to continue. Furthermore, Janet candidly stated, "No free people from Morgantown and nearby are allowed to leave, nor enter into any labor contracts with other lords. Otherwise, they will face severe punishment from Frank Manor." As the spy team leader lurking in Morgantown, Gasper naturally knows that Merchant Boar is helping Master Lynn purchase and transport various goods. Recently, he has also started helping Master Lynn recruit free people in Morgantown. Lynn responded and asked, "Is there anything else to report?" Gasper seriously reflected for a few seconds. "Master, that's all for now," Lynn said. "Well done. Go take a rest." Gasper bowed and withdrew. Watching Gasper gradually fade away, Lynn's expression remained calm. With the 3 great estates extinguished, only Frank Manor remains. With Janet holding Morgantown in her hands, it is reasonable. He naturally wouldn't have any surprises, even including Janet enforcing new laws in Morgantown. He waved his hand, taking all the slaves from the 3 great estates. This made Janet aware of the impending crisis. Even if she controls the farmland of the 3 great estates, without enough labor, she still cannot conduct productive labor activities. Only by firmly controlling the thousands of people in Morgantown can we cope with the summer harvest and planting in July and August. Leaning back on the bench, resting for a short while, he stood up and walked towards the vast open field in the distance again. After 3 days of clearing, at least 1,500 acres of open land had already emerged. Considering 30 square per house, taking into account ventilation, lighting, the streets between houses, and various public facilities, the 1,500 acres of land is fully enough to build 3,000 red brick houses. Furthermore, according to the traces of lime powder spread by Clive, one after another, the foundations of red brick houses have already been excavated, and teams of peasants have begun using lime mortar to level the ground. In the fastest progressing areas, teams of peasants are already holding plastering knives and starting to build walls. Lynn strode in and directly joined the work, with the left hand pulling bricks and the right hand holding a knife, skillfully stacking one red brick after another. Construction experience, +1. Construction experience, +1. Construction experience, +1. In Lynn's continuous busy work, his construction skill experience was rapidly increasing. With a thought, he opened the Heavenly Artifacts panel. Construction, Level 2, 388/500, plus. The distance to reaching Level 3 was not far. Closing the panel, Lynn devoted himself entirely to constructing the walls. In the blink of an eye, it reached evening. Once Lynn announced that everyone could stop work, he walked out from the red brick house construction site, walking on the lime road, mingling with the crowd of peasants. Lynn's gaze swept over the figures beside him. Compared to when they came, now their faces carried a noticeable smile. That feeling of being fed and not needing to worry about their lives being threatened. He glanced at the peasants' panel. Their loyalty value had already risen to over 50%. Lynn felt slightly satisfied. As long as he provided them with enough food, as long as he let them be full of hope and imagination for the future life, they would offer their loyalty without hesitation, because they were merely the most bottom-tiered peasants. This was already the greatest dream they could imagine. While Lynn was observing, everyone had already returned to the Lord's Square. Lynn stepped out from the crowd, watching as they entered the cafeteria, beginning to enjoy their dinner, starting to enjoy their leisure life after work. Lynn sat once again on the bench, observing the lives of these peasants and townsmen. A sound of footsteps approached from a distance. Lynn turned his head to look. It was Jose from the bow and arrow workshop. Coming before Lynn, Jose bowed slightly, his words full of respect. "Master." Lynn responded, "Is there anything, Foreman Jose?" Jose quickly replied, "Master, according to the design drawing you provided, I have already made the first Juga crossbow. Do you need me to bring it over for you to test it out?" Lynn's eyebrows raised, looking at Jose in surprise. It's only been 5 or 6 days since he personally demonstrated for Jose and the apprentices in the bow and arrow workshop. Jose was already able to produce a Juga crossbow based on the drawings he sketched, without even consulting him for anything. Jose has a special talent in the production of crossbows. Assigning him to lead the bow and arrow workshop was quite a good decision. Lynn nodded. "No need, Foreman Jose. The subsequent production and testing of the Juga crossbow will be your responsibility. However, there's something I need to tell you in advance. These crossbows are meant for war, either for defending the city walls or for external battles. If due to production negligence or unqualified manufacturing, it causes a missed opportunity in battle." Jose quickly responded, "If there's any unqualified production, the entire bow and arrow workshop staff are at your disposal, Master." Lynn responded, "That would be the best. Foreman Jose, report on the future production plan." Jose's tone relaxed, explaining, "Master, currently I'm the only one in the bow and arrow workshop who can produce crossbows. If we want the workshop to start large-scale production, it may take some more time. I need to train and educate the apprentices, and also. Lynn looked at Jose and took over his words. Moreover, the bow and arrow workshop's labor force is limited, making large-scale production difficult. Upon hearing this, Jose's eyes widened. He said with some surprise, "That's right, Master, just as you said. Currently, there are only 100 people in the bow and arrow workshop. These 100 people not only have to produce longbows and forge arrowheads. If they also have to make crossbows, there's too little labor force." Lynn nodded. "I understand. After this batch of red brick houses is completed, I will dispatch some labor to your workshop for you to teach and manage." Jose felt relieved in his heart. "Thank you, Master Lynn." After dismissing Jose, Lynn's mind pondered the future development plan for the bow and arrow workshop. Juga crossbows definitely need to be produced on a large scale. This is beyond doubt, especially after the last military assistance outside. He deeply felt the importance of long-range attack weapons. If, during the last expedition, the bow and arrow workshop had already produced a large number of crossbows, there certainly wouldn't have been 15 soldiers wounded. As long as remote firepower is sufficient, it is entirely possible to conclude the battle quickly before the heavy cavalry or infantry engage in close combat with the enemy. But to produce Juga crossbows on a large scale, the size of the bow and arrow workshop must be expanded. A single bow and arrow workshop is certainly insufficient. It can be expanded to the size of 4 workshops, forming a production line in the workshop. Those responsible for raw materials will handle the raw materials specifically. Those responsible for wood processing will handle the wood processing specifically. Similarly, those making crossbow arms and crossbows will specifically make crossbow arms and crossbows. All processes will be distinguished and assigned to each apprentice. Apart from expanding the bow and arrow workshop, sufficient labor must be dispatched to it. This time around, we brought back 6,000 peasants. Once they complete the construction of the red brick houses, we can assign their roles and dispatch them to different industries. Lynn is also pondering in his mind which industries in the territory require additional labor. Firstly, the most labor-intensive industry is naturally the farmland. The over 100,000 acres of farmland are vast, and they are planted with various different crops, relying on Gavin and Wilbur, who lead hundreds of farmers in tending them. They almost have to be involved day and night on the farmland. More farmers must be invested. His rough plan is to invest another 500 farmers to work alongside the existing 500 to tend the crops in the farmland. 1,000 farmers, even if tasked with digging canals for irrigation, mean the labor force is barely sufficient. Secondly, Colin's woodworker workshop and shipyard. Large fortification instruments in the woodworker workshop are still ongoing. But because the shipyard needs to produce more small ships, using water power to speed up the transport of iron or from upstream, they had to draw half the personnel from the woodworker workshop and transfer them to the shipyard. Once the red brick houses are complete, more labor can be supplemented for the woodworker workshop and shipyard to accelerate the production schedule of fortification instruments and ships. Finally, expansion of the army. Lynn's original idea was to expand the armed soldiers in the territory to 3,000 in one go. 3,000 well-trained, fully armed soldiers, relying on the city walls in Wang City, as well as various large fortification instruments on the city walls. If the enemy wants to break through the city walls and enter the territory, they would need at least several times the number of his regular armed soldiers. The enemy can forget about stepping past the city walls. After forming an initial plan in his mind on how to use this group of peasants, Lynn got up from the bench and returned in the direction of the castle. As it gradually darkened, the daytime passed in an instant. After dinner, Lynn sat on a wooden chair on the second-floor balcony. His gaze was cast towards the distant sunset, the golden rays sprinkling over the entire town and the town's farmland, as if covering everything in a bright layer of gold. Nearby, in Lord's Square, children were crouched on the ground, playing and chasing each other. A little farther, small groups walked along the lime road, passed by carriages, strolling, chatting. In the distance, at the dock, boatmen were furling the sails on the Noel ships. Standing beside him, Kisi picked up the golden gin bottle on the tea table. After pouring Lynn a cup of gin, she gently handed it over. Lynn glanced at it, reached out to take it, and took a sip. The warm and comfortable sensation instantly spread throughout his body. So, Lynn drank it in one gulp, allowing the warmth to spread faster and more intensely. Putting down the wine glass, Lynn thought of something and spoke to Kesey. How many women on the territory are currently pregnant? Hearing this, Kesey's eyes turned slightly as she wanted to speak. But she worried about inaccuracies. Her hand moved, pulling out a small leather-covered booklet and began flipping through it. After flipping through for a moment, Kesey raised an eyebrow and explained, "Master, there are currently a total of 220 who have registered with me. 15 of them are nearing childbirth, including Lex's wife. Over 200 women is not too many. Even if these more than 200 women refrain from working temporarily, the territory's current and future farmland won't be too affected." Lex's wife nearing her delivery date didn't come as a surprise to him. Lynn's gaze shifted and landed on Kesey's hands. Kesey immediately sensed Lynn's gaze and quickly put the small booklet away. Kesey found Lynn's gaze wasn't moving away. She immediately showed a bitter expression, unwillingly handing the booklet from behind her over. After a year of interaction, Kesey had long understood Lynn's character. Even if he didn't speak, she knew what Lynn was thinking. Lynn satisfactorily extended his right hand to receive it, opened the booklet, and began to scan through it. Within the booklet, there were pieces of paper trimmed and cut. On the paper, there were various scribbles of words or symbols. Lynn even saw some simple sketches of animals. Although somewhat chaotic, he could still discern what was written. Recorded above are the daily events occurring in the territory. Some tasks for Kesey to carry out and the content to report to him. As Lynn flipped through the pages, Kesey's face was filled with embarrassment. She stuttered a bit in her explanation. "Master, there's really nothing much to see inside. Just some records of the daily development progress of the territory." After flipping through it for a while, Lynn handed the leather booklet back to Kesey. Kesey quickly extended her hand to take it and put it away. Lynn looked directly at Kesey and praised, "You did very well. The scale of the small town is becoming grander and the industries are increasing. Kesey has the well-organized talent, but there are so many things that require her to follow up on. It's simply impossible to remember all the things." Now, although Kesey is the steward of the entire territory, she has always just been an ordinary free person. Without receiving any education, naturally, she doesn't know how to read, write, and record. Thus, there are all kinds of strange patterns and symbols on the booklet. Kesey is putting in self-driven effort to better manage the affairs of the entire territory. Hearing Lynn's praise, Kesey hesitated slightly. An inexplicable warmth surfaced in Kesey's heart. Her effort was finally recognized by Lynn. Holding back the stirring in her eyes, Kesey joyfully said, "Master, this is part of my duty." Lynn nodded, picked up the glazed cup on the coffee table next to him, and drank it all in one gulp. He looked at Kesey again. "Prepare hot water. I need a bath and a massage." Kesey bent slightly and answered, "Yes, master." Kesey withdrew respectfully. Only Lynn remained seated on the chair and Red standing not far beside him. Lynn's gaze turned to the distance where the night had already fallen. Time goes on day by day. Under Lynn's persistent construction with a group of peasants, red brick houses rose from the ground one after another. Although it will take more time to move all the peasants into them, hundreds of red brick houses have been built. Once corresponding wooden beds, doors, and windows are made, some peasants can move in after registering. As Lynn was constructing the red brick houses, Early approached Lynn with a middle-aged man. Red glanced at the two, and Early was the first to speak. "Guard Captain Red, I have something important to report to Master Lynn." Red nodded. "Wait a moment." With that, Red walked towards Lynn, who was laying the beams of a red brick house. After Red reported, Lynn looked at Early and the other man not far away. "Let them come over." Red acknowledged and brought Early and the other man over to Lynn. Early was just about to introduce. Lynn's eyes turned to the middle-aged man beside him. "Captain Carlo Barrett, I suppose. You haven't returned for a long time. I thought the spies I sent out had forgotten about their lord and their families." Early, with his mouth slightly open, quickly chose to close it and stood quietly to the side. Feeling Lynn's gaze and his elusive tone, Carlo's body stiffened, and he spoke with a tone full of seriousness. "Lord, neither Carlo nor the spies sent out have ever betrayed. If there is betrayal, You may dispose of our families at will, Lord. Early next to him felt a chill in his heart upon hearing this. But soon he understood, because whether it was him, Lynn, or the spies sent out, they all knew their families were on this piece of land. If betrayal occurs, their families would surely be implicated. But they also knew, as long as they gathered intelligence for the Lord and sent it back to the territory, their Lord would never mistreat their families. Lynn acknowledged, "Very well, Captain Carlo. Now, tell me, what intelligence have you brought back on this return to the territory?" Seeing Lynn no longer inquiring about why he hadn't returned for so long, Carlo felt slightly relieved and quickly began to report. "Master, a few days ago, Mitchell Carolyn hosted a banquet for several noble lords of the Empire. Among them was the great merchant whom my spy infiltrated, raccoon slave Fragrance Shadow Clint Dickinson." Lynn remained silent, listening to Carlo's report. Red and Early also remained silent. Carlo continued, "It wasn't just Clint Dickinson. There was also Duke Hayao, Marquis Duca, Marquis Fisher, among the 3 great dukes." He listed the identities and names of 9 people, but one name was notably absent. Lynn couldn't help but ask, "No Duke Sangyu?" Carlo didn't hesitate at all and firmly replied, "Yes, master. My spy was a coachman helping Clint Dickinson drive his carriage. Aside from the event where Clint Dickinson entered the castle for the banquet, he was followed the entire time. In the courtyard where the carriage was parked, there was also no sign of Duke Sangyu's carriage and guards." Lynn nodded, asking, "Besides that, is there any other intelligence?" Carlo continued, "My spy noticed that at the end of the banquet, all the noble lords left the castle by carriage. Only the Dukas clan's carriage remained parked in the courtyard." Lynn continued listening. "After leaving, my spy took Clint Dickinson out of the castle and returned to his residence. As for what happened in Mitchell's castle afterward, I am not aware for the time being." At this point, Carlo's tone shifted. "But just yesterday, Marquis Duca gathered all the soldiers of the Sword and Shield Corps. Not only the Sword and Shield Corps, but also the many vassals conferred by the Dukas clan have also started taking action. According to the intelligence and information I have obtained, they were all summoned by Marquis Duca and are marching toward Bordeaux City." Lynn frowned slightly, pondering in his mind. At a time when the situation in the Caridi Empire is tense, Mitchell invited a group of lord nobility and great merchants. It is obvious that he is rallying support from the forces around him. At the end of the banquet, Mark Dukas was left alone. A few days later, Mark Dukas started military actions. Even anyone would associate the intelligence obtained with Mitchell having a close relationship. Similarly, before anyone else began military operations, only the Dukas clan started moving. Thus, the Dukas clan will certainly become the target of public criticism. None of this has anything to do with him. Whether it's Bordeaux City or Triumph City, it's really too far from his territory. Even if an Imperial authority war breaks out in full force, the flames of war might not spread to his territory. That is precisely what he most desires. Take advantage of the Imperial authority war to develop the territory recklessly, expand the army, and forge a steel torrent. Then, with a body of steel, smash all enemies with one punch. After listening to Carlo's report, Lynn nodded and said, "Captain Carlo, I know being part of the intelligence personnel is not easy. You have to hide your identity while ensuring safety and gathering intelligence. Even the sight of a passerby would make you nervous, living in constant fear and unease every day. But what I need to tell you is, if you can timely bring back the intelligence information you've gathered to the territory, it can not only save your family, but also save this land from disaster." Carlo stood up straight, with a solemn face, and answered in a deep voice, "Yes, Lord, I understand." Lynn nodded. "Dismissed. Go see your family. It's been a long time since you've seen them. Before heading back to Triumph City, find Kisi and take out 20 gold pounds. 10 gold pounds are as a reward for you. Another 10 gold pounds are for intelligence gathering expenses. Tell Kisi, just say it's my order." Upon hearing this, Carlo's body slightly trembled. Filled with gratitude in his words, he said, "Yes, Lord." After sending off Earl and Carlo, Lynn continued to devote himself to the wall construction of the red brick house. While laying bricks, his mind was also pondering if there was a better way to transmit intelligence. He could dispatch many spies to various places to gather intelligence. For example, the distant Triumph City, Bordeaux City, and the nearer Carcassonne City, Morgantown. However, no matter where, they are restricted by distance. Even the spy Gasper lurking in Morgantown, after gathering intelligence, has to rush several hours at a fast gallop to return to the territory. On the way back, there will also be various difficulties, such as the complex terrain obstruction through the mountains and forests, such as harsh weather interference of winter snow and ice. They are also prone to enemy interception, differences in the physical condition of horses, and the abilities of people. Relying on horses for intelligence transmission is too limiting. He must find a way to establish a comprehensive intelligence center to receive intelligence information from the entire Caridi Empire, even all parts of the Garonia continent. First to consider is the location of the intelligence center. The best position is naturally in the Caridi Imperial City, Triumph City. However, Triumph City is too far from his territory. The intelligence collected and then diverted back to his territory is too troublesome. Secondly, a location near a transportation hub. Lynn instantly thought of a place. Located at Seine Riverside in Carcassonne City, the Riverside Rest Tavern at Fisherman's Wharf. Fisherman's Wharf gathers merchants, sailors, crew, etc. from different regions here. And the tavern is a place for travelers to relax or meet and communicate. In the process of drinking and chatting, these people will inadvertently reveal all kinds of intelligence information. Political situation in each region, military dynamics, business trends, navigation information, etc. They can be a source of information for the intelligence center. For intelligence personnel, being close to the wharf facilitates them to embark quickly or return from various places. Convenient for the intelligence network to contact and convey information. The mixed and varied personnel of the docks and taverns just as well can serve as a cover for their identities. Lynn also understands. Establishing an intelligence center is not so easy. Finding locations is possible anywhere, but establishing the related personnel system is extremely difficult. Different identities of personnel need to be recruited as intelligence collectors. For example, merchants, the clergy of the church, traveling poets, etc. Merchants can collect a lot of economic and business intelligence during trade activities, and even some widely connected merchants have interactions with lords or great lords. They can grasp more intelligence information. The clergy of the church can obtain religious and social intelligence from the churches in various cities. And traveling poets can gather intelligence information through performances in the castles of the nobility. These personnel can be recruited as long as there are enough gold pounds. But similarly, their loyalty is extremely limited. Often just give them more gold pounds, or facing life threats. They would choose betrayal without hesitation. Secondly, to form a special forces team. Train specialized spies and scouts within the territory. Through training, make them possess excellent observation ability, adaptability, disguise skills, etc. Let them be responsible for infiltrating enemy encampments to gather the needed core intelligence. The downside is the training cycle is too long, and special training personnel are needed to conduct special training for soldiers. Also is the means of intelligence conveying after collecting intelligence. The first thing Lynn thought of was pigeons. Establish a pigeon breeding and training base in the territory. Raise a large number of pigeons, used for short-distance rapid communication. Equipped with professional messengers adept at horse riding. Have them ride fast horses responsible for long-distance, important intelligence transmission. Both near and far, the two complement each other. However, to establish a pigeon base, there is also significant resistance. No professional trained pigeon handlers. Establishing an intelligence center is very difficult. When there is a complete lack of related production on the territory itself, it is even more challenging. He must put establishing an intelligence center on the agenda. He needs the intelligence center as his ears and eyes to know what is happening and will happen outside the territory. The first thing he has to do is wait for Hunter, the Riverside Rest Tavern owner, who has come to the territory. Have a discussion with him. Lynn continued building the red brick houses. It wasn't until evening that he put down his tools and left the construction site. The construction of 3,000 red brick houses still required some time. A portion of the peasants could already be arranged to move into the completed red brick houses. Lynn estimated roughly in his mind. There was at most half a month left. This red brick residential area would be completed. Passing through the existing residential area, Lynn arrived at Lord Square. He observed the daily lives of the townspeople for a while and was about to return to the castle. A line of carriages was driving along the limestone road, slowly making its way toward Lord Square. Perhaps because they were fully loaded, the townspeople who had finished their work gave way to the carriage convoy. The carriages continued moving slowly but steadily. Lynn was not in a hurry. He sat quietly on a wooden bench, waiting for the carriages to arrive. The carriage convoy emerged from the crowd. With the driver pulling the reins, the horses neighed and stopped at an open space in Lord Square. Boar dismounted from his horse. He strode toward Lynn with large steps. Reaching Lynn, Boar, dressed in fine clothes, performed a standard merchant's courtesy. He smiled slightly, respectfully greeting, "Master Lynn." Lynn smiled. "Indeed, Mr. Boar, you are my most loyal business partner." Since the winter snow melted, Boar had come to his territory no less than 5 times. He also understood that Boar aimed to earn significant profits from the fine salt trade. But every time Boar came, he brought a large quantity of grain. He needed grain, and Boar needed fine salt. They each got what they needed, leading to cooperation and trade. Boar also smiled. "Master Lynn, you overpraise me. I'm just an ordinary merchant. Whatever you need, I will strive to procure it." Lynn pondered for a moment. Boar continued, "Master Lynn, this time, I have also brought you a large amount of grain. 40,000 pounds of barley, 10,000 pounds of wheat, and 6,000 pounds of meat, and 4,000 pounds of vegetables. However, Master Lynn, the prices of these grains and meat have become somewhat expensive. The market price of barley has risen to 2 pounds per penny, and wheat is even 1 pound for 2 pence. Meat and vegetables have also doubled in price." Lynn, upon hearing this, opened the market and prices panel in his mind. Not only Morgantown and Kasong City, but the prices of grain and meat have also risen. The nearby Wind Hill, distant Bordeaux City, even Triumph City, the entire Caridi Empire's prices are showing an upward trend because of the power struggle between Mitchell and Caesar gradually escalating into a royal war. Many have sensed something is amiss. They began stockpiling large amounts of grain. Once the war breaks out and the flames of war spread, many areas are bound to be unable to plant crops. Then, the entire Caridi Empire will face a food shortage, causing demand to outstrip supply. Lynn nodded and said, "Mr. Boar, price is not an issue. I still say the same thing. As long as you can buy large quantities of grain from the market and transport it to my territory. No matter how high the market price, I can exchange it for the corresponding fine salt for you." Despite previously raiding the 3 great estates and seizing a total of 3 million pounds of grain, meat, and vegetables, it seemed a massive amount. These grains are needed to feed 15,000 people in the territory, along with a large number of poultry and livestock, before the barley planted in this territory is harvested. He still needed to continuously purchase a large amount of grain from outside the territory to ensure the daily food consumption of the townspeople. Boar bowed slightly, respectfully saying, "Thank you, Master Lynn." "Oh, Master Lynn, there's something I need to report to you." Lynn looked at Boar, waiting for his narration. Boar said, "Perhaps you already know, Lady Janet has taken control of all of Morgantown. Without her permission, no free people are allowed to go to other territories. In other words, the free people in Morgantown can only be employed at Frank Manor. I can no longer hire or lead free people to your territory." Lynn pondered for a moment, opened his mouth, and said, "I am already aware of this issue." Boar nodded, hesitating a bit. "Master Lynn, I do not know your relationship with Lady Janet, but I dare say Lady Janet's actions are targeted against you. Free people without a contract have the right to work in their preferred lord's territory under the appropriate labor contract. Not only that, Master Lynn, Janet is recruiting soldiers extensively. Anyone willing to join Frank Manor as a soldier can receive a daily salary of 3 pence. As far as I know, she has already recruited over 100 people. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Boar. I will take precautions." Hearing Lynn's genuine words, Boar felt somewhat surprised. He had assumed that saying such words would inevitably incur Master Lynn's wrath and reprimand. It must be known that it was Master Lynn who provided military aid to Frank Manor. This is what allowed Frank Manor to escape unscathed from the united attack of the three great estates. Master Lynn very likely reached an alliance with Janet. Yet unexpectedly, he received Master Lynn's response filled with gratitude. Or thought for a moment, is this the charm of Master Lynn? Lynn's gaze shifted, looking at George in the distance. George understood and stepped forward to conduct a detailed price conversion with Boar. Meanwhile, Lynn continued to sit on the bench, contemplating Boar's words. After Janet took control of Morgantown, she prohibited the free people from going to other lords' territories. Naturally, this referred to his territory. He thought this was quite normal. Manor lords would naturally compete with one another for more labor resources. But what he didn't expect was that Janet would start recruitment and expansion so quickly to prepare for the war of Imperial authority. Or, after receiving his military aid and seeing the heavy cavalry, heavy infantry, and large number of archers, Janet became frightened, fearing that with a swing of the lord's long sword in his hand, all soldiers would charge forward. In an instant, Frank Manor would be obliterated. Or perhaps, after Janet came to his territory and saw the ample labor force, the carts and wagons transporting minerals, she developed a covetous heart, desiring to expand the army and seize his territory. Lynn felt the latter two guesses were more plausible. He was not particularly concerned. The united assault by the soldiers of the three great estates ultimately failed. But the depletion of Frank Manor's military strength must have been substantial. He rode MOing, traversing the battlefield. The corpses lying in pools of blood were not only soldiers from the three great estates. There were also numerous guards of Frank Manor. At least, in the short term, he did not need to worry about Frank Manor. And that manor lord with ambitions higher than the skies, Janet. What he needed to do now was complete the construction of the entire red brick house residential area. Let the 6,200 newly arrived peasants move into the houses, then allocate their jobs, allowing these peasants to live a stable life. Could he consider the next steps? Deploy labor force to meet the labor needs of various major industries in the territory, expanding production scale. Undertake large-scale military expansion. As long as he expanded the soldiers in his territory to 3,000 men, 1,000 soldiers clad in heavy armor, and the horses donned in horse armor as heavy cavalry, 1,000 light cavalry, 500 light infantry, and an additional 500 archers, all soldiers fully equipped. Even if Janet controlled the entire Morgantown, so what? In his territory, the total population reached over 15,000 people. Furthermore, owning 3 major mining resources, 6 iron smelting furnaces, and 6 forging workshops, along with numerous blacksmith apprentices mastering the art of forging, with people, raw materials, and technology at his disposal. No matter how fast the development speed of Frank Manor is, it cannot surpass his. This was his confidence. As long as he had enough population and sufficient time, he could certainly create a mighty iron current that would shock the entire Caridi Empire, and even the whole Garonia continent. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Lynn's gaze shifted, seeing team after team of townsmen already beginning to unload goods from Boar's cart. With George present, many of the follow-up processes in trading and exchange could be entirely handled by him. No need for Lynn to worry too much. After a few observations, he instructed Boar to be careful on the road back. Lynn headed towards the castle. After having dinner and soaking comfortably in the bathtub, Lynn lay on the large bed in the master bedroom and gradually fell asleep. One by one, the red brick houses were constructed under the continuous building efforts of Lynn and the peasants. His construction skill experience likewise grew rapidly, until 5 days later, a text panel appeared before his eyes. Your construction has leveled up to level 3, unlocking hero development. Reward received. Talent duplication book ×1. Seeing the text prompt before him, Lynn raised an eyebrow. Although he still had several talent duplication books he had not yet used, tools that allowed him to replicate and gain someone else's talent with a simple choice. The more, the better, of course. As for the hero development, with a thought, he opened the heavenly artifacts. At the bottom of the interface, there was an icon resembling a helmet. With another thought, he opened the hero development interface. Inside, there were numerous character panels and information. The first was Flint Fire Furnace. possessing the two major talents of metal mastery and flame resistance, along with the two major skills of weapon enchantment and armor enhancement, and possessing level 4 forging ability, leading by a vast margin. The second was Sienna. The third was Wesley Don Quixote. The fourth was Yarbed. He carefully scanned and inspected, then understood. On these character panels, the plus symbol similar to the one on his Heavenly Artifacts panel appeared. He could enhance and strengthen all the people in the territory, enhance their attributes, improve their abilities, and increase their 7 skills of the night level, thus cultivating them into heroes. Cultivating a domestic type hero can offer advice for territory development, assist in management, and accelerate the progress of the territory. Enhance the construction speed of the territory. One can also cultivate military type heroes, assigning them to train soldiers, engage in battle, and boost the combat power of the army, completely able to replace him, leading the soldiers on expeditions. Charge into battle, siege cities and seize territory, expand the lands. To enhance their strength, it also requires consuming his energy stones. Glancing at the interface, possessing over 5,000 energy stones now, he temporarily chose to give up, at least until his attributes are fully maximized. He won't waste energy stones on others. He is the core of this territory, because only by strengthening himself and surviving can he continuously elevate the territory's power and cultivate one hero after another. Closing the interface, Lynn set down the red brick and plastering knife in his hand. Leaping down from the constructed scaffold, his gaze scanned the surroundings, confirming that the construction of the red brick house was proceeding normally. Only then did he step, walking out of the construction site. This time, the construction had selected 200 peasants with 2 levels of construction skills from among the 6,000 peasants. As overseers, they were responsible for quality supervision. The main reason he stayed here for the past 10 days, while constructing the red brick house, was primarily to grind construction skill experience. Passing through the rows of red brick houses, Lynn arrived at the Lord's Square. Before he sat down, a guard briskly coming from outside the town quickly approached. Upon seeing Lynn, his eyes clearly brightened. Reaching Lynn's side, the guard quickly bent over, reporting respectfully. "Lord, Master Flint asked me to report to you. The wild boar farm has already been built preliminarily." Lynn nodded, responding, "I know." After pondering momentarily, Lynn took a step, headed towards outside the town. From instructing Flint to construct the mutated wild boar farm, to now, less than half a month had passed. Has Flint already completed the construction? The seemingly tedious task of engraving the magic array at the mutated wild boar farm was not difficult for Flint. Flint's ability is far stronger than he imagined. Amidst the respectful gazes of the working townsmen, Lynn walked along the lime road. He finally arrived at the pasture. However, he did not enter the pasture. Instead, he continued along the adjacent lime road path. After walking for a few minutes, Lynn stood before an unusual building. Taking steps inside, his gaze moved, and he began to observe. The sturdy red brick walls towered, likely an effort to prevent wild boars from knocking down the walls. The farm's red brick walls were substantial. He estimated at least 40 to 50 centimeters thick, nearly half a meter of wall thickness. The expansive area was divided using red brick walls and iron frames, creating partitions to provide wild boars with individual growth spaces, preventing injuries from fights occurring. His head lowered slightly. He discovered that every partition's floor was covered with strange lines and symbols. Those symbols were precisely from the mutated wild boar farm blueprints. Flint had meticulously replicated them and applied them in this farm. While Lynn was observing, a series of light footsteps sounded from afar. Then came Flint's voice, full of pride. "Lord, you finally arrived." Watching Flint trot over, Lynn smiled slightly, saying, "Lord Flint, indeed worthy of being a master. Built the farm so swiftly." Flint's chin lifted. "Of course, Lord. Just replicating a small empowerment magic array, although intricate, was something easy for me. Lord, you should have seen the magic array on the ground, right? Simply place magic or at the core of the array, and the entire magic array can be activated." Following Flint's gaze, Lynn looked over. Not far away, there was a recessed area. Within, that piece of magic or hovered in midair. Streams of thin light extended from it, flowing, spreading over the entire farm ground. Flint continued, "Speaking of which, Lord, the magic array you had me replicate and create, even I've seen it for the first time. How did you acquire it?" "It's a magic array that empowers poultry, enhancing physique and ability." Flint could hardly believe the Lord imagined and engraved it himself. Magic always has its rules and limitations. It's often something learned, not independently created, no matter how talented with magic. A deep understanding of the magic array's principles, rune knowledge, and energy flow is still needed. Only then could someone attempt to create different magic arrays. The Lord clearly doesn't resemble a mage. Or perhaps he inherited unique ancient magic knowledge from some magic clan. Lynn remained unbothered, smiling. "Lord Flint, I have never proactively asked about your identity or origin." Flint heard the words, and his thick black eyebrows furrowed. Despite being full of curiosity about the small magic array, he still gave up on continuing to ask questions. As the Lord said, "Everyone has their own secrets." Flint replied, forget it. I can't be bothered to care about so much. With this much time to meddle, I'd rather drink a vat of gin and have a good sleep, which is more comfortable." Flint concluded, "Lord, the farm has now been initially constructed. However, you still need to arrange for them to continue the construction of the farm. It's what I previously mentioned to you: training grounds, grasslands, sand pits, obstacle courses, hurdles, and so on. Especially the fences. My lord, after being empowered by the small magic array, the appetite of these wild boars will increase rapidly, and their weight will also skyrocket." Flint thought for a few seconds. "At least up to 3,000 pounds. Upon hearing Flint's words, Lynn's eyebrows shot up. 3,000-pound wild boars. One must know that the average weight of a fully grown large male wild boar is only 500 to 600 pounds at most. Yet through breeding at the mutated wild boar farm, they can increase to 3,000 pounds. That's at least 4 to 5 times the amount." A strange thought echoed in his mind. Could he possibly use this farm to breed mutated wild boars on a large scale? Then, by slaughtering the fully grown wild boars, obtain a large amount of meat and leather? But in the next moment, he dismissed this idea. Such an approach is no different from killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. As long as the farm trains and develops a large number of adult wild boars, or more accurately, war boars, equipped with the cavalry, becoming their mounts, with the 3,000-plus pound weight of the boars, charging at full speed. Even if the cavalry isn't equipped with winged spears, the wild boar's sturdy and sharp tusks are enough to smash the enemy's plate armor into pieces. As long as victory in war is achieved, how could there be a shortage of food and meat? Lynn looked at Flint. "Flint, how many wild boars can this farm currently breed?" Flint replied, "Currently, it can only breed 30 heads. The magic power in a piece of magic ore is limited. Lord, if you want a larger breeding scale, you'll need more magic ore. In order to increase the cavalry on the territory and expand the scale of the cavalry through the mutated wild boar farm. It's not an easy task either. Limitations on the amount of magic or breeding cycle restrictions, limitations on the number of wild boars, and so on. As long as it starts now, there's still a chance for everything." Flint's construction task is already complete. Lynn instructed him to return to the blacksmith workshop and continue teaching the apprentices there. The population is increasing, and the number of soldiers being recruited will also increase. He needs more blacksmiths to create more armor and weapons to arm the soldiers. Watching Flint leave, Lynn stepped forward and walked to the back of the farm. In the distance, Jode was leading a team of apprentices, probing in the overgrown wasteland at the back. Flint had already informed him of the facilities needed for the farm's construction. Anyway, some badge carving in the territory isn't urgent. Might as well let Jode lead his carving workshop's apprentices to start building first. But just 100 or so apprentices definitely aren't enough. He needs to deploy more labor to join in the construction. This labor naturally comes from the peasants building the red brick houses. After surveying the farm, Lynn stepped out, came to the adjacent ranch. As soon as he walked in, a cacophony of poultry and livestock sounds continually echoed in Lynn's ears. The neighs of horses, the grunts of domestic pigs, the clucks of chickens, the mooing of both dairy and beef cattle, almost blending into one. He saw that almost all the fences in the ranch were filled with domesticated poultry and livestock. The poultry and livestock looted from the three great estates had caused the number of poultry and livestock in the ranch to surge. While Lynn was observing the ranch, Guy put down the wooden bucket he was carrying and came to his side. Guy said respectfully, "My lord." Lynn nodded, noticing the tiny beads of sweat on Guy's cheeks. He asked, "With the increased number of poultry and livestock, is there enough manpower in the ranch?" Hearing this, a hint of joy appeared on Guy's face. "Lord, are you planning to increase manpower for the ranch?" "That would be wonderful." Lynn raised an eyebrow, looking at Guy in surprise. Perhaps sensing Lynn's gaze, Guy realized he was slightly out of line. He composed himself and said with a touch of bitterness, "Lord, the manpower in the ranch is indeed insufficient. If it was before, we could manage with spending more time, but now, Lord, it's just too much. It's not just that there are too many, but the scale of the ranch's breeding area also needs expansion. Currently, the activity space for the poultry and livestock is too narrow. If they're kept in there for too long, it's not conducive to growth, and it might even lead to disease outbreak." Lynn nodded. "As for manpower, I will quickly dispatch some people with breeding experience to assist you, and then expand the breeding area of the ranch." Receiving Lynn's affirmative response, Guy felt slightly relieved. Lynn continued, "Now, I need you to take personnel and drive 30 adult and robust forest pigs to the neighboring farm. Each forest pig is to be housed in a separate pen and have dedicated personnel for feeding. Their appetite may increase significantly. Just make sure they are fed as much as possible. Forest pigs are already part of the wild boar species. They can naturally enter the mutated wild boar farm for breeding empowerment, accelerating growth, since it is the first time breeding them. Even he didn't know the amount of grain these wild boars would need to consume daily during the breeding process. Also, how long their breeding cycle would take. It's a process of trial and error, taking it one step at a time. Although he didn't understand why Master Lynn wanted to do this, Master Lynn arranged for Master Flint and over 100 construction workers to build another farm. There is naturally his reasoning behind it. As the foreman of Master Lynn's territory pasture, he just needs to follow orders. Guy responded, "All right, I will arrange it right away." Watching Guy retreat and start organizing personnel, Guy, with over 20 pasture workers, began to drive the forest pigs towards the neighboring farm. Lynn also joined the driving team. Breeding experience, +1. Breeding experience, +1. Breeding experience, +1. After more than an hour, 30 forest pigs were driven into the mutated wild boar farm. Closing the iron gate, Lynn's gaze swept over the forest pigs in the pens. The forest pigs seemed unaffected by the small magic array on the ground. No agitation, no anxiety. Only slight tension in the unfamiliar environment. Seeing this scene, Lynn nodded with satisfaction. This was what he wanted to see the most. After instructing Guy a few more words, Lynn stepped out of the farm, walking on the limestone road back to town. His mind continued to ponder how to expand the scale of the forest pig farm. The number of 30 forest pigs was naturally insufficient. He needed more magic ores for the empowerment breeding of forest pigs. He had only found ordinary iron ore, salt mines, coal mines, and saltpeter, among other minerals. He had not detected any magic ores. The only magic ore he had was stumbled upon by chance. How to obtain more magic ores? In Lynn's mind, a figure immediately emerged, Zod Brown. Even unique beings like dwarves and succubi, he could acquire and sell. Magic ores might not be a problem. Quickly, Lynn frowned again. Zod's visits to his territory totaled only twice. It had been more than half a year since Zod last visited his territory. Even if he could buy magic ores from Zod's hands, setting aside the issue of pricing for the moment, the quantity would also be limited. To completely resolve the limitation of magic ores, he must find a source of mineable magic ore. Waiting for sufficient time, he must venture back into the primordial forest, undertake further in-depth exploration. While detecting for magic ores, he also needed to search for sulfur, saltpeter, and alkali mines. Personnel were already arranged for their extraction. He needed to find sulfur and start researching gunpowder to make explosives. In order to tackle the downstream dam waterfall, Lynn couldn't help but sigh in his heart. From March last year until the end of May now, more than a year had already passed in his territory. The degree of development in the territory was naturally very significant. From surviving alone, eating the first bite of viper, to now, becoming the lord of over 15,000 townsmen. In the territory, there were lots of workshop buildings and more than 100,000 acres of arable land. Scientific and technological progress was also happening rapidly, from flint tools to iron-made agricultural tools, extending to the wheel plow. Even a single-barreled telescope was researched and created. There were too many things on the territory that needed his attention. First and foremost was the insufficient number of horse mounts. In the territory now, there were 300 Badon warhorses and 350 ordinary horses. The maximum cavalry that could be equipped was 300 heavy cavalry and 350 light cavalry. Armored cavalry was the most powerful combat force in this world. To solve the problem of insufficient horse mounts, aside from purchasing from outside the territory, the only method was self-breeding or using wild boars as substitutes. The blacksmith workshop and textile workshops forging and weaving of armor weapons were still limited, unable to meet all the soldiers' needs. Fortunately, the 200 apprentices taught by Flint had already begun forging armor. As long as they learned the production, under the master-apprentice model, leading the townsmen in forging, large-scale production of armor could be achieved. As for other issues like the food supply, he also needed to find solutions. Lastly, and most importantly for Lynn at present, his territory was still within the Marquisate of Ducas. But his identity is the illegitimate son of Donovan Ducas, and he was even the one whom the current Marquis, Mark Ducas, arranged followers to kill with a blade. He has the land grant documents, but his status is still illegitimate. The struggle for imperial authority led to the war for imperial authority. No matter how the two princes wage war, it cannot change the fact that the Caridi Empire remains in the hands of the Carolingian clan, merely transferring from the left hand to the right. The only difference is, if Mitchell Carolyn is defeated in this war, then the Ducas clan, which supports Mitchell, will undoubtedly be purged by Caesar's side. The territory occupied by a marquis of the empire is vast. Within the territory, the arable land resources, labor resources, and even mineral resources are enough to captivate eyes and make hearts covetous. Even many lord nobility would swarm in and divide the entire marquisate. He needs to find an opportunity to regain a legitimate status. The best result would be to get the imperial authority winner, emperor of the empires, confirm it. Becoming a lord with autonomous governance rights, diplomatic autonomy, exclusive resource rights, military autonomy, and even independent legislative rights. But to become such a lord requires making great contributions to the emperor of the empire. For example, defending the safety of the empire's territories in military battles, fighting bravely. For example, openly declaring absolute support for the emperor of the empire in politics. And for example, paying rich taxes to the emperor of the empire in economics. But no matter which one, none are something he can accomplish now. The only thing he can do is continue to develop the territory. While Lynn was pondering, he had already returned to the Lord's Square. Glancing at the time, it's only the afternoon. He stepped towards the archery training ground not far away. The development of the territory naturally requires time and a development cycle. Instead of worrying here, it's more practical to continue grinding experience. As long as he continuously shoots arrows, his hunting skill experience will continually increase. Arriving at the archery training ground, Lynn picked up a longbow from the archery stand and walked towards the target range. Red sensibly grabbed several leather quivers filled with triangular armor-piercing arrows and followed behind. Standing at a distance of 150 meters, he held the bow in his left hand and fetched an arrow from the quiver with his right hand. He knocked the arrow, drew the bow, exerting strength with his arms. The standard longbow requiring 130 pounds of pull instantly drew fully. Under the contributing tension, there was even a taut buzzing sound. With Lynn's sharp gaze aiming at the bullseye in front, the fingers of his right hand released the arrow. With a sharp whistling sound through the air, the triangular armor-piercing arrow cut through space, shooting violently forward. Almost in the blink of an eye, a crisp sound echoed from the target in front. The triangular armor-piercing arrow hit the bullseye. After hitting the target, Lynn did not stop. Instead, he once again fetched an arrow from the quiver, knocked, drew the bow, and released the arrow between his fingers. The triangular armor-piercing arrow accurately hit the bullseye again. The two triangular armor-piercing arrows nestled closely together. Lynn's actions continued. As he shot arrow after arrow, the bullseye on that target was already filled with arrows, until the entire bullseye was densely packed with arrows. Only then did Lynn turn to the next target to continue shooting. Watching from not far behind was Red, observing this scene. Perhaps this is Master Lynn's talent? He clearly remembered that Master Lynn's archery ability was far inferior to his. Master Lynn's archery is not something he can compare to. He could not manage to hit all the bullseyes with dozens of triangular armor-piercing arrows without a single one falling to the ground. After shooting more than 40 arrows in a row, a somewhat exhausted Lynn handed the longbow in his hand to Red. He was now covered in thick sweat, with his arms trembling uncontrollably. The comfort and feeling of exhilaration from exerting all his strength made him exhale hot breath. Sitting down on the chair behind, he rested for a brief moment. Lynn, together with Red, headed back towards the direction of the town. By this time, dusk had already begun to descend. When Lynn crossed the Lord's Square, he returned to the castle to the respectful call of Lord from those around. Meanwhile, on the other side, Janet, dressed in a deep purple satin gown, was seated at the head of the dining room table, enjoying the abundant dinner of the manor lord with the service of several maids. She picked up the silver spoon in her hand and spooned mouthfuls of chicken soup from the silver bowl into her mouth. After softly savoring the chicken soup's deliciousness, she swallowed it. When the chicken soup was finished, Janet was about to enjoy the vegetable salad. A steady and forceful footstep sounded from afar. Janet looked up and cast her gaze. She saw a tall, burly figure in chain armor striding forward. Seeing Joao in such a travel-worn state, Janet spoke softly. "Uncle Joao, you've come back right on time. Care to join me for dinner?" Hearing Janet's words, a maid perceptively took out a set of tableware from the nearby cabinet and placed it on the dining table. Approaching Janet, Joao glanced at the food on the table and replied, "No, thank you, Janet. I've already eaten in the camp." Joao turned his gaze to Janet at the head of the table. The enticing whiteness in front of Janet, unable to be contained by the silk gown, caught his eyes momentarily. Joao quickly looked away. "Janet, the casualties from this battle have been fully tallied." Janet remained silent, holding the fork in her hand, starting to enjoy the vegetable salad on her plate. Joao continued. "The gates of the manor castle were breached, and soldiers from the 3 great estates poured in. Even though I led my men to try to stop them with all my might, it was still unavoidable that soldiers from Frank Manor suffered casualties. The number of soldiers from Frank Manor killed is as high as 900, with over 100 seriously injured and another 100 lightly injured. Chain armor soldiers were the main force in this war, with casualties exceeding 200. Moreover, many soldiers from Frank Manor died due to the arrow rain led by Lynn." Janet paused, about to place a carrot slice in her mouth. Observing Janet's actions and those red lips tinged with a hint of white, Joao said solemnly. Lynn waited deliberately until the manor castle gates were breached before providing assistance. He intended to weaken our Frank Manor's military strength, which is an indisputable fact. Yet, he even launched an indiscriminate attack on us. This is a provocation to our Frank Manor." Janet put the carrot in her mouth, frowned, and began to chew. Listening to Janet's chewing, Joao looked at her puzzledly and asked, "Janet, as the manor lord, don't you have something to say?" After all, they were soldiers of Frank Manor. Janet's eyebrow arched, and she questioned skeptically, "Indicate." "Uncle Joao, how do you want me to indicate? Do you want me to kneel in front of the grave of the deceased soldiers of Frank Manor and confess? Or do you want me to lead the few soldiers we have to attack Lynn's walls, as a burial for the fallen soldiers?" Joao's face froze. The tone that originally contained reproach slightly relaxed. "Janet, that's not what I meant." Janet stared directly at Joao Frank across from her, questioning. "Uncle Joao, then what do you mean?" Joao fell silent, not knowing what to say for a moment. But Janet had no intention of stopping and continued speaking. "I know, those soldiers were trained by you painstakingly. You spent more time with them than anyone else in the manor. Uncle Joao, what I want to tell you is that while they were your soldiers, they were also the soldiers of Frank Manor. They were soldiers cultivated with the grain and money of Frank Manor. Their deaths pain me just as well. Joao's mouth opened slightly, words stuck in his throat. Janet continued. Moreover, Uncle Joao, what gives you the right to blame me? When Grandpa Jonas passed, surely the three great estates long oppressed would act against Frank Manor. It was I. I found a way to respond. I found Lynn, who came to provide military aid. Even though after the battle, Lynn took all the assets of the three great estates. But Frank Manor was preserved, and we took control of Morgantown and all its farmland. I am the benefactor of the entire Frank clan. Joao lowered his head, not daring to meet Janet's gaze. Thinking it over in his mind, Joao found no flaw in what Janet said. Joao then raised his head and asked Janet, Janet, shouldn't we do something? Lynn killed our soldiers and took the assets that originally belonged to the three great estates. Janet did not reply, continuing to eat her salad with a fork. Seeing Janet's contemplative expression, Joao remained silent, standing quietly aside. Janet put down her fork and said, Of course, we must do something, but not now. Uncle Joao, I need you to continue recruiting soldiers, whether they are free people or the mercenary corps. Frank Manor needs more soldiers. And arm them as much as possible, armor, weapons. I need a powerful army to handle future changes. All the money to be spent will be covered by Frank Manor. Listening to Janet's instructions, Joao replied firmly, Yes, Janet. I will immediately arrange personnel to go to Morgantown and Kakasong City to recruit. And then I will personally seek the mercenary corps. Janet nodded, then dismissed Joao. Meanwhile, her mind began to contemplate. The military strength of Frank Manor had been too severely depleted. The urgent task now was not to consider how to hold Lynn accountable or attack him, but to recruit soldiers with all might, strengthen military power to face Lynn. Considering his previously demonstrated military power, heavy cavalry, heavy infantry, archers, overthrowing Frank Manor as it stood would not be difficult. The more critical point is, up to now, she still didn't know how strong Lynn's military strength was. This is what was truly unsettling and terrifying. In the red brick house residential area, construction was in full swing. Lynn was fully engaged in leveling up the hunting skill. Arrow after arrow was shot by him, hitting the bullseye accurately. Hunting experience +1. Hunting experience +1. Hunting experience +1. Little by little, the experience kept increasing. When he had exhausted all his physical strength and was resting on a bench, Lynn's thoughts moved, and he opened the Heavenly Artifacts panel for a glance. Hunting, Level 2, 480 over 500, plus. At most 1 or 2 more days, and he could level the hunting skill to Level 3. Resting briefly on the bench, Lynn stepped towards the Lord's Square. Before he arrived, Red's voice called out a reminder from behind him. Master, there's a convoy coming. Upon hearing this, Lynn turned his head to look. He saw at the end of the road leading to Wang City through the mountain forest, several wagons coming in. Because it was too distant, Lynn found it slightly hard to see clearly. With a thought, he opened the holographic map directly. The wagons loaded with goods, and the bodies bound with chains and ropes behind them, entered his view. These bound bodies, naturally, were slaves. At the front of the wagon convoy, riding on a tall horse, was none other than Grayson. Lynn's eyebrow arched. Since the last time Grayson had come to the territory and delivered a batch of slaves, more than 2 months had already passed. Closing the panel, Lynn continued to advance towards the Lord's Square. Awaiting Grayson's arrival at the Lord's Square, wagons reinforced with metal and pulled by 4 horses halted at the Lord's Square. Grayson pulled the reins, stopping his horse beneath him, and dismounted directly. Gaze quickly settled on the young lord sitting on a wooden chair about 10 meters ahead. Grayson displayed a smile and walked briskly. He approached Lynn and performed a merchant's greeting, his words full of vigor. Master Lynn, Grayson has arrived in your territory again. Looking at Grayson's radiant face, Lynn curiously asked, It seems Mr. Grayson has encountered something good recently? Grayson raised his eyebrows in surprise. Master Lynn, how did you know? Lynn spoke calmly. If it weren't for some good fortune, why else would Grayson not come to my territory for over 2 months? What attracts a merchant more than gold pounds is naturally something better. Listening to Lynn's explanation, Grayson showed a cunning smile. He said, "Indeed, nothing escapes Master Lynn. During this time, I have been in the Portland's empire." Lynn nodded slightly, waiting for Grayson's continued words. Grayson concealed nothing. "Because I've been leading a longship merchant team going back and forth to the Portland's empire, I've made significant contributions to the empire's economic development. Prince Kronos has appointed me as a viscount of the Portland's empire, meaning I now have a legal status to sell various slaves from the Portland's empire." Lynn was somewhat surprised. "Selling the citizens of the Portland's empire can earn you a viscount title?" Grayson raised his eyebrows and laughed. "Master Lynn, I need to correct you on one point. I am not selling the citizens of the Portland's empire, just slaves. Those who achieved great victories in war in Kronos' faction have captured many cities and taken a large number of prisoners and slaves. Similarly, they have paid a huge price. They want to quickly recover their investments to fund the next battlefield. They have to sell their captives and prisoners cheaply to slave merchants. Like me, a slave merchant who can cross empires for trading. Thus, to better buy and sell slaves, I have stayed in the Portland's empire for a longer period." Lynn understandingly nodded. Grayson wasted no words and began to explain. "Master Lynn, besides the 60,000 pounds of grain on the carriage, I also brought you 1,000 slaves. Surely, when a person has good luck, everything goes smoothly. This time crossing the Sea of Vortex, I didn't encounter that giant squid like the last time." After Grayson finished speaking, he didn't see the same kind of joy on Master Lynn's face as before. He curiously asked, "Master Lynn, in the 2 months I've been away from your domain, has anything significant happened?" Lynn responded, "Not much of anything significant. The 3 manor lords in Morgantown have been wiped out. I confiscated all their properties except for the arable land." Upon hearing this, Grayson's eyebrows instantly shot up. All the property of the 3 great estates? How much could that be? Lynn pondered for a moment and replied, 6,000 peasants, over 5,000 gold pounds, millions of pounds of grain, and various poultry and livestock ironworks. Grayson's face was already overtaken by shock. 6,000 peasants? That's too many. I would need at least 8 to 9 trips to and from the Portland's empire to transport over 6,000 slaves. Compared to the speed of peasants taken by war, his longship transportation cycle was far too long. Looking at Master Lynn's calm demeanor, no wonder he remained unfazed hearing about the transport of 1,000 slaves. Only through war, only through plunder, can one rapidly accumulate wealth and resources. Grayson sighed and remarked, "Master Lynn, I feel as your territory continues to develop and your military forces expand, it won't be long before you won't need me to transport slaves for you anymore." Lynn laughed. "Mr. Grayson, while my territory's population is indeed rapidly increasing, conversely, the scale of the various industries I'm developing will also expand, so a large number of slaves are still needed. Moreover, I require a substantial amount of grain and other goods. Mr. Grayson, you absolutely do not need to worry about our cooperative relationship." Upon hearing Lynn's assured response, Grayson relaxed slightly. Grayson shifted his tone and continued, "By the way, Master Lynn, Audrey said she still owes you 2,666 gold pounds. These 1,000 slaves are used as debt repayment." Grayson gestured for the guard behind him, who came over carrying a wooden box. Walking over to Grayson's side, the guard moved his hand and opened the box. Lynn looked down, and a gleaming gold filled his vision. Inside the wooden box, stacks of gold pounds were neatly arranged within the silk lining. Grayson explained, "Apart from the 416 gold pounds worth of the 1,000 slaves, this wooden box also contains 3,250 gold pounds. Thus, Audrey and the debt owed to Master Lynn are considered settled." Lynn nodded, his gaze slightly turning towards Red. Red understood and accepted the wooden box from Grayson's guard. Audrey took away 1,000 glazed glass items from him, whether using slaves to repay the debt or returning the gold pounds. Debt repayment is a natural duty. He certainly wouldn't have any reluctance or hesitation. Lynn Grayson continued, "Not only that, Master Lynn. Audrey said the extra 1,000 gold pounds in the wooden box is meant to reach a long-term trade agreement with you." Lynn looked at Grayson, puzzled, and asked, "A long-term trade agreement?" Grayson hesitated for a few seconds, but still began to speak. The last batch of glazed glass products has been entirely transported back to the Portland's Empire by Audrey. Except for a few finely crafted glazed glass items, the rest have been sold by her. Sold to the Lord Nobility of the Portland's Empire. As for the price, I temporarily do not know how much. But I know those Lord Nobility like them very much and are willing to pay a high price to purchase them. Lynn nodded in agreement. No problem. Most of the glazed glass products made in his territory are used to meet the daily needs of the townsmen. It's just Grayson and Audrey who have made a few exchange transactions. Earning more gold pounds over the next half year, he's naturally willing. Grayson replied, "As long as you agree, Master Lynn, there's no problem." Audrey instructed me that each time, at least 500 flawless glazed glass items need to be brought back to the Portland's Empire. Lynn began to ponder. Right now, he has the glass production mainly led by Layla and 200 apprentices making them. The kiln in the workshop can produce about 100 small glazed glass products at a time. Among them, some bubbles appear due to moisture evaporation during casting. This affects the molding of the glass. Defective products are cleared out for processing. Only about 60 to 70 pieces can be used for exchange transactions, and each kiln firing takes at least 5 days. Based on the current production efficiency, a maximum of over 360 pieces can be produced a month. If a long-term cooperation with Audrey is reached, he could expand the size of his glass workshop. 6,000 peasants, plus 1,000 slaves brought by Grayson now. More than 7,000 workers are enough for him to allocate some to expand the production scale of the glass workshop. After finalizing the transaction for trading glazed glass, Lynn instructed George to lead the townsmen to unload the grain from the horses. He walked towards the glass workshop with Grayson. As they walked, Grayson was narrating, "Master Lynn, you might not know. The War of the Portland's Empire is nearing its end." Walking alongside Grayson, Lynn remained silent, listening to Grayson's narration. These intelligence details were beyond his reach now. He could only rely on cross-regional merchants spreading the word. Despite the Portland's Empire being extremely distant from his territory, it is beneficial for him to control the external situation. Grayson's words had a hint of amazement. "I feel the most critical factor is Audrey's involvement. Because of Audrey's financial contribution, all the soldiers are well-fed and arrayed in large amounts of armor. Moreover, most of the soldiers receive military pay." Lynn nodded in agreement. "Apart from military pay, if even daily sustenance can't be secured, weapons and armor cannot be equipped. What would the soldiers fight with?" Grayson's voice continued. "Although the war is said to be nearing its end, the Waitawa side is still resisting stubbornly. To completely crush Waitawa's military power and let Kronos ascend to the imperial throne of the Portland's Empire, more time is needed." Lynn responded, acknowledging. In situations he fully understands, maintaining silence often gives others a sense of respect. Lynn considers himself a lord skilled in listening. Grayson seemed to think of something. He turned and looked at Lynn. "By the way, Master Lynn, I don't know if you've received intelligence information about the Caridi Empire. Marquis Duca has already led the family sword and shield army corps soldiers, heading to Windmill Ridge Canyon. Not only Marquis Duca, but many vassals of Ducas and Blazon territories also bring their family soldiers for support." Lynn responded, "I've heard a part of it." He only heard Carlo tell him that Mark Ducas was mobilizing the army, leaving Bordeaux City. That Mark Ducas was bringing the army to Windmill Ridge Canyon. If not mistaken, Windmill Ridge Canyon is quite distant from Triumph City. Grayson said, "The Portland's Empire is engaging in a father-son imperial authority war. The Caridi Empire is equally tense, with half-brothers vying for the aging emperor's throne. It seems it won't be long before an imperial authority war erupts there as well. It's all about desires yet unfulfilled. Of course, not just them. I am no different from them. With weapons in hand, desires for killing arise, inevitably wanting to fulfill one's ambitions. With numerous soldiers, find weapons. If war isn't initiated, what's the point of keeping them?" Even he thinks the same. Tending land, expanding population, creating weapons, strengthening the army. It's for the sake of self-preservation. Moreover, to possess overwhelming strength and annihilate all threats. Only by becoming the strongest can one avoid any potential danger. During Grayson's words, the two of them had already arrived at the glass workshop. They walked inside the workshop, seeing rows of glazed glass on wooden racks against the red brick walls, illuminated by the light refracting through the windows. Refracting brilliant and enchanting rays of light. Grayson's pupils couldn't help but widen. He glanced around the workshop and finally looked at Lynn. Before Grayson could inquire, Lynn said, "Mr. Grayson, you can choose any of the glazed glass you like. Moreover, all the glass products are priced as you previously mentioned." The joy on Grayson's face became more apparent. "That's wonderful, Master Lynn." Lynn smiled slightly and called over Layla, who was approaching, having her accompany Grayson for the selection of glazed glass products. Lynn was just about to leave the glass workshop and return to Lord's Square to arrange for the 1,000 slaves Grayson brought. A shout echoed from the depths of the glass workshop. Lynn turned to see Bio and Xenophon striding through the glass workshop. Thinking quickly, he walked over to them. Not only Lynn heard Bio's shout, but Grayson and Layla did too. Bio and Xenophon didn't mind at all. Arriving in front of Lynn, Bio slightly calmed his hurried breathing. "Apologies, Master. Please forgive my intrusion." Lynn acknowledged with a nod. "No problem. Tell me, what's the reason you called me?" Bio bowed gratefully and extended his arms, offering the item in his hands to Lynn. "Master, Xenophon and I have made further improvements to the previous telescope. By modifying the glass-making formula and optimizing the polishing process, the quality of the lenses is enhanced. Now, the telescope can see farther and clearer." After he spoke, a proud expression appeared on Bio's face. Lynn nodded slightly. Extending his right hand, he took the monocular telescope from Bio's hand. Stepping out of the glass workshop, he arrived at a relatively open space. He habitually placed the telescope against his left eye, observing through its lenses. Scenes from at least 8 to 9 miles away clearly entered his sight. The pasture walls built from red bricks, the wooden plank gates processed from logs, and the nails reinforcing the gates. Lynn slightly turned his head, looking to the other side. In a large field of well-growing crops, Gavin and Wilbur were leading a team of farmers, wielding iron hoes and rakes, cultivating the soil, weeding and loosening the soil, preserving moisture and fertility. He could even see the sweat on Gavin's cheeks and the soil clinging to his trouser legs. Lynn looked further ahead. After some attempts, he finally put down the telescope. Compared to before, when the telescope could only see 3 to 4 miles clearly. This optimization indeed showed significant improvement. Not only could he clearly see detailed scenes within 7 to 8 miles, he could vaguely see the outlines of objects several dozen miles away, such as towering mountains, houses, forests, and more. Lynn praised Bio and Xenophon. "Well done. In such a short time, you've optimized the telescope. With this telescope, we can completely spot enemy forces approaching the territory in advance." Receiving Lynn's affirmative praise, Bio and Xenophon couldn't help but exchange glances. Their faces were full of joy. Lynn continued, "However, this kind of telescope is just the most basic." Bio and Xenophon raised their eyebrows, curiously looking at Lynn. Lynn explained, "Regarding the lenses, you can try making a combination of multiple lenses to correct aberrations and chromatic issues, or make aspherical lenses. In simple terms, it's about manually grinding the lens surface to a non-spherical shape. This is more challenging. You might want to try the first method first." Bio and Xenophon kept silent, firmly remembering Lynn's words. Lynn continued, "As for the telescope tube, you can try making an adjustable tube. For example, use threading at the copper mirror connection points. This allows for a more precise adjustment of the distance between the eyepiece and objective lens. You can also extend the length of the telescope tube. Moderately increasing the tube length can enhance the magnification of the telescope." Bio and Xenophon nodded firmly, their expressions thoughtful, as if recalling what he just said. Looking at the two of them, Lynn asked, "Any other questions?" Bio and Xenophon exchanged a glance, without a word. "If not, you may go." The two of them bowed and retreated, seeing Grayson in the workshop, eagerly choosing his selections. Lynn stepped towards Lord's Square. After passing several red brick houses, Lynn brought Red to Lord's Square. 1,000 slaves, under the supervision of Earl's soldiers. Their eyes full of curiosity and bewilderment, as they scanned the surroundings. Vast red brick houses, sprawling farmland, and numerous figures busily working. What made them curious was that all these laboring figures were dressed in uniformly styled linen robes and trousers. Lynn approached the group of slaves, after introducing them to the lifestyle they could have in the territory. In the eyes of all the slaves, a bright light erupted. Lynn didn't waste any words with them. He immediately began allocating tasks for these 1,000 people. He thought about waiting until the red brick houses were completed before reallocating from the 6,000 peasants. Now that Grayson had sent another 1,000 slaves, he could completely divide their roles first. First and foremost, the most important task was planting. He immediately selected 500 people from the 1,000 and had Gavin and Wilbur lead them away. He put them to work planting, responsible for tending the fields. Lynn also understood. Even with the deployment of 500 laborers, the shortage of farmers could not be fully addressed. 100,000 acres of land was indeed too expansive. His plan was to deploy 2,000 laborers. He could only wait for the construction of the red brick house residential area to be completed. Then, Lynn assigned 200 slaves to Guy's ranch. Among these people, not many had breeding skills, but at least they could assist Guy with the most basic physical labor. The remaining 300 slaves, Lynn had soldiers lead them to the wild boar farm that Jode was preparing to build. They were responsible for constructing the supporting training grounds for the wild boar farm. In just a few minutes, the previously bustling Lord's Square quickly became spacious. Considering the current state of his territory's industries, the addition of 1,000 laborers was not a significant increase. With a simple job allocation, the 1,000 laborers were assigned. They could fill some of the labor shortages in the industries. Watching the teams of figures slowly disappear into the distance, Lynn felt a slight sense of relief. As time progressed, his territory's development was also on track. The labor force was becoming more substantial. The production of various workshops was similarly becoming standardized. Once the planted crops were harvested and a planting cycle established, then his territory would be completely self-sufficient. What he needed to do was to continually develop technology, expand the army, and wage wars centered around the territory. If he could develop gunpowder, produce matchlock guns, or even cannons, then he could eliminate all threats, even the emperor of the empire. In Lynn's mind, the look of anticipation had already appeared. Before that, he must quickly find natural sulfur. While Lynn was contemplating in his mind, the satisfied voice of Grayson rang out from behind. Lynn slightly turned to look, and Grayson was striding toward him. Lynn responded, saying, "Mr. Grayson, have all the glazed glass products been selected?" Coming next to Lynn, Grayson revealed his white teeth and said, "All 563 glazed glass products have been selected. However, I have to say, the quality of the glazed glass products produced by your glass workshop is becoming better and better. Even the styles and varieties are becoming increasingly complex. If the nobility of the Portland's empire saw them, they would definitely scramble to get them." The additional 63 glazed glass products were naturally in exchange for the grain that Grayson had delivered. Layla, being a potter, naturally had her own experience and explanations in modeling. Similarly, the pottery modeling could be applied to glass production. Lynn said, "As long as Mr. Grayson is satisfied. Unloading is still ongoing. Would Mr. Grayson like to have a drink?" Grayson raised his eyebrows and quickly replied, "Of course, Master Lynn. The gin you gave me was finished before I even left the Caridi Empire." Lynn smiled calmly and led Grayson towards the castle. Grayson walked along, observing the surroundings. He watched the townsmen standing along the red brick road bow in greeting to Lynn and himself. Inwardly, Grayson felt a sense of awe. He couldn't help but ask Lynn, "Master Lynn, what did you do to these townsmen to make them hold you in such reverence?" Grayson widened his eyes at Lynn, eagerly awaiting his response. Lynn also glanced at the townsman, then said, "Perhaps it's personal charisma." Hearing Lynn's words, Grayson's face instantly froze. A second later, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Of course, he knew that Master Lynn was joking with him. Grayson didn't continue to pursue the question, because regardless of the reason, it had nothing to do with him as merely a merchant. While Lynn and Grayson chatted leisurely, the two walked across the red brick road and entered the castle. Sitting on the open-air balcony on the second floor, Red fetched a bottle of Lexus gin, pouring 2 glasses for Lynn and Grayson. He quietly stood guard behind the two of them. Looking at the golden liquid in the glazed cup, Grayson did not hesitate, picked up the glass, and swallowed it all in one gulp. Swirling the gin around in his mouth for a while, he finally let out a gulp before swallowing it down. The comfortable and familiar sensation reappeared in his body. Grayson opened his mouth, exhaling a breath of hot air, and couldn't help but exclaim, "So comfortable. Master Lynn, ever since I drank the gin brewed in your distillery, other liquors taste like they're half adulterated with water, utterly flavorless. I even feel that the taste of the gin from Cyan Pavilion Island can't compare to your Lexus gin, Master Lynn." Lynn chuckled. "Then, Mr. Grayson, you should drink more. When you're ready to leave, I can also send a few barrels your way." Grayson's eyes lit up. "Thank you for your generosity, Master Lynn." With Red pouring the drinks, it wasn't long before both Lynn and Grayson had downed a few cups. Putting down the glazed cup in his hand, Lynn spoke to Grayson. "Mr. Grayson, have you heard of magic or?" Grayson heard the words without much surprise. He replied to Lynn, "I've heard of it, but only just heard of it. Magic or is typically only used by mages, alchemists, enchanters, and some rare races. Even I have only ever seen it once by chance." Lynn frowned slightly. Even as a member of the Brown clan and a traveling merchant across regions, Grayson Brown had only ever seen magic or once. This indicates, just as he had speculated before, in this world, extraordinary powers do exist, but such individuals are not numerous. As long as he finds sulfur and creates matchlock guns or cannons, he could deliver a devastating blow to all the forces in this world and the Empire. Lynn picked up the refilled glass of gin from the coffee table, handed by Red, and extended it towards Grayson. Grayson instantly understood and also raised his glass. A light clink produced a crisp sound. Lynn swallowed the gin in one gulp, staring directly at Grayson. "Mr. Grayson, do you have a way to acquire magic or?" Grayson, having also downed his gin in one gulp, shook his head helplessly. "Master Lynn, if it were slaves or grain goods, I might find a way to get them for you. But magic Oregon Master Lynn, I'm truly powerless." Grayson shifted the conversation, explaining, "However, Master Lynn, you can ask Zod Brown. That guy is always tinkering with these strange things. I heard he once captured an elf, then sold it at a hefty price to a member of the Imperial royal family as a plaything. It seems he still needs to wait for Zod to arrive at his territory." The elf Grayson mentioned. He wasn't that surprised. After all, his territory already had dwarves and succubi. Even if there were a race like elves, it would still make sense. Lynn and Red sat on the balcony, savoring the gin, admiring the distant sunset. Footsteps sounded behind Lynn and Grayson. George came to Lynn's side, reminding him, "Sir, the grain from Mr. Grayson's carriage has all been unloaded. All selected glazed glassware has also been fully protected and loaded onto the carriage." Listening to George's words, Grayson, lying back on the wooden chair, sighed and stood up. He spoke with emotion. "Master Lynn, it seems I have to prepare to leave your territory again." Lynn also stood up, responding, "It's getting late. If you wish, you can also stay in my territory for a night. There are dedicated trade guild halls for visiting merchants to rest." Grayson revealed a wry smile. "Master Lynn, that might not be possible. Just as you are rapidly developing the territory and enhancing its strength, Grayson must also strive harder. If I cannot become the patriarch of the Brown clan, unless I die, I will live in a nightmare. Like a walking corpse." Lynn nodded. "Then let me see Mr. Grayson off." The two left the balcony, passed through the reception hall, and exited the castle, until they arrived at Lord Square. Lynn watched Grayson mount his horse, waving him goodbye. Only then did Grayson set off with his caravan, returning the way they came, until the caravan disappeared into the somber night. Only then did Lynn turn back towards the castle. As he walked, Lynn instructed Red beside him. "Red, arrange for the guards. I need to continue exploring the forest." Red's expression turned serious, quickly responding, "Yes, my lord, I'll arrange it immediately." The construction of the red brick house continued, unable to be completed in the short term. The crafting and production in the blacksmith workshop and textile workshop also continued. Even though they had been working overtime to rush production, the production efficiency had significantly improved. But still, sufficient time is needed for accumulation and sedimentation. The same goes for other industries. Now, he has plenty of time to go into the primordial forest and explore once again. Lynn had already returned to the castle. On the dining table, Kesey was arranging tonight's dinner with a few maids. A rich aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, drifting into Lynn's nostrils. No reminder was needed from Kuzi. He strode forward. On the dining table, half a side of golden, crispy roast pork was placed. After a day's busyness, he did feel a bit hungry. Waiting for Kuzi to carve and cut the pork with a knife and fork on his plate, he invited Red and Kuzi to sit down and dine together. Without any reservation, he skewered a large piece of golden pork and placed it into his mouth. After dinner, Lynn rested for a while in the main seat. He asked Kuzi to prepare hot water for a comfortable soak and massage. Only then did Lynn return to the master bedroom and fall asleep. Early the next morning, he took Red and 30 guards and chefs. Under the watchful eyes of laboring townspeople, they rode horses, left the town, and headed towards the distant forest edge. Rushing along the lime road, Lynn halted Mo-ing upon reaching the salt factory and open-pit iron mine. Under Kesey's management, he hadn't visited the 3 major mines for a long time. Fortunately, everything was running normally. Moreover, with more labor invested, the workers' techniques became increasingly proficient. Production efficiency also improved. Under the workers' attentive gazes, Lynn inspected around for a while. Then he dismounted from Mo Ying's horseback. With Red and more than 30 others, he ventured into the unpaved primordial forest. It's already the end of May, approaching June. The chilling cold within the depths of the forest remained unchanged. Coupled with the occasional mountain breeze and the surrounding sounds of strange beasts calling, the forest's eerie tranquility grew even stronger. A team was weaving between trees large enough for several people to embrace. 6 men clad in composite armor, holding round shields with their left hands and iron spears with their right, scanned the surroundings vigilantly, clearing the way for their master Lynn, searching for prey. Walking in the middle, Lynn looked at the ground covered with layers of leaves and decomposing soil, and the tree roots nearly thicker than his waist. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. From the open-pit iron mine to the natural soda and saltpeter, there are still dozens of miles. The terrain ahead is so complex. Wanting to pave the road means cutting down these towering ancient trees and digging out the intricate, enormous tree roots. It's akin to forcibly leveling out a road within the primordial forest. The difficulty is too great. To speed up the transportation of natural soda and saltpeter, this stretch needs to be fully paved. Lynn and his group were hunting while constantly heading deeper into the forest as the day darkened. Until before nightfall, Lynn arrived near the natural soda beds. Seeing the sky gradually darken, he summoned the guards to set up camp on the spot. The last time they camped here, there was a fairly open space. Even on the ground, there were signs of past fires. With the support of the guards and cooks, a bonfire slowly ignited. The bright light gradually dispelled the cold and darkness of the forest. The flickering warm yellow flames danced continuously on everyone's faces. Taking the wooden chair handed to him by Red, Lynn placed it by the fire and sat down, bending forward. Today was all about traversing the forest, used entirely for traveling. The main issue was the forest paths being too rugged. This reinforced his conviction. Once the expansion of the red brick house residential area is complete, he needs to immediately deploy a group of peasants to cut down trees and pave the road. As Lynn contemplated this, the guards set up the tents, and a few accompanying cooks began cooking dinner for the night. Though the Orvane detector did not detect any minerals, fortunately, they hunted a lone foraging wild boar. After being handled by the cooks, it began roasting by the fire. Lynn's gaze shifted, except for 4 or 5 guards patrolling the perimeter. The remaining guards gathered around the fire, roasting themselves and chatting casually. They were no strangers to following Lynn and Red into the forest to hunt and explore. Hence, whether it was their expressions, tent setups, or guard patrols, they appeared at ease. Lynn had no objections. In this forest, there wouldn't be any enemies. The greatest danger was poisonous insects and fierce beasts. Yet in front of nearly 30 fully armed guards, even a beast could be effortlessly subdued. They are not what they were before. A herd of wild boars, a pack of wolves almost pushed them to the brink. They even had to find a crack in the mountain to defend and counterattack, relying on the terrain. A hand holding a wine cup stretched out before Lynn. Turning to look, it was Red. Red explained, "Master, drink a little wine. It'll warm you up. Camping in the forest at night, the dampness is heavy, easy to fall sick." Lynn responded, taking the cup and drained it in one go. As he swallowed, an immediate warmth and comfort spread through his body. Lynn raised his eyebrows, subconsciously exhaled a breath of alcohol. Seeing this, Red, needing no reminder from Lynn, picked up the bottle and refilled his cup. As time slowly passed, a rich aroma of meat permeated and spread throughout the camp, creeping into everyone's nostrils. The wild boar on the flame had been roasted to a golden brown. One droplet of oil after another kept flowing out, reflecting unusual light under the fire's glow. A few cooks worked together to take the boar down, placed it on the table, and began cutting it into pieces. A cook came to Lynn with a plate. He respectfully introduced it. "Master, this is pork shoulder, fresh and juicy, neither dry nor tough. This is pork ribs, moist meat, savory and tender. This is pork hind leg." Lynn nodded. "Let them all eat. At noon, we only had some bread. They must be hungry." The chef responded, "Yes, sir." Following Lynn's instructions, the chef hurriedly retreated. He began cutting and portioning the pork for the guards. Looking at the platter of pork weighing at least 5 or 6 pounds, Lynn said to Red, "Let's eat together. The chef prepared too much." Red didn't hesitate. "Yes, sir." Illuminated by the campfire, the entire camp entered a dining atmosphere. Inside a castle with a spire. On the top floor of the castle, in a spacious bedroom, a robust middle-aged man lay with his arms outstretched, with 2 young women on either side. His breathing was heavy, and he stared blankly at the ceiling above. His muscular chest rose and fell dramatically. It seemed he had not recovered from the previous entanglement. Until a few minutes later, the middle-aged man's breathing gradually became even. He slightly turned his head and saw the woman's eyes closed on his arm. His gaze began to move. From the woman's rounded, voluptuous whiteness in front of him, it flowed downward. When he saw the clean whiteness of the woman's abdomen, the middle-aged man's lips curled into a smile. The middle-aged man slowly withdrew his right arm, preparing to explore further. A gentle knock sounded at the door. The middle-aged man's right hand, just placed on the young woman's abdomen, froze instantaneously. He turned his head with anger and shouted, "Who is it?" The 2 young women, who were resting with their eyes closed, were instantly startled awake. Outside the master bedroom, a hesitant voice reminded him, "Father, His Highness Mitchell is waiting for you in the reception hall." The middle-aged man's brow furrowed immediately. His right hand explored while he said with displeasure, "Mitchell? Which Mitchell?" The voice outside the door continued, "Father, it's His Highness Mitchell Carolyn." The middle-aged man's expression turned to shock, abandoning his finger's exploration immediately. His entire body sat upright. He repeated the words from outside the door, "Mitchell Carolyn? Why has he come to Praying Wind City?" The middle-aged man yelled towards the door, "Didn't you tell Mitchell, His Highness, that I'm unwell?" The voice from outside responded again, "But His Highness said he specifically brought a doctor from the royal city to diagnose and treat you. He is waiting downstairs now." The middle-aged man's brows furrowed even deeper. The young woman, whose face reddened by the man's exploration, embraced him from behind. The soft, rounded front of the young woman pressed against his back. A gentle and coquettish voice sounded, "Duke, you can't just stir my desires and then ignore me, can you? Why not sleep a bit more?" The young woman beside also sat up, holding onto Coleman's arm. At this moment, Coleman Sangyu was no longer distracted by the women's seductive bodies. He admonished sternly, "Sleep more? Hurry and dress me. I must meet His Highness Mitchell." Sensing the severity in Coleman Sangyu's voice, the 2 young women's expressions changed, and they quickly got off the large bed. They couldn't even care about their nakedness. Hurriedly, they fetched garments piece by piece and dressed Coleman. Looking at the rounded and fair figures of the 2 women, Coleman had completely lost interest. Once fully dressed, he promptly stepped out of the bedroom. He opened the double wooden doors and strode out. At the entrance, a tall and burly young man was waiting. Seeing Coleman, he didn't hesitate and followed him. The young man respectfully addressed him, "Father." Coleman gave him a casual glance and directly asked, "Besides these, what else did His Highness Mitchell say?" The young man, Micah, quickly replied, "That's all for now. But His Highness Mitchell insists on curing your illness at all costs, Father. Otherwise, he will invite doctors from everywhere to treat you." Upon hearing this, Coleman's mouth coldly snorted. "Why I'm ill? Does he Mitchell not know?" Micah followed in silence, too afraid to utter a word. Suddenly, Coleman thought of something. He turned to stare directly at Micah, nearly interrogating. "You wouldn't have told Mitchell that I called 2 women into my bed, would you?" Micah's eyes widened, and he hastily replied, "Of course not, Father." Coleman continued his questioning. "Did I not tell you before not to call me Father? Remember, your mother was just a prostitute. If not for the fact that you are my bloodline, you would never have had the chance to live in the Duke's castle." Micah's pupils trembled, and he fearfully said, "I'm sorry, Duke Sangyu." Coleman snorted coldly. "That's better." Walking on the carpeted corridor of the castle, he continued speaking. "Tell me, besides Mitchell, who else is in the reception hall?" Feeling the aura of Coleman dissipating, Micah quickly explained, "There are also his personal guard team and a doctor. However, the doctor's attire is somewhat strange, wrapped entirely in a hooded cloak." Coleman responded, "I see." Seeing Coleman not ask further, Micah dared not speak anymore. Honestly following behind, passing through the corridor, descending the stairs, finally arriving at the ground floor of the castle. When they were about to turn past a wide, open double door, entering the guest hall, Coleman immediately extended his left hand, suspended midair. Micah understood at once and stepped forward, supporting him. The two of them walked into the guest hall with slow steps. Coleman's gaze shifted, looking forward, landing on the tall and imposing figure seated on the Duke's throne. A look of surprise and joy appeared in his eyes. His tone, which was previously strong and firm, became weak. "Greetings. Greetings, Your Highness Mitchell." As he spoke, Coleman quickened his pace towards Mitchell. Before he even got close, Coleman was ready to bow and salute. Mitchell hurriedly stood up, stepping down from the throne, gently supporting Coleman. Mitchell said with concern, "There is no need for formalities, Grand Duke. The relationship between us is not ordinary, and there's no need to perform the formalities of ruler and subject like others." Being supported, Coleman revealed a reminiscent smile, sighing, "Yes, yes, I did hold Your Highness in my arms when you were young. Who would have thought that so many years would pass in the blink of an eye?" Mitchell laughed. "Though many years have passed, the Grand Duke remains youthful. If unknown outsiders were to see us, they would definitely think we are brothers of the same age." "Who would have thought that the Grand Duke is already over 60 now?" Coleman nodded with a smile. "Yes, perhaps I am a bit carefree, just focusing on tending to my small domain, without many thoughts, which might be why I appear young." Mitchell slightly squinted his smiling eyes and continued speaking. "Grand Duke, the last time I invited you for a dinner, you said you were unwell and unable to travel." Coleman hurriedly explained, "Your Highness, I sincerely apologize. Had my body not been weak, I would have certainly been there at the earliest." Mitchell quickly raised his right hand, stopping Coleman's apology. "Grand Duke, you overstated. Duke Sangyu, one of the 3 great dukes of the Karidi Empire, the cornerstone of the nation. Naturally, taking care of your health is of utmost importance. Therefore, upon hearing that the Grand Duke was ill, I immediately sought out a renowned physician to specially come and diagnose and treat you." Coleman, upon hearing this, couldn't help but frown slightly, but it was quickly smoothed out. Before Coleman could speak, Mitchell shifted his body to the side, looking into the distance. Hearing the name from Mitchell's mouth, Coleman looked over with some confusion. A tall figure covered in a hooded cloak was stepping closer to the two. Even though the figure was wrapped and covered, the keen-eyed Coleman still took advantage of the wind that lifted the brim of the hat during movement. He clearly saw a delicate and fair face under the hood, especially those moist and rosy light lips. Coleman's eyebrows instantly rose. He knew, under that hooded cloak must be a young and beautiful woman. When the figure came beside them, Mitchell glanced over. With a motion of his hand, he directly unfastened the hood covering the head and body. A young woman appeared in the eyes of Coleman and Micah beside him. With hair as black as a waterfall, casually draping over fair shoulders. A face coldly beautiful, eyebrows like distant mountains, with long eyes, holding endless mysterious vortices in their dark pupils. Wearing a form-fitting black robe that perfectly outlined her slender waist and shapely curves, especially those long, fair legs, revealing a peek from the slit of her robe. Yet it still made people involuntarily take a second look, wanting to delve deeper into the mystery. After glancing at the woman's body, Coleman once again turned to Mitchell with some confusion. "Your Highness, this is—" Mitchell smiled. "Grand Duke, this is Nadia Griffin, a physician in my castle. Her medical skill far surpasses that of some doctors at the church. Hence, I specially brought her here to diagnose and treat you." Mitchell moved his body to the side, looking at Nadia Griffin beside him. A soft smile immediately appeared on her coldly beautiful face. Seeing Nadia Griffin's demeanor, neither humble nor arrogant, Coleman was instantly intrigued. He responded calmly, "No need for formalities." Mitchell continued speaking. "Grand Duke, since I have brought the person here for you, I will not linger any longer. As you know, the situation in the Empire is too complex and someone must stand up to control it." Coleman's heart was somewhat surprised. "Your Highness, are you leaving already? It's late. Would you not rest here for a night before leaving?" Mitchell smiled slightly and said, "Thank you for the kind offer, Grand Duke. However, I do have urgent matters to attend to." With a wave of his hand, Mitchell bade farewell to Coleman, leading his guards straight out of the guest hall. Watching Mitchell's back gradually recede, and the physician Nadia Griffin still remaining in the guest hall, his amazement became more pronounced. He initially thought that Mitchell's personal visit was to hold him accountable for not accepting the invitation to his dinner party. Mitchell not only did not hold him accountable, but also considerately sent a doctor to diagnose and treat him. What was even more unexpected was that the doctor was so young and beautiful, like a ravishing beauty. Mitchell wanted to use a woman to win him over, to join Mitchell's camp. Coleman couldn't think of another reason. Since that's the case, Coleman's gaze couldn't help but once again sweep up and down over Nadia in front of him. He spoke, "Dr. Nadia, I've recently caught a cold, feeling a bit chilly, and my head feels swollen. I wonder how to proceed with the treatment." Nadia's voice was soft, reminding, "Duke, for diagnosis, you need to provide a quiet room for examination. Only then can the severity of the illness be determined and treated accordingly." Listening to Nadia's words, Coleman nodded, "Of course." His gaze shifted to Micah, instructing, "Help arrange a quiet room for Dr. Nadia as the diagnosis room. I need to receive Dr. Nadia's treatment." Micah, standing steady, immediately bowed slightly and replied, "Yes, Duke." After the voice fell, Micah quickly left with big strides. Micah returned quickly. He came to Coleman's side, respectfully reminding, "Duke, the diagnosis room is ready." Coleman responded, "Lead the way." Upon hearing this, Micah walked slowly ahead. Coleman's gaze turned to Nadia beside him. "Nadia, please?" Nadia nodded slightly, and the two walked side by side. Turning a corridor, shortly, they arrived at the doorway of a room with double wooden doors open. Led by Micah, Coleman and Nadia stepped inside. Coleman's gaze swept around. It's more appropriate to call it a suite rather than a room. Upon entry is the living room, with a heavy solid wood desk and several wooden chairs. Next to the living room is a room for resting. A washroom and other amenities are all complete. Coleman asked Nadia, "Dr. Nadia, during your stay in Praying Wind City, you can live here. How do you find it?" Nadia slightly nodded. "Of course, Duke, it's already a very nice room. If the Duke doesn't mind, Nadia can start your diagnosis now." Coleman raised an eyebrow. "Certainly." Both moved to the solid wood desk to sit. Looking at Nadia in front, her hands brushed slightly from beneath the long skirt behind, making her seat more comfortable. Her graceful curve was displayed in Coleman's eyes, plus those exposed fair long legs. Coleman's eyebrows couldn't help but raise again. Nadia glanced at Micah standing not far away. Without needing her reminder, Coleman spoke first. "You can retreat to rest." Micah hesitated. "But, Marquis." Coleman showed displeasure and said angrily, "But what but? Dr. Nadia is personally brought by His Highness Mitchell. Would she harm me?" Micah's face showed surprise, quickly responded, and backed away. He gently closed the double wooden doors. Listening to the sound of the doors closing from behind, Coleman smiled slightly. Dr. Nadia, I think we can begin. With the doors closing, Micah's submissive demeanor instantly vanished, replaced by a calm, indifferent face. Listening to the diagnostic conversation from inside, he stepped towards the reception hall. Passing by a few guards bowing and saluting at the gate, he exited the castle. Arriving at the courtyard, Micah directly straddled Duke Songyu's carriage. Under the coachman's urging of the horses, the carriage departed the Duke's castle, traveling through the inner city of Praying Wind City by night. Perhaps because they've reached deep night and a curfew was implemented. Except for a few patrolling soldiers in armor, there were no other pedestrians to be seen. Even if the patrolling soldiers saw the carriage, they did not obstruct it in the slightest. Because the carriage bore Duke Songyu's oak tree emblem. The Songyu clan is the ruler of Praying Wind City. The rights they hold are so high, even surpassing the emperor of the Kaladi Empire. The carriage traveled through the main road, turned at a corner up ahead, into an alleyway. It wove around for more than 10 minutes. Finally, amidst the whinnying of horses, it stopped in front of a 2-story stone building. After the coachman opened the carriage compartment, Micah stepped out, stepping down onto the bluestone ground via the movable wooden stairs. Without any delay, he walked straight into the 2-story building beside with the slightly ajar door. With the sound of creaking hinges, the wooden door opened in response. A veil of darkness covered his view. His gaze soon was drawn to the candlelight in front of the bar. After Micah's pupils adjusted to the dark environment, he clearly saw a burly figure sitting in front of the bar. Although the burly figure had its back to him, hiding the face, he still knew the person's identity. Micah stepped forward and stood behind the burly figure. He bowed slightly, his words full of respect. "Your Highness." The man sitting at the counter turned his burly figure upon hearing this. Mitchell revealed a knowing smile. "Master Micah, I thought you weren't coming." The following morning, Lynn, sleeping on the wooden bed in the tent, was awakened by the flapping of wings from birds in the mountain woods. After a simple wash, Lynn stepped out of the tent. The campfire in the center of the camp, under the guard's watch, had burned all night long. Not only was the campfire needed for illumination and dispersing the dampness, but also to ward off unknown beasts from the primordial forest. Red, sitting by the campfire, saw Lynn and quickly stood up. "Master, breakfast is ready." After the cook brought over a simple breakfast, and he had finished eating, Lynn immediately ordered the guards to pack up the tents and continue on. As they passed by the natural soda mines and saltpeter caves, dozens of workers who were digging there jumped in surprise upon seeing Lynn and his entourage. After all, the workers digging here were only a few of them. They would go out using the Noel ship, transporting the mined soda and saltpeter back. Almost no one else ever came here again. Upon recognizing their master Lynn, admiration and reverence appeared on their faces. They were originally just slaves. Even though the digging work they were engaged in now was very tiring. As long as they worked until dusk, they could finish. It was their master Lynn here who allowed them a full meal. In the respectful calls of the digging workers, Lynn nodded in response. His gaze swept around, and he couldn't help but frown. There were 80 workers responsible for digging natural soda and saltpeter. 40 were in charge of digging for soda, 40 for collecting saltpeter. But the living conditions here were extremely limited. Because the distance to the town was too far, no red brick houses had been built here yet. They could only live in simple wooden huts, using makeshift kitchens to cook food. The living conditions of the digging workers must be improved as soon as possible, regardless of the current soda and saltpeter digging or the other 3 major minerals. Even if these places were used as sites for exiling and punishing misbehaving townsmen. At the very least, their basic living conditions of clothing, food, shelter, and transport must be ensured. He had no intention of allowing the digging workers' impoverished living conditions to cause envy of the townsmen's lives back in the town, leading eventually to all digging workers uniting in a rebellion war. The most critical thing is, without providing good living conditions for the townsmen, their digging efficiency would lag. Lynn thought, even if he wanted to change their living conditions, he would have to wait until the expansion of the red brick houses in the town was completed. Only then could he free up 6,000 laborers. Surveying around, he let the workers continue digging. Lynn, along with Red and his entourage, left the dig site under the gaze of the digging workers. He had to continue deeper, continue exploring. even though he took Red and the others in directions they had never gone before. On the or vein detector, there was still no indication of any or veins detected. Lynn felt the 200-meter mineral detection range might be somewhat too narrow. While searching for mineral detection, Lynn could continue to grind his hunting skills through hunting. Hunting experience +1. Hunting experience +1. Hunting experience +1. When Lynn released the arrow between his fingers, the triangular armor-piercing arrow whistled through the air, shooting out violently ahead. In the blink of an eye, the arrow traveled over 40 meters, accurately hitting a squirrel jumping on the tree trunk. Under the power of the fully drawn longbow, the squirrel fell dead instantly without any pain, falling from the tree onto a patch of dead leaves. Two guards, faces full of admiration, quickly stepped towards the dead leaves, searching for the prey Master Lynn had hunted. Lynn nodded with satisfaction. As he continued grinding his hunting skills, his archery levels steadily improved. He gained additional tracking and scouting abilities of a hunter, survival abilities in the wild, and adaptability to environments in his mind. At this moment, a panel of text appeared in front of Lynn's eyes. Your hunting has upgraded to level 3. Unlocked. Battlefield Sand Table. Reward acquired. Talent duplication book ×1. Looking at the panel in front of him, Lynn's eyebrows lifted. After constant shooting and hunting over this period, the hunting skill had finally leveled up to level 3. A thought crossed his mind, and Lynn opened the Heavenly Artifacts panel, clicked on the Battlefield Sand Table interface, and began to peruse. Battlefield Sand Table restores realistic terrain, allowing for the arrangement of current soldier-size phantoms for simulation battles. Each simulation battle consumes 100 energy stones, different from the holographic map. At this moment in his view, there were battle markers with crossed swords icons. The battle marker closest to his territory was the Frank Manor. Beyond Frank Manor lay darkness. Even the nearest battle of Morgantown marker was absent. Lynn speculated that perhaps only the locations he had visited or seen would be unlocked on the Battlefield Sand Table. He clicked on the Frank Manor battle icon. The building contours of Frank Manor Castle, the internal corridors and rooms, underground storerooms, and the terrain around the castle all appeared before him. Looking at the scene before him, Lynn felt a bit surprised. Although he couldn't see the soldiers from Frank Manor Castle in the scene, unable to know the opponent's formation and tactics. But with the Battlefield Sand Table, he could control and observe the overall situation, conduct a situational analysis for the upcoming battle, thus formulating a reasonable strategic plan to counter the enemy, minimizing the casualties of his own soldiers as much as possible. Compared to the various functions unlocked before, the Battlefield Sand Table was more practical in warfare, although each simulation required him to use up 100 energy stones. But compared to the lost lives of soldiers or the failure of the battle, these 100 energy stones were insignificant. If worst comes to worst, he would spend more time fishing several more times at the dock embankment. Thinking of this, Lynn felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. He closed the panel and continued to lead Red and his guards further into the forest. 5 days passed by in the blink of an eye. During this period, the vein detection instrument issued 2 alerts. But both alerted locations of the mines were 100 or 200 meters underground. Fortunately, they were just ordinary minerals. If they had been magic or gold, silver, or the sulfur he currently needed the most, he could only yearn in vain. With the current mining technology in his territory, it was simply impossible to mine underground minerals. 3 more days passed. Lynn still hadn't found natural sulfur, so he chose to give up. Leading Red and the guards, he returned to the town first. To form natural sulfur, it often requires volcanic eruptions, where magma from deep underground brings sulfur and other volatile substances to the surface. These sulfurs react chemically with other substances under high temperature and pressure conditions, ultimately forming sulfur. In some sedimentary environments, microbial activity can also facilitate sulfur enrichment and sulfur formation. However, it generally occurs in anoxic marine sediments or lake bottoms. In the area where his territory is located, finding natural sulfur is truly not easy. To increase the detection probability of the vein detector, Lynn specifically arranged for Red and the others to return via unexplored and untraveled areas. But even after doing so, 2 days later, Lynn and the others returned to the open pit iron mine, still with no detection alerts regarding natural sulfur. This forest exploration was considered a failure as no mineable minerals were detected. His hunting skill rose to level 3, and during this time, they hunted 6 or 7,000 pounds of meat. Riding Mo Ying, he nudged the horse's belly. Mo Ying's front hooves rose high and then quickly fell, letting out a neigh, galloping along the limestone road ahead. Red and the guards also mounted their horses, following closely behind. Under the golden glow of the setting sun, a group of dozens returned to the Lord's Square and passed through one red brick house after another in the town. Lynn returned to the castle. He climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor and entered the reception hall. Seeing several maids cleaning, he unhesitatingly instructed them to go to the kitchen to prepare hot water. For 8 or 9 consecutive days, he hadn't taken a bath, going back and forth through the forest, each day exhausting a lot of physical strength, covered in sweat. Lynn felt he was now emitting a sour stench. After soaking and bathing, changing into a clean silk robe, Lynn comfortably stepped out of the private room. By this time, the sky outside the castle had completely darkened. Lynn turned his gaze to the dining table. Kisi, who had been out managing affairs, had already returned to the castle. She was leading the maids in arranging tableware and food. Seeing Lynn, Kisi smiled at him. "Master, your soaking time was just right. You can soon dine." Lynn nodded, striding over to the dining table, and sat at the head seat. Kisi was cutting the food for him while recounting events that occurred in the territory during his absence. "Master, 2 days after you left the territory, Boss Hunter from the Kakasong City Tavern came to your territory. He delivered a batch of meat and a hide. Since you weren't here, all transaction matters were handled by Mr. George." Lynn chewed on the savory fried bread, acknowledging. He wanted to discuss with Hunter about using his tavern to build an intelligence-gathering center, but he still lacked key personnel. Hunter would soon return wishing to acquire gin and beer. "There's no rush for the moment." Kisi continued with her report. "Besides Boss Hunter, Clive came looking for you. He said the previously sketched heavy armor and horse armor samples have been forged and sewn. He wants you to inspect them." Lynn, swallowing the food in his mouth, replied, "I know. I'll go see him tomorrow." Kisi acknowledged, "All right, master." The construction of the red brick residential area is still ongoing. However, a few newly arrived peasants had a physical conflict with the townsmen. Lynn furrowed his brow and looked at Kisi. Kisi immediately explained. During a meal, a townsman spoke harshly to a peasant, which angered the peasant and led to a dispute. This escalated into a brawl involving over 10 people with help from friends on both sides. "I've already instructed the guards to detain these dozen people, waiting for you to handle the situation." After listening to Kisi, Lynn nodded and said, "In the future, matters regarding disputes among townsmen should be handled by Erin. Once she finishes drafting the territorial law and begins its implementation, I will appoint her as acting judge. These minor disputes among the townsmen, if it was just a few dozen people like before, it would be manageable." He still had time to mediate and regulate them. Now in the territory, there are over 15,000 people. If everyone had disputes needing his intervention, he wouldn't be able to do anything else all day. He needed to delegate some power to trusted and capable people. Let them help resolve these issues for him. Kisi acknowledged, "All right, master. Other than these matters, everything else is proceeding as usual." Yesterday, Lord Rose once again led his soldiers to the textile workshop, taking away 300 sets of composite armor. After breakfast, Lynn left the castle, walking among the red brick houses, heading towards the handicraft workshop district. He had explored the forest for 11 days, and the small town was still operating normally. At first glance, there seemed to be no significant changes. Amidst the townsmen's attentive gazes, Lynn arrived at the handicraft workshop district and went to the blacksmith workshop. Lynn stepped in directly. Irello, who was leading the blacksmith apprentices in forging armor plates, immediately saw him. Irello promptly went to greet Lynn. "Master, you have returned." Looking at Irello's face with a hint of a smile, Lynn nodded. "How is the current progress of the blacksmith workshop's forging?" At these words, Irello did not hesitate and quickly reported. "Master, the current blacksmith workshop is the same as before, with a total of 1,200 people, excluding those involved in miscellaneous tasks like transporting iron, ore, and coal, as well as the 20 apprentices assigned to Scholar Clive, and 200 people allocated for the forging and production of winged spears. However, the blacksmith workshop can still produce 15,000 armor plates daily. Lynn looked at Arello in surprise. Previously, he had tasked Arello and the blacksmith workshop to forge 15,000 armor plates daily. This was without the production of winged spears. The production efficiency of Arello's lead blacksmith workshop had improved again. Lynn looked at Arello approvingly and said, "Well done, Arello. You have not let me down." Listening to Lynn's words, Arello's face lit up. He quickly bowed and replied, "Master, you flatter me. The credit does not belong to me alone. It also belongs to these forging workers. Without their sweat, I couldn't have forged so many armor plates alone. It also belongs to you, Master. Without your support, providing food and shelter, we could not have fully devoted ourselves to forging." Lynn nodded in response, then switched topics. "However, Foreman Arello, even so, you and the textile workshop's overtime rush work will not stop. Once the red brick house residential area is completed, I will expand and recruit more soldiers again, at least 1,000 or more. Therefore, I need the blacksmith and textile workshops to continue rushing production, to produce more composite armor and weapons to arm these soldiers, to face the unpredictable situation outside the territory." Arello promptly responded, "Yes, Master, I understand." Lynn nodded. "Where is Scholar Clive now?" Earlier, he had scanned the blacksmith workshop. He didn't see the robed figure of Scholar Clive. Arello also looked around and, after confirming he couldn't see him, said, "He should be at the textile workshop. He just led the blacksmith apprentices to forge a set of heavy padded armor and horse armor. He should now be at the textile workshop, doing stitching and testing." Lynn acknowledged, instructing Arello to continue his work. Then he left the blacksmith workshop. He headed towards the distant textile workshop. Arriving at the weaving workshop, many women sat at their workbenches, intently arranging and braiding the armor plates above them. So focused were they that they didn't notice Lynn entering the workshop. Lynn didn't mind, striding through the workshop, observing. Time is the best teacher. These women, through long hours of repetitive work, their stitching techniques had become exceptionally skilled. One strand of leather thread passed through the punched holes in the armor plates, then tied tightly, moving to the next plate. The whole process was seamless. While Lynn was observing, respectful voices rose behind him. Lynn turned at the sound, seeing Rachel, the deputy of Yamini. Before Lynn could inquire, Rachel asked, "Master, are you looking for Foreman Yamini?" Lynn replied, "I'm looking for Scholar Clive. Foreman Arello said he's here." Rachel quickly responded, "Master, Scholar Clive is at the open space behind the workshop, testing the heavy padded armor and horse armor. I'll lead you there." Seeing Rachel gesture invitingly, Lynn deliberated for a moment, then followed her, heading towards the back of the workshop. Passing through the textile workshop, before exiting the back door, the neighing of horses rang out continuously outside the workshop. Stepping outside, coming to the open space, a horse clad in full horse armor came into Lynn's view. Aside from its ears, eyes, mouth, nose, limbs, and tail, its entire body was protected and covered. The face shield protecting the horse's head, the crest protecting the horse's neck, protection for the horse's chest, and the mane protecting the horse's body. The horse, adorned in full armor, was being led by Clive and was walking slowly. No matter how Clive urged the horse, its speed wouldn't increase. Lynn, seeing this, stepped forward. He called out to Clive, "Scholar Clive." Hearing the somewhat unfamiliar yet familiar voice from behind, Clive quickly turned his head. Seeing it was Lynn, he immediately handed the reins to the nearby guard. Facing Lynn, Clive said with delight in his words, "Lord, you're finally back." Lynn nodded. From Steward Kuzi's words, I learned that Clive has completed the forging and assembly of the heavy padded armor and horse armor. I came here early this morning. Upon hearing this, Clive's face showed a trace of embarrassment. He explained, "Lord, the heavy padded armor and horse armor have indeed been forged." Lynn said, "Scholar Clive, if there are any problems, feel free to speak." Receiving Lynn's affirmative response, Clive didn't hesitate anymore. He directly stated, "However, Lord, the heavy padded armor and horse armor are just too heavy. I had a guard attempt an initial try to wear it. Once he put it on, the padded armor weighing 70 pounds greatly restricted his mobility. Not to mention running or walking. Even turning his body and lifting his weapon faced significant challenges. Lynn responded without interrupting Clive's continued words. Not only the heavy padded armor, but the horse armor is the same. Once the horse wore the horse armor, it seemed to be trapped in a quagmire. No matter how urged to accelerate, it only took steps to walk. At this point, Clive hesitated and said, "Lord, could it be that my design doesn't fit reality? If we could reduce the padded armor's weight by half, no, even by a third, then soldiers and horses could move freely." Lynn said nothing, glancing at the horse armor on the horse led by the guard. Ordinary horse armor, made of iron materials, hard-textured, can effectively resist attacks from swords, guns, and arrows, providing reliable protection for horses, etc. Sweeping his eyes over the text panel before him and then closing it, Lynn's gaze turned to a guard behind him. "Go fetch Red's warhorse." The guard responded and left the textile workshop, heading towards the castle. Lynn's gaze shifted towards Red. "You try the padded armor." Red responded accordingly. "Yes, my lord." Stepped forward to where a set of heavy padded armor was stacked not far away. With the help of a blacksmith apprentice, he began wearing it. After finishing the instructions, Lynn's gaze turned to Clive. "Scholar Clive, the padded armor must maintain a weight of 70 pounds, and the horse armor must also remain at 50 pounds. Currently, the forging techniques are limited, unable to ensure the armor's hardness while reducing its weight. Therefore, only sufficiently thick padded armor and horse armor can effectively resist these attacks. Meanwhile, armored cavalry typically undertake the task of breaking through the enemy's front lines. The heavier the padded armor and horse armor, the greater the impact during the charge, thus tearing open the enemy's defense lines, creating conditions for subsequent troop attacks." Lynn continued speaking. "Since ordinary horses can't adapt to the horse armor, let's switch to the Badon warhorses trained for strength and size. If guards struggle to move in heavy padded armor, then let soldiers more burly and robust, trained over a long period." Upon hearing this, Clive nodded in understanding. "Lord, I understand." With the assistance of 2 blacksmith apprentices, Red first took off the composite armor he was wearing, then began wearing the heavy padded armor piece by piece. The guard led a group of Badon pureblood warhorses over. In the busy work of several blacksmith apprentices, they began fitting horse armor on the warhorses. Until half an hour later, with 2 iron helmets, surrounded by fringes on all sides, only revealing the eyes, neck equipped with a neck guard, body covered by numerous armor plates sewn into padded armor, Red. He walked heavily towards Lynn. With each step, the fall of his feet was accompanied by the sound of armor parts rubbing and colliding. Lynn merely glanced at him. Red gave him an impression like an iron tower. Sturdy and stable, indestructible. After scanning Red from top to bottom, Lynn asked, "How do you feel?" From beneath the 2 helmets came Red's low voice. "The sense of weight pressure is more apparent than composite armor, but still within my tolerance." Red tried moving his body slightly, and the sound of collisions became more distinct. He explained, "Limb movements are manageable, but overall agility is greatly restricted, requiring more effort." Lynn nodded slightly. Red continued, "Besides that, the breathability is poor. If engaging in excessive activities, there will be a lot of sweat, unable to dry and expel effectively, leading to stuffy discomfort. Maintaining this state for a long time will reduce combat effectiveness and physical condition." Lynn responded, looked towards the guard behind him, and said, "Bring the warhorse over." The guard immediately led the warhorse forward. The Badon pureblood warhorse at this moment, also fully covered in horse armor. Compared to the previous ordinary horse, its contour looked much larger, but its steps were strong and even, not affected by the horse armor in the least. There was no need for Lynn to remind him. Red turned his heavy body, facing the warhorse. He held the saddle with both hands and placed his left foot on the stirrup. As his left leg bent, exerting force suddenly, he flipped up, his right leg crossing the horse's back. With the help of 2 guards, Red sat stably on the horse's back. The heavy weight on his back only caused the warhorse to slightly move its steps. It was only until then. The superior quality of the Badon pureblood horse was evident. Despite being clad in horse armor and carrying Red, who wore heavy padded armor, it remained steadily in place. Lynn nodded in satisfaction and spoke to Red. "Test the speed of the warhorse's charge." Red's deep voice echoed from beneath his iron helmet. "Yes, my lord." Red pulled the reins with both hands, facing a stretch of open ground paved with red bricks. Red slightly adjusted his body on the saddle. His eyes gazed directly forward through the opening. As he inhaled deeply and then exhaled, his legs suddenly squeezed the horse's belly. Feeling the command to drive, the warhorse let out a few neighs and galloped forward. Every leap and fall of the warhorse's body made a clear and pleasant sound of hoofs. Lynn moved and followed the course of the warhorse, observing Red's state while riding it. Due to the weight of the heavy padded armor and horse armor, the warhorse's initial running speed was not fast. After galloping several dozen meters, the warhorse began to accelerate. Gradually, its speed increased, until finally, it stabilized at an average running speed, about 30 kilometers per hour. After racing nearly 1,000 meters, the speed of the horse beneath Red gradually decreased. Even for the Badon pureblood horse, when clad in horse armor and carrying a heavily armored cavalry, it could only run about 1,000 meters at the maximum speed of 30 kilometers per hour. In Lynn's mind, an answer was formed. Watching the misting breath from the horse beneath him, streaming out of its nostrils, accompanied by heavy panting, Red didn't urge the horse to continue galloping, but instead pulled the reins in his hand and walked towards Lynn. With the help of several guards, Red slowly dismounted from the horse. He removed the iron helmet from his head as he walked toward Lynn, finally standing firmly before him. Seeing Red's hair soaked with sweat, Lynn directly asked, "Any different feelings?" Handing the helmet to a guard, Red took a deep breath, recalled for a few seconds, and explained, "My lord, compared to normal riding, wearing heavy padded armor and the horse clad in armor, at full charge, I can feel a strong force pushing my body forward. Even with the reins and stirrups, I still feel as if I'm going to leave the saddle and fly away. In addition, there is the bumping and vibrating sensation, along with a strong resistance." Red continued, his voice tinged with a hint of curiosity. "Finally, charging while wearing heavy padded armor gives me an unusual feeling." Lynn raised his eyebrows and asked, "Tell me more." Red hesitated. "After wearing heavy padded armor and the horse clad in armor, I feel a strong sense of security. That feeling, even if there were many cavalry and infantry ahead, I would just charge into them without hesitation, fighting bravely." Lynn couldn't help but smile. Clad in heavy padded armor, with the horse similarly armored like an iron barrel, gripping a 5-meter-long winged spear as a charging weapon, with a one-handed longsword hanging at the waist for close combat. The armor can withstand enemies' ranged attacks, and the weapon can easily kill enemies. There naturally comes a strong sense of security. Lynn responded, "Aside from these, do you feel anything needs improvement?" Red recalled briefly, "My lord, apart from the heaviness and constraint, there's nothing for now." Upon hearing this, Lynn turned his gaze to Clive, who had been standing beside him, showering him with compliments. "Scholar Clive, your design of the heavy armor and horse armor is very good. I'll have the scribe note down 100 military merits for you, which you can keep or exchange for a hectare of land." Upon hearing Lynn's words, Clive smiled. "Lord, you are generous. I don't need rewards of land. I am merely a scholar, being able to research without worries in your territory. That is already the greatest reward for me." Lynn replied, "I'll note down these 100 military merits for you. How you will use them, you can decide later." Clive bowed. "Thank you, my lord." While Lynn and Clive spoke, footsteps sounded from afar. It was Arello and Yamini, who had been summoned by the guards. The two came to Lynn's side and spoke in unison. Lynn glanced at Arello and Yamini. The heavy padded armor and horse armor designed by Clive have been tested and proven effective. From now on, each of your workshops will select a team of workers to be responsible for forging and assembling the heavy padded armor and horse armor. You arrange the selection of workers as you see fit. However, there is one requirement. Upon hearing this, Irello and Yimeni's faces became solemn. "My lord, please command." Lynn nodded. "Within 10 days, I want to see a set of armor and horse armor that can be equipped on soldiers and warhorses and the winged spear." Irello and Yemeni exchanged a glance. Ultimately, both of them said in unison, "No problems, Master Lynn." Lynn nodded. "Very good." Whether or not there were problems, what he wanted was the attitude of Irello and Yemeni, the two foremen of the workshops. After trying and forging, if any issues arise, they can always discuss them with him. He would also do his utmost to assist the two workshops. However, if they hesitated before even beginning, it would only affect the subsequent forging and woven production. Lynn's gaze once again turned to Red, and he said, "Soldiers and warhorses don heavy armor, like a moving iron tower. I call it the Iron Butcher." The few people standing beside Lynn looked surprised upon hearing this. "The Iron Butcher, huh?" After sending everyone off, Lynn strode out of the weaving workshop. In this world where cavalry is the main force, forging heavy armor is naturally crucial. The soldiers' heavy armor and the horses' armor. With enough armored cavalry, it would be enough to sweep across the Garonia continent. Lynn also understood the difficulty level within this task. Firstly, in terms of equipment production, there is immense difficulty. The heavy armor and horse armor for the armored cavalry requires skilled blacksmiths to apply their forging techniques to forge each piece of jaw armor plate. This process requires a tremendous amount of time and effort from blacksmiths. Secondly, there are also material constraints. Each set of heavy armor and Makai requires a massive amount of iron or to be smelted and extracted into iron blocks. He has an open-pit iron mine and a coal mine currently being excavated. Otherwise, wishing to start forging heavy padded armor by buying iron or would be nothing but wishful thinking. Additionally, it requires a large amount of leather to make reins, saddles, and other leather goods. Under the condition that all leather relies on livestock provided by animal husbandry, it is not easy to find a substantial amount of leather. Then, the equipment for armored cavalry also has high requirements. Armored cavalry needs to be equipped with high-quality saddles, stirrups, reins, and so on. This allows the cavalry to perform their best in battle. Next comes the requirement for cavalry personnel. Armored cavalry not only requires cavalry to have a high level of riding skill, being able to skillfully maneuver heavily armored warhorses, but also requires them to remain flexible and mobile in various terrains and combat scenarios. The most critical thing is, the cavalry must possess strong physical fitness, mental resilience, and fighting spirit. Setting aside mental resilience and fighting spirit for now, if the cavalry didn't have strong and powerful bodies, they simply couldn't wear the heavy padded armor, which weighs 70 pounds, let alone wielding the winged spear and one-handed sword to kill enemies. Lynn quickly contemplated in his mind. On his territory now, men with such physical qualities add up to only about 50. While forging and producing heavy horse armor, he also needs to enhance the cavalry's physical training and purchase more Badon pureblood warhorses. At this thought, Lynn couldn't help but sigh. To build a formidable armored cavalry, it's a long and tough road ahead. However, no matter how difficult it is, everything has already begun. The samples of heavy armor and horse armor are already forged and produced. There are also 300 warhorses from the Badon Empire. As Lynn pondered, he arrived at Jose's bow and arrow workshop. At this moment, Jose was walking through the workshop, his eyes scanning each apprentice. Lynn also glanced over. At this moment, the bow and arrow workshop was already engaged in large-scale production of the Juga crossbow. However, due to labor restrictions in the bow and arrow workshop, the production progress was not very fast. Lynn did not enter the workshop, but after taking a few more glances from outside, he left directly. Producing the Juga crossbow is not like clearing weeds and cultivating land and farming. It's not just about having lots of strength to do it. This is a technical task. Only Jose has a unique talent in making bows and arrows. After watching him personally demonstrate the production of a crossbow once, he can develop and produce it by following the blueprint. The other workshop apprentices don't have this talent. They can only wait for Jose to teach each step, so they become familiar with the production process. Only then could the bow and arrow workshop possibly begin large-scale production of the Juga crossbow. Lynn walked past the entrances of several workshops bustling with activity. His heart was full of anticipation. As long as he has these handicraft workshops and enough time, there is a promising future. Pressing down his slightly restless thoughts, he left the workshops. After hesitating for a few seconds in his mind, he headed towards the mutated wild boar farm outside the town. With a thought, Lynn opened the Heavenly Artifacts interface and began to review it. Breeding, Level 2, 308/500, plus. Out of the 9 great skills, only breeding remains to advance to Level 3. This occasion is perfect for raising and observing how forest pigs mutate while continuing to gain breeding skill experience. Lynn walked across a limestone path, passed through a plot of farmland, and arrived at the entrance to the pasture. After assigning 200 slaves to Guy as labor, the busy atmosphere in the ranch finally eased. One by one, the ranch workers, assisted by Guy and a few helpers with breeding skills, were working in an orderly manner. After instructing a few ranch workers, Guy seemed to have noticed Lynn's gaze. He turned around and just happened to see Lynn walking into the ranch. Guy, without any hesitation, strode forward and came to Lynn's side. Guy asked respectfully, "Master Lynn, have you returned from your journey?" Lynn heard this and was not surprised at all. After all, he had left the town riding a horse with dozens of guards. Naturally, many people would have seen him. As Lynn walked toward the nearby pens, he spoke. "I'm back. How's the situation in the ranch now?" Guy, following beside Lynn, responded. "Master Lynn, after that batch of poultry and livestock sent by Wesley, the production capacity of the ranch has qualitatively leaped. Whether it's domestic pigs or dairy cows and goats, or some small poultry, as long as you give me enough time, grain, and workers, I can definitely use these poultry and livestock, through continuous breeding, to create a large ranch that can meet the regular meat consumption needs of all the townsmen, even letting pregnant women and children drink milk and eat eggs." Lynn, seeing Guy's confidence, nodded. "Very good. Aside from meat, I also need a large amount of leather, wool, and so on." Guy replied with a smile, "Of course, Master Lynn." After taking a tour, Lynn left the ranch and went to the neighboring wild boar farm. A few breeding workers were pouring cooked pig feed made from distillers' grains, bran, and rice husks into the troughs. The forest pigs lowered their heads and gorged themselves without any reservation. They didn't care at all as Lynn and Red's group walked into the farm. Lynn's gaze swept across the 30 forest pigs. Was it his imagination? He had only left for a dozen days, and these forest pigs, originally slender and tall with long limbs, seemed to have gained weight. This growth speed was simply too fast. Lynn understood that this was naturally due to the small magic array in the farm. Seeing Lynn's gaze, Guy, who was following, spoke with some doubt. "Master Lynn, these forest pigs have been bred for almost half a year without gaining weight. After moving to this farm, both their food intake and weight started to soar. I even feel that if they keep growing like this, they might reach 1,000 pounds." Lynn spoke. "Not only that, if we ensure they are well fed, perhaps they could grow to 3,000 pounds. Guy's eyebrows instantly raised, filled with shock. 3,000 pounds. That's simply too exaggerated. Soon, Guy understood. Master Lynn had arranged for Flint, the dwarf, to come near the ranch. He even had a strange, standardized farm constructed, with half-meter-thick red brick walls and separate pens divided by iron fences, adding to the peculiar patterns on the ground and the stone that seemed to emit a faint glow. Even if he didn't understand the complexity, he could guess the extraordinariness of it. Guy slightly nodded, no longer asking any questions. Seeing a ranch worker once again carrying a few buckets of pig feed forward, intending to continue feeding, Lynn, without any hesitation, reached out and took it. In the surprised gazes of several workers, Lynn skillfully poured the pig feed from the wooden bucket into the trough. Red and Guy were already accustomed to such sights. As the food in the trough increased, the forest pigs ate even more vigorously. The sound of clapping echoed continuously throughout the farm. Breeding experience, +1. Breeding experience, +1. Breeding experience, +1. Seeing the experience increase little by little, Lynn conveniently had the ranch workers put down their wooden buckets. He took over the task of pouring and feeding. Until a few minutes later, after one round of feeding was completed, The round-bodied forest pigs were walking around the pen. As they walked, they smacked their lips. Obviously, the midday meal left them fully satisfied. Lynn put down the wooden bucket he held and roughly estimated the food intake of these forest pigs. Compared to before, their full capacity had at least doubled. However, Lynn thought and felt relieved. Bear in mind, these forest pigs could, under the empowerment growth of the small magic array, reach around 3,000 pounds. Their usual food intake was surely far above that of ordinary domestic pigs. After feeding, Lynn wiped the sweat from his forehead. Feeding poultry and livestock, though not a heavy physical task, still consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, with the considerable waste produced by forest pigs in the pens, the labor of a ranch worker wasn't as simple as imagined. With a change of thought, Lynn looked at Guy and asked, "Seal, is the White Spirit Knight in free-range mode now?" What he thought of was naturally the White Spirit Knight that emerged from the darkness during his last forest exploration. Guy didn't hesitate, nodded in reply, "Yes, Master Lynn. Although the White Spirit Knight was raised by us, they are after all wild wolves. I worry they might harm the townsmen and livestock, so they are free-ranged in the forest. Recently, I saw them leading 5 or 6 wild wolves running along the forest edge. Seeing those wild wolves' demeanor, I feel like they're treating White Spirit Knight as their leader." He had seen the same scene before. After talking with Guy for a while, Lynn dismissed him to continue busying himself with the ranch affairs. As for the mutated wild boar farm beneath his feet, it's still just a simple breeding farm right now. The supporting training facilities are being constructed by builders and peasants under Jode's leadership. Lynn is not in a hurry. Whether it's training warhorses or empowering the breeding of forest pigs, both require a cycle. He's still lacking trainers with experience in training warhorses. Everything can only progress slowly. Standing outside the farm, he looked far into the distance at Jode, who was building fences. Only then did Lynn withdraw his gaze and walk out of the farm, heading towards the town. After walking a short distance along the lime road, Lynn stopped at the roadside. He stooped down and looked at the patches of barley in the field. It was already late May, with 3 days to go until June. Compared to spring barley, the winter barley, planted for a longer time, had already completed its basic growth. Because Gavin and Wilbur led the farmers in watering and fertilization, the stalks were sturdy, standing at least 90 centimeters tall. Each barley plant bore lush leaves. Some stalks had grains that emerged from the previously hidden flag leaves. Now, the spikes were fully visible. The spikes were flat, measuring about 10 centimeters long, and bore many small flowers. Lynn carefully counted the flowers. Each spikelet had 5 or 6 small flowers. Come early June, barley would transition from the booting stage to the flowering and pollination stage. The flowers on the spikes gradually opened, revealing anthers and stigmas. Pollen would be spread via wind or insects to complete the pollination process. After that, through the filling stage in late June and the maturity stage in mid-July, the 100,000 mu Chinese acre of barley fields would be ready for harvest. He had roughly estimated before, even if the soil fertility was limited, with a yield of only 180 caddies per mu, this 100,000 mu could still yield at least 18 million caddies of barley. Lynn felt inexplicably expectant. Only with sufficient food could he boldly recruit more people. Like previously recruiting over 6,000 peasants from the 3 great estates, along with numerous poultry and livestock. If it weren't for Boar and Grayson, among other merchants, constantly transporting food to his territory, relying on the limited amount of food stored in the castle's warehouse, surely couldn't sustain the daily consumption of the territory's over 15,000 people until the barley in the fields matured and was harvested. 15,000 people, along with poultry and livestock, and warhorses needing fine feed, even at the least, averaging 3 caddies per person, would require 45,000 caddies of food every day. For a territory wholly reliant on merchants to trade and transport food, this is a massive consumption. A slight miscalculation, resulting in a food shortage, 1 or 2 days might pass unnoticed. But beyond 3 days, chaos would surely erupt in the territory. Driven by instinctual needs, the townsmen would start raiding all edible resources in the territory. Pledges, territorial laws, loyalty, all would vanish like smoke. For the townsmen, A lord who can't solve even their basic needs. How could they persist at their workstations? For surely, food is the utmost priority. He didn't hesitate to trade fine salt, glazed glass, and alcohol with the merchants. At twice below market price, the open-pit salt mine, under current extraction methods, could last for decades or even hundreds of years. As long as his territory maintains stable development, he can continuously assign townsmen for extraction. Glazed glass and alcohol need not speak further. With technology, he could persistently keep both workshops producing. The raw material for glazed glass is essentially sand. The Alaya River is never short of it. Gin, beer's primary raw material, is merely barley. For these two commodities, even describing them as inexhaustible is apt. With temporarily inexhaustible economic goods from the territory in exchange for scarce food. Even at the lowest trading prices, he still believes it's an incredibly good trade. Pressing down his thoughts, Lynn continued observing the crops and walked to the cotton fields enclosed by tree branches. Lynn bent to inspect. From sowing the cotton seeds to now, 2 months had passed. Seedlings had sprouted from the ground, with green cotyledons spreading out for photosynthesis, providing energy and nutrients for the seedlings' growth. Some healthier cotton seedlings had already produced 3 or 4 true leaves. With the assistance of true leaves, the growth rate of seedlings would quicken. From May's seedling stage to July's budding stage, then to August's boll-setting stage. Finally, the bracing stage in October. Cotton bolls mature, shells crack open, revealing white cotton inside, ready for harvest. Fortunately, upon acquiring cotton seeds, he promptly planted them. Otherwise, even with this special seed store and spending energy stones for cotton seeds, he couldn't plant at present. Farming requires timeliness. Sayings like, man misses the land for a moment, land misses the man for a year, and do not violate the farming season wouldn't exist. After checking the cotton, Lynn walked over to the fenced potato fields. Like the cotton, the potatoes grew splendidly. They remained in the seedling stage. Each seedling had 3 to 5 pinnate leaves, vibrant green, surface covered in fine hairs. Though the roots breaking through the soil were slender, they were remarkably tough, delving deep into the ground. The spread leaves intensely photosynthesize, providing nutrients for the plant. Lynn scanned the field. Whether in the potato or cotton fields, he saw no weeds. Gavin and Wilbur led the farmers to care well for these fields. Footsteps of someone running sounded from afar. Lynn turned to see Gavin, panting heavily. Seeing Gavin gasping for breath in front of him, Lynn furrowed his brows slightly. What's wrong? Why the rush? Gavin, having quickly calmed his breathing, flashed an awkward smile. Scratching his head, he explained, Master, there's nothing wrong. I just saw you wandering in the fields for a while. Thought there might be an issue with the crops. Seeing Gavin's sincere expression, Lynn couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Lynn spoke to Gavin. There's no problem with the crops. On the contrary, you are taking good care of the fields. Hearing Lynn's praise, Gavin couldn't help but smile. Master, you flatter us. Taking care of the crops is simply part of our responsibilities. Lynn nodded. Very good. Perhaps the workforce caring for the fields isn't quite adequate right now. In a few days, after the expansion of the red brick house residential area is complete, I'll allocate more people to help you. A look of joy immediately appeared on Gavin's face. That's wonderful, Master Lynn. Lynn replied, My plan is to set the number of farmers to 2,000. You and Wilbur will lead them, tending to the entire area of fields and crops. Moreover, future cultivation and planting will all be done by you. Previously, to clear enough fields for planting, he had to pause other production industries or transfer half of the workforce from other industries for land cultivation and planting. Such an approach indeed allows a large area of land to be planted within a limited time. Yet it also has significant limitations. Once planting begins, other industries stall or progress slowly. He had thought this through earlier. Deploy farmers with level 1 and level 2 planting skills specifically for land cultivation. Whether it is spring sowing, autumn sowing, or intermediate plowing, they will handle everything. Let professionals do professional work. The farmers can repeatedly engage in the same labor, improving their farming proficiency. And it can also ensure the production efficiency of other industries. The newly cleared fields are about to enter the 3-field system. The 100,000 acres of fields are divided into three parts: spring planting, autumn planting, and fallow land. After 2 years of continuous cultivation, each piece of land can lay fallow for a year, completing a cycle every 3 years. With current fertilizers, at most, they are compost made from piled and fermented manure and weeds. Whether it is compost or the fertility of a plot of land, it is limited. To effectively utilize the land's fertility, the land's usage rate must be increased. Lynn also considered using a two-field system, but using the three-field system reduces the fallow land from half to a third compared to the two-field system. The utilization rate of the land also increases from half to two-thirds. Moreover, the three-field system allows for twice-yearly harvests through planting different crops and crop rotation. This can somewhat reduce the risk of agricultural disasters and poor harvests, like last year's winter snowfall. If the three-field system were in use, the winter barley planted outside the territory would not have suffered such extensive damage. The three-field system allows for effective labor arrangement. Farmers' work like plowing, sowing, and harvesting is distributed more evenly throughout the year. Never again will there be periods of no rest during the busy season and nothing to do during the idle times. Gavin nodded and said, "Master, however you arrange it, we will do as instructed." Lynn acknowledged, gave Gavin a few more instructions, and then dismissed him. It's now the intermediate plowing period in the fields. He still needs to lead the newly arrived farmers in their work. He watched Gavin walk away into the distance. Lynn withdrew his gaze and headed back towards the town. Lynn returned to Lord's Square, shifted his steps, and turned. He made his way to the rear of the town, where the red brick house residential area was under construction. Amidst respectful greetings of "Lord," Lynn arrived at the construction site. In his view, the red brick houses had already risen from the ground. After every 10 connected red brick houses, there was a red brick ground about 2 meters wide. To make the lighting and ventilation between each row of red brick houses more unobstructed, he even specifically asked Clive to slightly widen the streets. Because of the large population and to facilitate horse carriage passage in the future, Lynn also specially left a main road more than 5 meters wide in the new red brick house residential area. Lynn walked around the construction site. The majority of the red brick houses were already built. In about a week or so, once the furniture needed for the houses is made and moved in, the 7,000 new peasants and slaves can start moving in. Seeing wave after wave of workers at the construction site, Lynn couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although building the red brick house residential area is meant to provide townsmen with better living conditions, such a massive infrastructure project is truly too taxing and laborious. As for the cost and labor, those are manageable. Both materials and labor belong to him. The main concern is the time and effort expended. If these more than 6,000 laborers, who spent nearly a month building the red brick houses, had been used elsewhere, he could easily lay wooden tracks throughout the territory, making it possible for the hand-operated mine carts to reach all the mineral resources within the domain. Limestone roads could be laid across the forest, reaching the saltpeter caves and natural soda deposits. All 6,000 peasants could be handed over to Avery. Let him lead these laborers to construct an outer city outside the inner city. After all, the safety of the territory is paramount. Thinking it over, Lynn realized that wherever these peasants are allocated, there's no real issue. It's simply a matter of order and choice. Building red brick houses is equally crucial. Watching the construction site briefly, he already had a rough plan in mind. In no more than 7 days, these 6,000 laborers could be freed up and redeployed across various industries. Later, Lynn left the construction site. Glancing at the sky, it was still only early afternoon. Lynn walked with Red and a few others towards the Aladia River dock. Following Lynn and Red's guards were some familiar faces. Lynn hardly needed to speak. 1 or 2 alert guards had subtly stepped back to prepare fishing gear for Master Lynn. Walking through a red brick road, as they approached the riverbank near the dock, the guard, carrying chairs and bait, caught up just in time. Lynn looked at the two with satisfaction and sat down unceremoniously on the wooden chair. Every day busily gaining skill experience, organizing town folk for various tasks. Lynn even felt he had never enjoyed himself properly. After being a lord for so long, he finally felt the benefits a lord should have. He took out a fishing rod from his backpack, hooked the bait, and cast it into the river. With a ding, the bait fell into the water. Only a piece of cork remained floating on the river's surface. Watching the cork bobber, Lynn felt his somewhat restless heart gradually calm down. Through fishing, one gains fish, energy stones, and skill books. That's part of it. Lynn enjoyed, more so, the serene atmosphere of fishing. With the river breeze blowing by, a gentle coolness and comfort greeted him. Flowing water, due to differing directions, caused tiny whirlpools on the river's surface. Leaves drifting by were instantly caught in them. After a few spins, they flowed towards the distance. Perhaps due to the rocks at the riverbank's edge, occasional bubbling sounds of water arose. While Lynn was fishing, time passed swiftly. Only then did Lynn satisfactorily pack away his fishing rod into his backpack. Contently, he rose from the wooden chair and started returning to town with Red and the others. In just an afternoon, he had caught 9 river fish. Despite not catching fish weighing over 10 pounds this time, he didn't gain a new skill book. But obtaining 90 energy stones was a decent haul. As for the river fish caught, Lynn had already instructed the guards to take them back to the castle ahead of him. This evening, the chef could make a pot of fresh fish soup, perhaps because he returned earlier. Lynn didn't see Kesey setting the food on the dining table. He went to the open-air terrace and leaned back in the wooden chair. Looking out, he admired the distant horizon, where the setting sun was slowly descending. With a movement of the hand, he picked up the glass of gin poured by Red and took a small sip. A sense of warmth spread instantly throughout his body, until the sun descended past the skyline, leaving only a golden hue illuminating the entire sky. Lynn finally withdrew his gaze. With a thought, he opened the resident information column to check. After some filtering, detailed information outlines of residents appeared before Lynn's eyes. Since he wanted to choose 2,000 people as dedicated farmers to take care of the farmland, he naturally needed to select farmers with the planting skills. Fortunately, with the filtering function, all it needed was a thought. The detailed information outlines of town folk with planting skills would automatically be sorted from high level to low level. If he had to inquire and filter each townsman individually, it would certainly take 10 days or half a month. It could easily lead to omissions, with townsmen slipping through the cracks. After filtering for a while, Lynn quickly selected 2,000 farmers. 5 or 6 even had level 3 planting skills, though he didn't plan to summon these farmers right away. Despite Gavin and Wilbur only having level 2 planting skills, they were more knowledgeable about the current farming techniques and planting methods within the territory. After selecting farmers, Lynn's thoughts continued to turn, proceeding to filter for townsmen with different skills. Of the 6,000 peasants recruited, and the batch of slaves sent by Grayson, only a few possessed level 2 and level 3 skills. The skills they owned were merely ordinary farming and handicraft skills. The notion of selecting management talents among them had to be temporarily abandoned. After more than half an hour, from the guest hall behind, Kesey's voice of reminder was heard. "Master, dinner can be prepared." Lynn closed the panel and glanced back. Fully focused on filtering the townsmen, he didn't notice that Kesey had returned to the castle and had already prepared dinner. Lynn responded, stood up from the wooden chair, and walked toward the reception hall in the back. Sitting at the head of the dining table, Lynn glanced around the table. Apart from some cuts of meat, there was also a pot of fresh fish stew. At Lynn's command, Red and Kesey sat at the table, and the 3 of them ate dinner together. Outside the castle, nightfall gradually descended, enveloping the entire world. Meanwhile, on the other side, sheer cliffs towered on both sides, with rock layers clearly visible, as if God had cleaved them open with a mighty axe, spreading from the center toward both sides. The rocks, over long geological changes, had been eroded by wind and rain into bizarre shapes, like a fierce beast, like a stooped elder. Inside the canyon, there was a constant, never-ending wind. Strong air currents howled through the canyon, making a series of woeful sounds. This was the Windmill Ridge Canyon, over 500 miles away from Triumph City. In the lee behind the giant rocks, a tent swayed constantly in the valley winds, making rustling sounds. It also billowed the armor worn by the 4 soldiers guarding the entrance. Mark Dukas, dressed in leather armor, sat in front of the stove. His eyes stared straight at the chunks of charcoal burning freely in the stove. His face was gloomy, the flames flickering in his eyes, yet his gaze did not waver at all. Time ticked away, moment by moment, along with the sound of galloping horses gradually approaching. Several horse neighs sounded outside the tent, coming to a halt. Mark Dukas naturally heard this sound, and he lifted his gaze to the curtain at the entrance of the tent. After the sound of footsteps, a reporting voice sounded at the curtain. "Marquis, Lord Lawrence requests to see you." Before the guard outside could finish his report, a hand had already lifted the curtain. "I'm Lawrence. If I want to see Mark, I'll see him directly. I don't need you to report." Mark, still seated on the wooden chair, looked directly as Lawrence entered the tent with a Godfrey. With a wave of his left hand, Mark dismissed the 4 guards accompanying Lawrence. Lawrence strode over to Mark. As he approached, he spoke. "Mark, do I have it wrong about you? When I risk my life for the Dukas clan, not even planning to come back alive. Why have you been sent by Mitchell to this godforsaken place? Even though this is the main route to Triumph City, don't you feel you've been exiled?" Mark furrowed his brows slightly, staring at Lawrence in front of him. "What are you trying to say?" Lawrence let out a cold snort. "What do you think I want to say? If you can't handle being the Marquis of Dukas, then step down gracefully. Let me, Lawrence, show you how to be this Marquis." Standing at the entrance, Godfrey felt the atmosphere in the tent starting to turn confrontational. He couldn't help but furrow his brows. This scene, he had witnessed more than once. Previously, each time he saw it, these 2 brothers would end up fighting. But now it's different. Now, Mark is the Marquis of Dukas. He holds absolute power over Lawrence's life and death. Even though Lawrence is Mark's half-brother, Mark continued to stare at Lawrence, speaking calmly. Feeling the aura emanating from Mark, Lawrence's mouth slightly opened. In the end, he halted his speech. He stepped forward a few paces, moving a wooden chair from beside the stove. Placing it next to the stove, his body moved, sitting on the wooden chair. Lawrence looked at Mark across, his tone more composed. "When I learned the Sword and Shield Corps were stationed at Windmill Ridge Canyon, I didn't even go home, came straight over. I was away for quite a while, not very aware of the current situation in the Kerti Empire. But Mark, I can clearly tell you, if the Sword and Shield Corps soldiers continue to guard the godforsaken Windmill Ridge Canyon, the Dukas clan will have only 2 paths. First, Mitchell and Caesar completely tear their faces, and 2 great powers start to wage war. If the Duke of Red Dragon chooses to enter Triumph City from Windmill Ridge Canyon, then the entire Sword and Shield Corps will become the iron-hoofed victims of the Red Dragon Cavalry Corps." Lawrence didn't mind and continued to speak. "Second, no one stays in Triumph City, stays by Mitchell's side, planning strategically. This time, the Sword and Shield Corps is stationed at Windmill Ridge Canyon. Next time, it might be attacking the Duchy of the Red Dragon. To prove the Dukas clan's loyalty to Mitchell, more than 3,000 Sword and Shield Corps soldiers have been sent out. Even I, Lawrence Dukas, almost died in the Duchy of the Red Dragon. Isn't that enough to show loyalty?" Mark responded softly, still without any indication. Lawrence immediately furrowed his brow and asked, "Tell me, what other strategies do you have?" Before Mark could speak, Godfrey, standing at the curtain, stepped forward. "Lords, I have some ideas, may I speak?" Mark looked up at Godfrey and spoke. "Knight Commander Godfrey, you have been a long-time household attendant of the Dukas clan. Feel free to speak." Lawrence also turned his gaze toward Godfrey. Godfrey stepped forward and stood before Mark and Lawrence. He spoke calmly. "Your Excellencies, I believe leaving Triumph City at this time is actually a good thing." Lawrence, somewhat surprised, echoed Godfrey's words, "A good thing." Mark did not speak, waiting for Godfrey's explanation. Godfrey, without any hesitation, began to explain. "Currently in Triumph City, both His Highness Mitchell and His Highness Caesar are busy wooing various lord nobles. If we remain in the city, we are bound to end up caught in the schemes and calculations of both sides. Even if the Marquis has made his stance clear by siding with His Highness Mitchell. However, if someone wants to frame the Marquis and arouse His Highness Mitchell's suspicion, it is not difficult. It's just a matter of forging a document or letter." Mark nodded in agreement. "Indeed, continue." Lawrence, after pondering a moment, also nodded in agreement. Godfrey acknowledged and continued. "Now, The Marquis has received instructions from His Highness Mitchell to leave Triumph City and garrison at Windmill Ridge Canyon. Doesn't this just mean we stay away from their machinations? As Lord Lawrence mentioned, as long as the two princes have not completely torn apart, the Red Dragon Cavalry Corps will not attack Triumph City. This means that the soldiers of the Sword and Shield Corps stationed at Windmill Ridge Canyon are in a relatively safe position. No matter what changes occur in Triumph City, we can always say, stationed by order. Godfrey's words did not stop there. And the most important point, I do not know what kind of garrison order His Highness Mitchell gave to the Marquis. Or one could say, His Highness Mitchell merely requires the Sword and Shield Corps to garrison Windmill Ridge Canyon, but did not require the Marquis to be stationed here as well. Upon hearing this, Mark's eyes brightened. Godfrey naturally noticed the brightness in Mark's eyes. He bent slightly and spoke humbly. Your Excellencies, the above are merely Godfrey's humble opinions. The specific situation still requires your Excellencies to decide. Mark looked at Godfrey, full of admiration, and said, Knight Commander Godfrey, you truly are the advisor my father once had. You spoke to the point and hit the nail on the head. A simple few words, and it suddenly became clear to me. Godfrey bent again and responded, The Marquis overpraises. Mark pondered for a moment. His gaze shifted, looking at Lawrence across from him. Before Mark could speak, Lawrence, who had already understood, asked first, What do you need me to do? Just say the word. Mark smiled serenely. Then Lord Lawrence, from this moment on, you will take charge of garrisoning Windmill Ridge Canyon. Lawrence replied casually, In leading troops to battle, my abilities are above yours. Mark instructed, And one more thing, no bringing any distracting women into the camp. Lawrence's mouth opened slightly, but considering the current situation, he ultimately chose to relent. Seeing Lawrence fall silent, Mark stood up from the wooden chair and strode toward the tent's entrance. As he reached the curtain, he paused. Mark addressed Godfrey, saying, Knight Commander Godfrey, the Dukas clan requires your loyalty, just as you loyally served my father before. Godfrey knelt with his right leg, performing a standard knight's pledge of loyalty. Of course, my Lord Marquis. Mark continued, Knight Commander Godfrey, I need you to follow me back to Bordeaux City to participate in the Dukas clan's future development discussions. Godfrey responded, As you wish. Mark nodded, Very well. At the tent entrance, Lawrence stood still, watching Mark mount a war horse, along with Godfrey and a squad of cavalry, as they galloped away from the camp. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. For the next consecutive week, Lynn busied himself with the ranch and the wild boar farm. Animal herding, daily feeding, the construction and repair of pens, and so on. Breeding experience, +1. Breeding experience, +1. Breeding experience, +1. His breeding skills experience was rapidly increasing. With a thought, Lynn opened the Heavenly Artifacts panel and glanced at it. Breeding, level 2, 418 over 500, plus. He was not far from reaching level 3. At this point, the entire Karidi Empire had already entered early June. The average daily temperature had already reached the 20s. During the day, as the sun shone, the temperature gradually rose, warm and pleasant, perfect for daily labor. Due to the marine climate, the temperature difference between day and night was small. Even at night, there was no biting cold. While Lynn was improving his breeding skill proficiency, the red brick house residential area at the back of the town was finally completed. After the registration, led by Kisi and Petra along with a group of townsmen, over 7,000 peasants and slaves moved into the red brick houses. Looking at the Lord's Square, where 6,000 townsmen were gathered, their faces beaming with excitement and joy, Lynn raised his hand slightly, and the 6,000 townsmen quickly quieted down in response. They widened their eyes, waiting for their lord to give them instructions. Feeling the once noisy Lord's Square quickly become quiet, Lynn nodded with satisfaction. His gaze swept across the crowd, and he said in a deep voice, Ladies and gentlemen, you have been in the territory for more than a month. I presume you are already familiar with the lifestyle and work pattern of this territory. The townsman nodded but did not say a word. Lynn continued, Therefore, I will not waste words with you. I want to expand the army. I need 1,000 strong men to join the ranks of soldiers. Under the leadership of Lord Rose, you'll undergo physical training, weapons training, and even riding skills training. The townsmen raised their eyebrows, their faces full of surprise. Some of the townsmen's gazes shifted. They looked at the team of tall and sturdy soldiers wearing standard plate armor and holding long spears, standing not far from Lynn. Their eyes were full of admiration and envy. A large portion of these people were peasants. Let alone becoming full-time soldiers, even becoming guards or followers was something beyond their reach. Generations in slavery meant that even if they bore children, those children would also be slaves. Their lord, standing on the platform ahead, loudly told them 1,000 soldiers would be selected from among them. This meant they had a chance to change their status. They had already heard from literate townsmen. Becoming a soldier and killing enemies could earn military merits. Merits could be exchanged for land, or even a government position. Seeing the eager expressions on the townsmen's faces, Lynn loudly questioned, who was willing to become a soldier to protect this territory, to risk their heads, shed their blood, and even die in battle? A somewhat robust middle-aged man stepped forward. Lord, I am willing. Another young man also stepped out from the ranks. With these two men volunteering to stand up, one after another, men began shouting their responses. Gradually, they formed a unified response. Lynn raised his hand again, and the excited voices gradually quieted down. Lynn addressed the crowd. Very well. Next, Lord Rose and Centurion Earl will lead the soldiers to select you. If chosen, you can refuse if you are unwilling. This territory will never forcibly conscript troops like other lords. Having said this, Lynn's gaze turned to look at Rose and Earl standing not far away. Lynn did not need to speak. Understanding the signal, Rose led Earl and a team of soldiers into the crowd at the Lord's Square. The selected townsmen, whether joyful, confused, or thoughtful, yet not one chose to refuse. Lynn stood on the platform, surveying the scene. Even though there were 6,000 townsmen here, they were nothing but peasants. Constant hunger was the norm. To pick tall and strong men from these townsmen, it could only be said the man was extraordinarily gifted. The other selected soldiers were merely the tallest among the short. These soldiers, let alone wearing iron butcher-heavy armor, even if they wore composite armor, running a few kilometers might overwhelm them. For now, they could only be selected, led by Rose for physical training, and increase their food intake at every meal, to thus enhance and improve their physical fitness. Lynn couldn't help but sigh again in his heart. Creating an armored cavalry units had too many limitations. Rose, having completed the selection, returned to Lynn's side. Rose spoke. Master, 1,000 soldiers have been selected. Lynn glanced at the 5 rows of townsmen standing at the edge of the Lord's Square. He responded, These soldiers are too skinny. Rose turned to look, nodding silently. Lynn continued, Train these soldiers under your guidance, and I will instruct Kisi to arrange for workers to increase the amount of meat in their food. During meals, assign personnel to ensure they eat until they can't anymore. Hearing this, Rose and Earl's brows naturally raised. It was their first time hearing such instructions from Lynn. They both understood. As a soldier, without the strength to wear armor and wield a weapon, going onto the battlefield would be sending them to their deaths. Lynn said, Regarding armor and weapons, I will expedite the forging and production from the blacksmith workshop and textile workshop. When the time comes, I will notify you to lead the team over to collect them. As for the red brick house accommodations at the military camp, you can have Avery select a team of 100. Have him build more red brick houses behind the city wall. Avery's stonemason workshop was already near the city wall. Having him arrange personnel to build would save time and effort. Rose respectfully responded, Yes, master. With the soldier selection completed, Lynn immediately dismissed Rose and Earl to have them take the 1,000 soldiers back to the military camp at the city wall for the next phase of their training tasks. Lynn continued to divide jobs for the remaining 5,000 townsmen. First batch, a selection of 1,300 townsmen with farming skills and experience, was handed over to Gavin and Wilbur. Together with the existing 700 farmers, a team of 2,000 farmers was formed. From now on, the reclamation, planting, and care on the territory would be entirely their responsibility. The second batch, 500 townsmen were selected for logging and paving. From the open pit iron mine They started laying roads toward the natural alkali deposits and saltpeter caves deep in the forest. Despite the difficulties, it's necessary to ensure subsequent transport and smooth roads. Even if some manpower and material resources are required, it must be done. With the water power of the Aladia River and the existence of the Noel ship, the necessary raw materials for road paving can be transported. The third batch, 100 people were selected to go to the excavation points of the natural alkali deposits and saltpeter caves, build red brick residential areas, kitchens, wells, and bathrooms, and other public facilities needed for living, to ensure the daily lives of the workers. The fourth batch, 100 people were selected to go to the glass workshop, brewing workshop, fishery workshop, and miscellaneous workshop respectively. Expand the production scale of the workshops and improve production efficiency, especially the glass workshop and brewing workshop. They can be said to be the largest economic sources on the territory, besides the fine salt produced by the salt factory. The last time Grayson came, he confirmed a long-term cooperative trade contract with Audrey. The fifth batch, Lynn selected 200 townsmen each to go to the woodworker workshop, bow and arrow workshop, and shipyard. Previously, to make small boats, he had to divide the apprentices in the woodworker workshop in half and use them separately. The woodworker workshop made large siege machinery, and the shipyard made Noel ships. Now that there's enough labor, naturally, the labor gap needs to be filled immediately. The same goes for the bow and arrow workshop. While making standard longbows, they also need to make Juga crossbows. Watching teams of townsmen, led by guards, go to various different posts. On Lord's Square, surrounded by bustling figures, Lynn couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Industries in the territory that lacked labor, he basically dispatched a team of labor to supplement. There are still 3,400 people waiting for his allocation. Is this what an abundance of labor feels like? In the fifth batch, Lynn again drew out 1,000 people, divided into two teams of 500, to the blacksmith workshop and textile workshop. Given the limited forging skills, he can only expand the forging and production speed of the two workshops by increasing the number of laborers. In the sixth batch, 1,500 people were selected. They were divided into teams of 500 each to go to the open pit iron mine, coal mine, and salt mine for excavation. The seventh batch, another 400 people were selected. They were sent to various mines, responsible for transporting all the territory's ores. Seeing the remaining 1,000 people, Lynn directly had the guards take them towards the direction of the city wall. He handed them all over to Avery for the construction of the outer city. Until the last batch of townsmen left Lord's Square, Lynn felt slightly relieved. The population on the territory is increasing. When these 5,000 townsmen go to their respective posts, production efficiency may not show much improvement at the beginning, as they become familiar with their work and learn the essentials of labor. Then, the development of the entire territory will see a quantitative boost. It's important to know, labor is the core element and fundamental power of development. Previously, he thought of letting the newly arrived townsmen first undergo the corresponding skills training, but he found that the territory lacked the teaching resources for training. The 6 scholars brought by Tate can learn the corresponding skills first and then teach the townsmen. But these scholars have already formed fixed thinking patterns in their own minds. Instead of having these scholars change themselves to accept new things and then teach, it's better to let these townsmen start working directly. After all, practical experience is the best teacher for anyone. With 6,000 laborers arranged, Lynn was thinking about whether to continue fishing. A convoy of carriages traveled along the limestone road, approaching. With a thought, Lynn opened the holographic map to take a look. At the forefront of the convoy was Hunter, mounted on horseback, the owner of the Fisherman's Wharf in Kakasong City and the Riverside Rest Tavern. Lynn stood still, waiting for Hunter's arrival. After a dozen minutes, the convoy finally arrived at Lord's Square. Hunter, dressed in satin, leapt down from his horse. Upon seeing Lynn, he quickly stepped forward. Coming to a few meters beside Lynn, Hunter showed a smile, his words filled with respect. "Master Lynn, long time no see." Lynn returned a smile. "Yes, I apologize, Mr. Hunter. The last time you came, I happened to be out due to some matters and couldn't receive you personally." Hunter slightly bowed. "Master Lynn, you are too kind. With Mr. George there, engaging in trade activities, I am already very satisfied. After the pleasantries, Hunter wasted no time and began to explain. Master Lynn, this time I brought a large shipment of linen cloth for you. I wonder if you're willing to trade? Lynn's gaze turned to behind Hunter. 10 carriages, each almost fully loaded. But because they were covered with oilcloth, he couldn't see the goods in the carriage compartments. Lynn replied, Of course, Mr. Hunter, name your price. Hunter didn't hesitate. Medium-grade linen cloth, totaling 30,000 yards. The current market price is slightly over 9 pence per yard. Master Lynn, you can give me 9 pence. Lynn opened the market and prices to take a look. What Hunter said was indeed accurate. Due to the rising grain prices, compared to the previous price of 8 pence per yard, the price of linen cloth has also been affected. Lynn said, No problem, Mr. Hunter. If exchanged for Lexus gin, I can offer you 1,350 pounds. Hunter's face showed a smile. Master Lynn, besides exchanging for gin, I also want to purchase a large batch of beer. With the weather getting warmer, more and more people are coming to Kakasong City. I need to stock up on more beer for summer sales. Moreover, Master Lynn, you might not know, but the gin from your brewing workshop is now widely favored by everyone. Even some lord nobility from other cities are willing to ride carriages to my tavern to taste the scarce gin. Hunter took out a bag of gold pounds, purchasing 20,000 pounds of beer. Once the transaction was confirmed, and under George's arrangement, a group of townsmen began unloading the goods. Seeing the figures of townsmen carrying goods, Lynn spoke to Hunter. Mr. Hunter, there's something I need to discuss with you. Hunter raised an eyebrow. Master Lynn, feel free to instruct. Lynn looked Hunter straight in the eye and spoke in a deep voice. Mr. Hunter, you know my territory is in a remote corner. Aside from merchants like you coming to my territory, hardly anyone comes here. Hunter nodded slightly at Lynn's words. This place backs onto the boundary line between the Karidi Empire and the Elfini Empire. If it's not remote, it'd be a miracle. He felt he had already guessed what the lord in front of him was about to say. Lynn continued, Therefore, I know very little about information outside my territory. Just like you said earlier, the noble lords really enjoy the gin from my brewing workshop. If you hadn't told me, I might never have known. Hunter smiled slightly and continued to listen. So, Mr. Hunter, my idea is to use your tavern to build an intelligence gathering center. I can assure you in advance that this will not affect your business. In fact, I can even provide you with an annual sponsorship fee. It would suffice to arrange personnel to go to Hunter's tavern and use the gathering ability of the tavern staff to collect information. It wouldn't even require Hunter's cooperation or help, just as he had guessed in his heart. Hunter's face did not show much surprise. He gave a slight smile and replied, Master Lynn, you are too kind. This is no issue at all for my tavern or for me. You are entirely welcome to arrange the appropriate personnel to come to my tavern. Incidentally, my tavern is about to enter a busy season for drinks, and I'm planning to hire 5 employees. If you don't mind, I can employ them at my tavern. Their identities can be concealed, making it easier to collect more information. Hunter changed the subject, speaking earnestly. However, Master Lynn, I have an unspoken request. Lynn nodded. Feel free to speak, Mr. Hunter. Without hesitation, Hunter said, I need to become the exclusive distributor of your brewing workshop's drinks. As a trading partner, he could naturally agree to the terms set by Master Lynn. On the surface, Master Lynn was merely discussing the arrangement of personnel to gather intelligence. No one could guarantee what kind of crises and dilemmas could emerge. In the worst-case scenario, a whole troop of soldiers might surround the tavern and level it to the ground. As the owner of a tavern and a businessman, he naturally required a corresponding return, and that was becoming the exclusive distributor of drinks in Master Lynn's territory. Lynn looked at Hunter with some surprise. Previously, for the rapid development of his territory, he had promised this exclusive sales right to George. Now George had already become his household attendant. Lynn nodded and said, No problem at all, Mr. Hunter. From now on, you are the exclusive distributor of my territory's drinks. No matter what benefits or promises other merchants offer, I will not sell the drinks to them. Upon receiving a definite response from Master Lynn, Hunter's smile grew even more pronounced. That's excellent, Master Lynn. Lynn habitually extended his right hand, and seeing this, Hunter grasped it wittingly. Lynn said, Pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Hunter. What Lynn valued was the location of Hunter's tavern and the dense flow of personnel. Through the word of mouth of those coming and going, various useful pieces of intelligence could be gathered. Even while in his territory, he could maintain control over the developments beyond his domain, protecting against potential crises. As the tavern owner, Hunter valued the drinks from his brewing workshop. He wanted to control the exclusive sales of drinks to earn more profit. The essence of trading is just that. Each party gains what they need. Lynn had also considered this before. After discussing it with Hunter, he knew the intelligence-gathering personnel would be known to Hunter. But on second thought, Hunter demanded the exclusive distribution rights for his drinks, and as long as Hunter wanted to continuously purchase drinks from his brewing workshop, he would have to ensure the safety of the intelligence-gathering personnel. Hunter and he were now tied to the same fate. Hunter came quickly and left quickly. Once all the linen cloth was offloaded by the townsmen from the carriage, and after the townsmen loaded all the drinks onto the carriage, Hunter led his caravan back the way they came. Watching the carriage team disappear into the distance, Lynn finally withdrew his gaze. The intelligence-gathering center had been settled. Now, what remained was arranging personnel to go to Hunter's tavern. Qualified intelligence collectors must possess strong information-gathering abilities. First, they need to maintain keen observation in various situations, able to notice details others overlook. For instance, the defense layout of Kakasong City, the state of the army's equipment, the movement of crowds on the street, the conversations in taverns, etc. Most people, without special training, cannot achieve this ability. Secondly, they need to be adept at establishing relationships and communicating with people from different classes. From the nobility, merchants, to the commoners and servants, they can interact with them and obtain intelligence. Then, they need to find ways to infiltrate the target organization or region. For example, merging into enemy troops, infiltrating castles, or entering important institutions like churches and monasteries to gather core intelligence from the inside. Beyond information-gathering ability, strong information processing ability is also required. Given current conditions, tools for recording are extremely limited. At most, he can provide intelligence gatherers with a feather pen and a leather booklet. But to avoid incrimination during capture, such leather booklets are seldom used. At most, they're used for paper slips in intelligence transmission. Therefore, intelligence gatherers need to have outstanding memory, able to accurately remember observed information, character traits, map terrain, and other details. Then, at an appropriate time and secure location, transmit the intelligence. The information collected from taverns is often scattered and complex. Many patrons drink to the point of dizziness, sometimes not knowing themselves which of their words are true or false. Intelligence gatherers need excellent skills in analysis and integration to sift and distinguish valuable intelligence information from the rest. Intelligence gatherers also require strong survival and adaptability skills and other auxiliary abilities. Only with these can they more easily approach targets and gather intelligence. They need to be adept at disguising themselves as various identities, like merchants, beggars, etc. Individuals with such abilities are valued no less than a fully armed army. Finding or cultivating an intelligence gatherer like this is extremely difficult. Lynn immediately thought of a suitable candidate. With her charm, talent, and transformation disguise, charm mark skills. Heading to Hunter's Tavern, she's indeed the most suitable candidate. Lynn even feels that a succubus-like race was born for intelligence gathering. Lynn's mind briefly recollects. Since the last time your bed disguised herself as a maid to approach him and failed, it's been a long time since he has seen her. Could it be that this woman has disguised herself as someone else and quietly left his territory? For example, mingling with the townsmen led by Avery on an outing to construct the outpost fortress. Disguising herself in the caravan, entering the territory, and then leaving from the rear? Lynn dismisses these thoughts from his mind. He must remember, he signed a contract with Yaya. Unless Yaya has a way to solve the violation of the demon contract and avoid the eternal searing of eternal fire. Apart from personnel, he also needs to train pigeons and arrange swift horses for intelligence transmission. As for horses, the Badon Pureblood Warhorse is the best he has seen so far. Lynn's mind shifts, opening this special building library, quickly searching with his gaze. His gaze lands on a design paper and the accompanying textual introduction. Pigeon nest. Trained pigeons may mutate, greatly enhancing navigation, flight, adaptability, homing, and learning abilities. Exchange requirement: 1,000 energy stones. Within this special building library, there are buildings related to pigeon breeding and training. The 1,000 energy stones required for exchanging the design paper doesn't concern him much. Due to persistent fishing, he has accumulated over 6,500 energy stones, entirely enough for exchanging the pigeon nest and some other special structures. The key is wanting to construct the pigeon nest. It also requires a piece of magic ore. Closing the panel, he can only postpone the idea of constructing the pigeon nest. Seeing that it's still afternoon, Lynn steps towards the direction of the pasture outside the town. He needs to practice breeding skills again. Different livestock have different feeding times, like cows, needing feeding 2 or 3 times a day, from 6 or 7 in the morning, 2 or 3 in the afternoon, to 8 or 9 at night. Similarly, the forest pig in the mutated wild boar farm needs feeding nearly 5 or 6 times daily. Lynn estimates roughly, every time the forest pig is well fed and watered, in about 3 hours, it will start howling hunger again. Remember, this is just under enclosed pig pen rearing conditions. If there's a suitable trainer starting various command training in the training field, wouldn't that mean incessant feeding? Training forest pigs to establish a wild boar night squad is far more complicated than he imagined. Arriving at the wild boar farm, under the wide-eyed pig gaze, Lynn picks up barrels of pig feed and pours them into the feeding mouth. The thick pig feed flows from the feeding mouth, finally gathering in the trough. Out of concern that as forest pigs grow larger, their temperament becomes aggressive, leading to injury incidents. In just over half a month of breeding, Lynn already sees the wild boars growing sharp tusks at the mouth. He estimates roughly that up to now, they're at least 10 centimeters long. If such tusks pierce into a ranch worker's body, mortally or cripplingly wounded, breeding experience +1. Breeding experience +1. Breeding experience +1. Bit by bit, experience is accumulating. After 10 minutes, feeding 30 forest pigs is completed. Lynn strides to the open space behind the farm, breathing heavily, perhaps due to the small magic array enhancing the farm. The growth of these forest pigs is extremely fast, but the stench within the breeding farm is even more pungent. The special body odors secreted by the forest pigs, the foul smell of their manure, the smell of the feed, and the fermented bedding, have all blended together. It's even stronger than the smell of domestic pigs. In this life filled with the breeding skill experience, Lynn has already endured 7 or 8 days. As Lynn engages in more labor, he increasingly feels, no matter which kind of labor is undertaken within the territory, there is no mention of relaxation. The high-temperature furnace of the blacksmith workshop bakes, sweat pouring like water. The armor plate cutting hands in the textile workshop, heavy manual operation. Tilling the land with face towards yellow earth and back towards the sky. The labor of mining, burdening, and risking. But no matter what kind of job the townsmen of the territory are engaged in, always, there is not a single complaint or giving up. And never has anyone approached him or Kisi, requesting or demanding a change of work post. Because compared to the outside world where food is scarce, with meals taken in the wind and rain, life is precarious. Life here is indeed too safe and too comfortable. While taking deep breaths, Lynn's gaze also sweeps to the distance. Under Jode's leadership of the busy apprentices, the wild boar training grounds have already been established. A taming area for initial taming of wild boars and night integration. For knights to ride on the back of wild boars, trust needs to be established first. Let the boar group gradually accept being ridden and following commands. Knights and boars who complete initial integration can begin training in basic skills. Training in basic movements like the boar's charge, turning, jumping, as well as the knight's balance control and wielding on the boar's back. While training the boars, knights riding them can also undergo corresponding training. There is also a tactical training area to simulate actual combat scenarios, tactical coordination, and team cooperation training. Setting multiple target points in the field to train wild boar knights on how to move quickly to specified locations, to attack or defend. as well as a fitness training area specifically for enhancing the boar's and knight's physical abilities. Additions include a medical area, rest area, and more. If the cultivation of the warhorse is not ideal, wild boar knights trained in the mutated wild boar farm will become the main cavalry force within the territory. After gazing afar for several minutes, Lynn takes a deep breath, passes through the breeding farm, and goes to the neighboring pasture, preparing to continue feeding other poultry and livestock to gain more experience. These forest pigs won't experience hunger for a while. Subsequent care such as manure cleaning is naturally entrusted to other pasture workers. He is, after all, the Lord. Coming to the breeding farm was merely for the accumulation of skill experience. Naturally, he won't do things like those grueling tasks. Only then does Lynn tread heavily back towards the town from the pasture. Returning to the Lord's Square, arriving beside a long bench, he plops down directly. Every day busy with various labor within the territory, he truly feels a powerful sense of fulfillment. But in return, there is exceptional bodily fatigue. Even though he has allocated many points, his physical fitness already exceeds that of ordinary people. Sitting on the bench, resting briefly, Lynn gazes towards the outside of the town. It is already evening. The townsmen who went out to labor have returned to the town. After adopting a staggered dining system, the dining hall no longer experiences congestion. The previous batch has just finished dining, walking out of the dining hall. The next batch of returning townsmen just happens to enter in. The only busy ones now are the chefs and their aides in the dining hall. They are busy almost all day, cooking breakfast, lunch, and then dinner. The most tedious, naturally, is the large pile of dining tools after the townsmen finish their meals. As long as enough labor is arranged, these are but minor issues. A large expanse of red brick houses has already been built. Apart from a small number of townsmen lingering and strolling in the Lord's Square, chatting around the campfire, the majority have returned to their respective red brick houses, especially the 6,000 peasants just taken in. Do they realize what it feels like to have a house of their own that can shelter from wind and rain? Lynn's gaze circles around several times and ultimately lands on the clothes of the townsmen. Aside from townsmen who have been on the territory since last year, with long robes and trousers made from linen, many other townsmen are still merely dressed in extremely simple, worn-out clothes. The few clothes barely covering private parts can indeed be described as ragged cloth. Lynn feels that with a bit of large movement or a gust of wind, they would feel chilly. It's essential to make a batch of clothes for these townsmen. Just as Lynn is pondering, he shifts his gaze. He happens to see a silhouette walking from nearby. Lynn looks at Red. Go summon Yamini and Rachel. Red's eyes follow Lynn's gaze without any hesitation. He strides towards the front to stop Yamini and Rachel. After finding out the reason, Yamini and Rachel follow behind Red, arriving in front of Lynn. The two bent their waists and called in unison, "Master." Lynn responded, "Have you two finished dinner?" Hearing this inquiry from Master Lynn, Yamini and Rachel exchanged a glance. Yamini replied, "Master, we just finished dinner." Rachel stood silently beside her, agreeing with a nod. Lynn said, "That's good. No need to be nervous. I have a task for your textile workshop to undertake." At these words, Yamini and Rachel's expressions changed from confusion to seriousness. "Master, just instruct us," Lynn said. "If I'm not mistaken, the textile workshop currently has about 1,700 people, correct?" Yamini replied, "Yes, Master, including Rachel and myself, there are exactly 1,700 people." Lynn continued, "I need you to select a team of 500 from them to begin making linen robes and pants for the townsmen. Just like last year, the robes and pants should be made in 3 sizes: large for men, medium for women, and small for children. I need to see 15,000 sets of robes, pants, and slippers before autumn arrives." Grayson, Hunter, and some other traveling merchants delivered over 60,000 yards of linen cloth, along with more than 30,000 yards seized from the 3 great estates. They are now stored in the castle warehouse, plus several thousand pounds of linen. He roughly estimated it. The territory currently has at least 120,000 yards of linen cloth. Each set of linen robes and pants requires 7 yards of linen cloth. It's entirely enough to make 15,000 sets of linen garments. The remaining fabric can also be used to make slippers. Hearing this, Yimanai's expression relaxed slightly. She responded, "No problem, master." For the women with production experience, making robes, pants, and slippers, compared to assembling composite armor, it is naturally much easier. Lynn reminded, "Foreman Yamini, I need this done without affecting the current composite armor and the soon-to-begin heavy padded armor stitching and production. In the past few days, I have expanded the troops by another 1,000. This means there are another 1,000 sets of composite armor that the entire textile workshop needs to assemble." Yimanai's words were firm. "Of course, master. The textile workshop guarantees to complete the task." Lynn nodded with satisfaction. "Very well, you may go rest." With Lynn's permission, Yamini and Rachel bent their waists once more and withdrew. Assembling and producing composite and heavy padded armor is crucial. It pertains to arming soldiers and enhancing the military strength of the territory. Making robes and pants is a matter of community welfare. Only by providing the townsmen with better living conditions will their loyalty rise faster and higher. Then, the townsmen can fully invest in the territory's development and construction, thus achieving the effect of reciprocating the territory. Expanding the army and recruiting will become easier in the future. If any part is not done well, it would be difficult to issue orders and instructions within the territory. Especially in this chaotic world, everyone desires to survive, even if only clinging to life. If we don't provide them with quality living conditions, let them feel happiness living on this territory, grow families, and have their descendants, they will naturally fight tooth and nail for this territory, for their families. This is one reason why Lynn is willing to provide nutritious food for pregnant women and children. He wants all the peasants or war prisoners who come to the territory to settle down and live here. Let them see this as their last refuge. Sitting on the bench, after observing for a while, Lynn finally rose from the bench and headed back towards the castle. Walking across the red brick road, passing through the castle gate guarded by 4 guards in composite armor, Lynn returned to the reception hall on the 2nd floor. Before reaching the dining table, he saw plates of food laid out on it. Kisi was instructing the maids, and upon seeing him enter, she immediately stopped her words and hurriedly came to greet him. "Master, dinner is prepared. You may dine. Additionally, I've arranged for the maids to prepare hot water for you to have a bath." Sitting at the head of the dining table, with Kisi serving him, Lynn began to enjoy his dinner. Meanwhile, listening to Kisi narrate the events in the territory today. "Master, everything in the territory is running smoothly today. No fights and no production accidents. Oh, those townsmen who recently moved into the red brick houses asked me to convey their gratitude and respect to you." Lynn responded with a nod as he ate a piece of chicken. A thought crossed Lynn's mind, and he asked Kisi, "Did you handle the fight incident you reported to me last time?" Upon hearing this, Kisi quickly explained, "Since you said to leave it to Scholar Eileen, I handed the offending townsmen over to her. I forgot to tell you that Scholar Eileen sent them to the mines for 6 months of excavation work as punishment. Scholar Eileen referred to your previous way of handling things, so." Lynn nodded. "All right." Even as the Lord, Lynn could not absolutely prevent fights among the townsmen. Everyone has different ideas and different experiences. As the Lord, he can only draft and announce a set of territorial law, establishing a territory court to ensure the rights and interests of the townsmen. By persisting in labor, one can earn military merits. By making contributions, one can receive rewards. Likewise, violating territorial laws and regulations will result in punishment. It's that simple and clear. After Kisi reported the few things happening in the territory, Lynn, Kisi, and Red sat at the dining table, enjoying today's dinner. Having finished dinner, Lynn sat on the Lord's throne. While waiting for the maids to prepare hot water, he was also contemplating the future development of the territory. The development of the territory consists of 4 main sectors: economy, politics, military, and social culture. In terms of the economy, agriculture has already unfolded, using a wheel plow for excavation, followed by planting with strip sowing methods. 100,000 acres of arable land have been planted with over 2 million caddies of barley seeds. In the remaining arable land, vegetables, cotton, potatoes, linen, and other crops were planted. What needs to be done now is having Gavin and Wilbur lead 2,000 farmers in tillage and field management. He also thought about implementing a household responsibility system for all the land, but he abandoned this idea within 2 seconds. The household responsibility system has its unique advantages. For example, it stimulates the enthusiasm of the townsmen. With the land in their hands, they would naturally be more motivated to farm it than helping the lord in planting. After all, they have autonomy and control over the production outcomes. For example, it can lower management costs. Compared to the current large-scale production model, the household responsibility system doesn't require the lord to engage in production management. The lord only needs to collect a certain amount of tax, thus significantly reducing management costs, both in manpower and resources. Additionally, it can promote the economic development of the territory. The surplus products of the townsmen can be invested in market exchanges, promoting the economic development of the territory. The household responsibility model still has its significant drawbacks. The townspeople's ability and technical capacity for planting are limited. Many townspeople are still stuck in the previous methods of broadcasting seeds. Handing over the land to them for planting would be a waste of cultivated resources. It must be managed uniformly by farmers who are proficient with plowing, strip sowing, and know how to water and fertilize. Only in this way can the yield of crops in the arable land truly be increased. In the comparison between the current large-scale production model and the household responsibility model, the large-scale production model is clearly more advantageous. In craftsmanship, the territory has blacksmith workshops, weaving workshops, glass workshop, woodworker workshop, stonemason workshop, bow and arrow workshop, and so on. The blacksmith workshops can forge and produce farming tools and weapon armor. The weaving workshops can knit padded armor and everyday fabric and leather goods for the townspeople. The glass workshop can produce a large number of ceramic and glazed glass products, not only guaranteeing the necessary utensils for townspeople's lives, but also improving their living standards. The woodworker workshop can produce a large amount of furniture, adding other workshops to the mix. The handmade products in the territory, to a large extent, have achieved self-sufficiency. The market area built within the territory remains desolate. Since the current model is still large-scale production and the number of townsmen with their own land is very few, it is still temporarily unable to develop the territory's economy. The territory's demand for raw materials can only rely on traveling merchant from outside the territory for transportation and replenishment. In terms of military, compared to the initial dozen guards, now, both in terms of soldiers' number or quality, there is a qualitative leap. Among the 3,000 soldiers, nearly 2,000 have been fully equipped with armor and weapon. The remaining 1,000, having only recently been expanded, need to wait for the blacksmith and weaving workshops to complete the forging and production of armor and weapon. They are all undergoing physical training and doctrine training under the leadership of Rose and Wesley. In addition to the city wall built at the mountain pass, the inner city, the watchtower outside the territory, and the outpost fortress under construction, along with the large defensive equipment like the Wolf Fawn Club, Seaman Knife Car, Catapult, and crossbow cannons constantly being produced by the woodworker workshop. After Rose completes the training of newly recruited soldiers, turning them into qualified soldiers and fully equipping them, under the premise that no terrifying extraordinary power exists. The enemy army that comes to attack needs to have more than 6 or 7 times his soldiers' numbers and carry large siege equipment. Otherwise, don't even think about stepping a foot past the city wall. This is not Lynn fantasizing. It is the military strength he now possesses in the territory that gives him confidence. In terms of military strategy, Lynn need not worry. With the war sand table, as long as he has enough energy stones, he can completely simulate battles at various locations. Lynn also understands. War simulation is, after all, just a simulation. Each war has a lot of unknowns and uncontrollables. The incompleteness of intelligence, the dynamic changes of the battlefield, and the complexity of human factors. He can still conduct numerous simulations to minimize uncertainties. At last, the social and cultural development of the territory was addressed. Social culture encompasses both religion and education. Lynn did not need any religious presence in his territory. If he had to establish a spiritual belief for these townsmen, it could only be him, Lynn. Among these, the most necessary development was education within the territory, providing the townsmen with opportunities for education and cultivating talent. At the same time, encouraging the development of cultural arts, collecting and preserving books, artworks, and more, enhancing the cultural atmosphere and soft power within the territory. Lynn felt that he had always been striving toward these for major areas. Some aspects require a long time to accumulate and settle before they can gradually be realized. The sound of footsteps echoed from afar. Lynn returned to his senses and looked up. He saw Erin, wearing a gray scholar's robe, walking toward him. Erin slightly bowed her head, passed through the reception hall, and finally stood at the base of the Lord's throne steps. Erin bent slightly, speaking respectfully. "Lord, my apologies for disturbing you so late." Lynn responded, asking, "Is there a problem that you need my help with?" Standing below, Erin quickly explained, "Master, you misunderstand. The territorial regulations and systems you requested have been preliminarily drafted. I came to report and present them to you." Erin took out a scroll of parchment with both hands and placed it before herself. Without needing Lynn to speak, Red, who was waiting nearby, stepped forward to take it, passing it to Lynn, seated on the Lord's throne. Unrolling the parchment in hand, the neatly arranged ink-written text entered his view. Lynn's gaze moved, beginning to review it. Standing below, Erin started explaining to Lynn, "Lord, because I did not know if you had other requirements for the territorial law of this territory. I could only broadly reference the territorial laws from other territories. In them, I modified many regulations that I found unreasonable. For instance, rights of first night, discriminatory regulations against peasants, and restrictions on the transfer and disposal of land. Especially the law of servitude after 1 year and 1 day of breathing the manor's air. Originally meant for the statute of limitations on movables, it was used by lords as a means to enslave the free people. This is extremely unreasonable. Of course, Master Lynn, I am speaking of the regulations implemented in other territories. Your territory is different from theirs." The Lynn Master before her was, of course, different from other lords. Because Master Lynn was already implementing a territorial development model she hadn't heard of or seen before. A military merit-based promotion system, and a garrison system that hadn't yet begun to be implemented. Just within the military merit-based promotion system, all townsmen had the opportunity for identity enhancement. All townsmen could earn military achievements through labor and exchange them for privatized land belonging to the townsmen. Leaving other things aside, just these 2 points already made the development model on Master Lynn's territory surpass this era. The territorial law she was now drafting was merely to produce a document with textual efficacy and legal provisions for Master Lynn's territory. Seeing Master Lynn uninterested, Erin continued explaining, "Master Lynn, the initial draft of territorial law includes sections related to the Constitution, criminal law, civil law, and procedural law, among others. For example, in the constitutional part, it includes basic principles about the political rights structure and operation within the territory. The criminal law section clarifies the definitions and methods of punishment for various crimes within the territorial scope. Theft, robbery, murder, and others all have different forms of punishment to maintain safety and order within the territory." Looking at the text on the parchment and listening to Erin's articulate exposition, Lynn couldn't help but nod. The civil and procedural sections concern property disputes, contract disputes, marriage, family, and other civil legal relations. Erin's explanation continued. Even though she now stood empty-handed, she could rely on her familiarity with territorial law in her mind to recite all the clauses on the parchment Lynn held. Although not verbatim, she was accurate enough. Evidently, Erin had unique insights into legal regulations. Erin finally summarized, "Master Lynn, the preliminary draft of the territorial law clauses is generally as described. If there's anything unclear on the parchment, I can further explain it to you." Lynn spoke, "It's already very clear. However, the contents are many. I need to carefully review them." Erin's performance and behavior indeed surprised Lynn somewhat. An hour of continuous speech without notes wasn't merely simple recitation. It was her own experiential discourse. Upon hearing this, Erin quickly bowed and responded, "Of course, Master Lynn. This is only the initial draft, so there may be many unsystematic places that require your correction and modification." Lynn paused and thought, "Well, Scholar Erin, Thank you for your painstaking efforts in drafting the territorial law recently. It's getting late. Go back and rest. If there's any problem, I'll summon you anytime." Listening to Master Lynn's considerate words, warmth flowed through Erin's heart. She bowed her head in acknowledgement. "Yes, Master Lynn." Erin didn't say any more. She withdrew a few steps, turned, and proceeded towards the steps out of the reception hall. Lynn continued examining the parchment in his hand. Erin's modification and drafting based on existing territorial law weren't difficult. What was difficult was how to make this territorial law applicable on his land. Whether constitutional, criminal, or civil law, all required enforcement personnel familiar with legal clauses and executive standards. Only then could it be ensured to be executed accurately and justly. However, his territory currently lacked skilled personnel with these abilities, not to mention personnel with related abilities. Even those who could read and write were scarce. Education must be emphasized and developed vigorously. Even if the territory had the most complete and applicable territorial law, it could not be effectively implemented. The night grew deeper. A squad of cavalry continued forward in the path illuminated by the torchlight. The horses galloped at great speed, the torches held by dozens of soldiers forming an angle of 140 degrees due to the blowing wind. The sound of the roaring flames kept echoing. The thundering hooves resonated and reverberated in the wilderness. In front of them loomed the outline of a massive black city wall. There lay Bordeaux City, although it was already curfew time with the city closed. But this squad of cavalry passed through the city gate, entering in single file, galloping on the muddy roads of the outer district, crossing the cobblestone roads of the inner district. The cavalry entered Marquis Ducas's castle. Mark Ducas dismounted from his tall horse at the front. He turned to look at the dozen others who were also dismounting. Mark spoke in a somewhat weary voice. "Gentlemen, it's late. You may go and rest." Godfrey bowed slightly and replied in unison with those behind him. "Yes, Your Excellency Marquis." Mark nodded slightly and was the first to leave. Godfrey glanced at the crowd and signaled that they could disperse. He started walking towards the residential area of the castle. At the rear, Danke noticed and hurriedly caught up. He couldn't help but ask, "Sir, are you?" Godfrey didn't think much, casually replied, "I'm going to check on the Marquis." "The Master? I thought I'd die out there. Never expected to return. I'm going to see the Master." "This journey was exhausting. You can rest too. No need to accompany me." Danke didn't hesitate. "Sir, I'm still young. Not that easy to tire." Godfrey's mouth opened slightly, eventually giving up on persuading. Godfrey led Danke, passing through corridors and rooms. Finally, they stood before a door guarded by soldiers, though they encountered several patrol squads on the way. Once the soldiers saw it was Godfrey and Danke, they merely nodded in acknowledgement before moving aside. As the Knight Commander of the Ducas clan and Knight Danke, they had the privilege to walk through the Marquis's castle. Godfrey reached out his right hand, knocked on the door, his deep voice sounding. With a respectful tone, he called, "Master Donovan." There was no response from behind the door. Godfrey furrowed his brows and knocked once more. Just as he was about to speak again, a response came from within the room. A trace of relaxation swept through Godfrey's heart. He turned to look at Danke. Without needing any words, Danke lowered his head slightly in acknowledgement. Danke naturally understood Godfrey intended for him to remain outside. Retracting his gaze, Godfrey gently pushed open the door and walked into Donovan Ducas's bedroom. The strange yet familiar scent of incense and herbs immediately invaded his senses, accompanied by a slight hint of rotting flesh. Godfrey couldn't help but furrow his brow, crossing the carpet towards the distant large bed. As he walked, his gaze scanned the surroundings. The wafting incense smoke gently swirled within the room, weightless as though frozen in time. The windows were sealed shut, only the vent left open. The air was oppressive. The room was dim, with only two soon-to-be-exhausted oil lamps emitting a faint glow. Upon reaching 4 or 5 meters from the bed, Godfrey halted. Turning his gaze, Godfrey looked at the form lying side-turned on the bed. He confirmed. The room's rotting scent emanated from Donovan Ducas before him. Godfrey spoke with utmost respect. "Master Donovan." "Godfrey has returned." The Donovan on the bed heard his voice and slowly turned. The face full of wrinkles and fatigue faced Godfrey. Donovan spoke. Lawrence, did you bring Lawrence back? Feeling Donovan's piercing gaze, Godfrey's body bent. Master, Lord Lawrence has returned. Currently, leading the Sword and Shield clan's troops and many vassal soldiers, stationed at Windmill Ridge Canyon. Donovan's voice sighed slightly. It's good he's back. Good he's back. Godfrey kept his head lowered, not daring to meet Donovan's eyes directly. Once Donovan's voice subsided, Godfrey finally spoke. But, Master, over 3,000 soldiers of the Sword and Shield Corps remain at the Duke of Red Dragon's duchy. Donovan's previously melancholic face suddenly grew tense. His entire demeanor became sharp. Godfrey felt a rush of fear, promptly kneeling on the carpet. I apologize, Master. It's my inability as Godfrey that I could not bring them back. Godfrey accepts any punishment from you, without complaint. Looking at the kneeling Godfrey, Donovan's gaze stayed piercing. The room that was already cold turned dead silent. After several seconds, Donovan lightly sighed. Stand up. You're just a knight commander merely following orders. It's not your fault. You managed to bring Lawrence back. That's no shame to me. Donovan Dukas. Godfrey slowly stood, ears bent low. Donovan continued. Godfrey, with over 3,000 Sword and Shield Corps dead, has Mark shown any indication? Upon hearing this, Godfrey's expression became hesitant. Donovan furrowed his brow, his voice stern. Speak. Godfrey was startled and quickly spoke. Master Marquis. Didn't show much indication. Donovan, who had been lying in bed for over a decade, suddenly sat up with his bloated body. His pair of cloudy and feeble eyes were filled with rage at this moment. But in the next second, a sense of powerlessness emerged within Donovan's body. Donovan collapsed powerlessly onto the mattress. Just like his feeble body, his words became weak and listless. Forget it. Forget it. Now Mark Dukas is the Marquis and holds all authority over the Sword and Shield Corps. It's just, the efforts accumulated over generations by the Dukas family may be lost overnight. As he spoke the last words, Donovan's voice had already turned into a murmur. He didn't care at all whether Godfrey, who was not far away, heard him or not. Donovan's gaze once again turned to Godfrey, and he spoke. Is there anything else? If not, then withdraw. I'm a bit tired. Godfrey stood there. A whirlwind of thoughts swirled in his mind. Finally, he could not help but ask, Master, there's something Godfrey wishes to consult you about. Donovan, gasping for air, responded, Speak. Godfrey went straight to the point. Have you ever bestowed the southern borderland by the Aladia River, adjacent to the Elfini Empire, upon a lord named Lynn? Donovan seemed to recall, repeating Godfrey's words. Southern borderland, by the Aladia River, adjacent to the Elfini Empire. After pondering for a few seconds, Lawrence shook his head. Godfrey, I seem not to remember. Upon hearing this, Godfrey promptly replied, All right, then Godfrey will not disturb your rest any further. Lawrence responded, Withdraw. Godfrey respectfully bowed and retreated out of the room. He could vaguely still hear Donovan repeating that name, but there was no follow-up. He opened the door and closed it with both hands. After instructing the soldiers to take good care of Donovan, he, together with Danke, began to retrace their path back. Seeing Godfrey silent, seemingly deep in thought, Danke, who followed behind, naturally did not speak to disturb him. At this moment, Godfrey indeed was contemplating his conversation with Donovan. Donovan doesn't remember ever bestowing the land to Lynn. There were likely only two possibilities in this matter. First, Donovan, being advanced in age and severely injured, bedridden for many years, indeed forgot about the bestowment. Second, Donovan was not willing to disclose it to him. Adding to that, the déjà vu he felt when first meeting Lynn. Godfrey speculated in his heart. Lynn's true identity most likely had a significant connection to Donovan. Could Lynn be Donovan's blood descendant? Is he protecting Lynn? As soon as this thought emerged, Godfrey's eyes lit up instantly. A doubt arose in his mind again. If it truly was to protect Lynn, why bestow Lynn to the southern borderland? Infested with bandits, remote and desolated, even isolated from the world. But at the turn of thought, the last time he went to Lynn's territory, he clearly saw that Lynn had everything, though now his strength was weak. Yet Lynn possessed farmland, labor, and fine salt. He also had walls that kept dangers out of his territory. Given sufficient time, he would surely develop into a powerful great lord. A daring idea surfaced in Godfrey's mind. Donovan first sensed the changes in the Chaldee Empire and anticipated a crisis for the Dukas clan, intentionally sending Lynn to the southern borderland to develop, thus safeguarding the last bloodline of the Dukas family. Godfrey couldn't think of any other reason why the late-in-life child of Donovan would be bestowed upon the borderlands. Godfrey and Danke gradually went further and further away. They didn't realize that a tall and slender figure stood on the third-floor outdoor balcony behind them. A pair of sharp eyes piercing through the black night squarely stared at their departing silhouettes. A guard emerged from the doorway behind and, after taking a few steps forward, stood still behind the slender figure. The guard lowered his head and reported, "Marquis, just now Knight Commander Godfrey had been in the master's bedroom." Mark Dukas muttered, "What did they talk about?" The guard continued, "Initially, it was about bringing Lord Lawrence back alive. Then, it was about the 3,000 sword and shield corps soldiers remaining in the Duchy of the Red Dragon. He also inquired about your attitude, Marquis. Knight Commander Godfrey said you didn't show much reaction." Mark acknowledged without interrupting the guard's narration. "Lastly, it's about a lord named Lynn." Mark's eyebrow instantly rose. "A lord named Lynn? Are you sure you didn't mishear?" Sensing the change in Mark's tone, the guard quickly bent forward. He confidently said, "Yes, Marquis, I'm sure I didn't mishear. It's a lord named Lynn. His territory is in the southern border, by the Aladia River, adjacent to the Elfini Empire." Seeing the firm expression of the guard, Mark's brow furrowed even more deeply. He naturally remembered this name. Donovan Dukas and a textile worker's illegitimate child in Bordeaux City. Upon coming of age, he arrived at the Marquis's castle. Afterwards, Donovan casually granted him a barren territory and sent him away, to ensure it didn't affect his hereditary succession of the Marquis title in the Dukas clan. To protect the Dukas clan's reputation from being tainted, he arranged for a follower to escort Lynn to the southern border, then kill him with a stab. What he didn't expect was that after a year, he heard the name Lynn again. Godfrey, along with over 3,000 soldiers of the Sword and Shield Corps led by Lawrence, set off from Bordeaux City. They marched all the way to Morgantown at the southernmost edge to suppress bandits. The name Lynn reappeared due to Godfrey's return. In the past few months, Godfrey saw Lynn in Morgantown, and it's been over a year since the follower attempted to assassinate Lynn. Mark Dukas narrowed his eyes. This information is truly surprising. If this information is true, then his brother, whom he arranged to be assassinated, is rapidly developing his territory in the southern borderland. Moreover, he caught Godfrey's attention and curiosity. Otherwise, the first thing he did upon returning to the Marquis's castle wouldn't be to seek verification from Donovan. Mark continued to ask, "Did Donovan say anything?" The guard didn't hesitate. "The master said he doesn't remember this matter at all." Mark raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. His father Donovan is elderly and seriously injured, but he clearly knows that Donovan has never been a forgetful person. Donovan still clearly remembers Lawrence spying on a maid bathing in his youth. Someone with such a memory couldn't possibly forget such an important event as granting a son a lordship. Mark also understood in his heart. Even knowing now that Donovan's illegitimate son Lynn is alive and developing his territory's power, he disdains to dispatch the family army to suppress him. The Dukas family has held the Marquis title in the Chaldee Empire for nearly 200 years. Just the soldiers of the Sword and Shield clan alone number 50,000, not to mention the countless vassals in the Marquisate. If all were gathered, the armed soldiers would be at least over 100,000. Lynn, just an illegitimate child. Even if granted a territory as a lord, what splash can he make? Now, with the Dukas family, the most urgent task is to gain more benefits in the impending battle for imperial authority. Promotions, expanding connections, consolidating political status, more land, more exclusive resource rights, and enhancing family honor and reputation. Supporting Mitchell's side to victory and ascending the throne as emperor, and marrying his daughter to ally with the emperor of the empire. Can the Dukas clan inch closer to the greatest power? At the thought of this, Mark Dukas's eyes were full of longing. 3 days passed in a flash. After feeding the forest pigs in the breeding area, Lynn quickly stepped out. The sharp and pungent stench almost made him faint. To reap a harvest, one must pay an equal price. He wants to have a powerful wild boar knight troop, requiring not only magic but also a large amount of manpower and resources. The forest pigs eating dozens of pounds of food a day are growing at a visible rate. Lynn estimates that in at most a year, they can grow to 3,000 pounds. A mature forest pig needs to grow in the mutated wild boar farm for a year. Additionally, it requires extensive training from trainers to become a boar capable of charging in battle as a mounted knight. Although a year's cycle is extremely long, compared to purchasing a limited number of warhorses from outside the territory, it is simpler. Mature forest pigs are not expensive, and their numbers far exceed those of warhorses. Lynn feels that even the charge power of boars in the future may surpass that of warhorses. While breathing fresh air, Lynn strode to the adjacent pasture, continuing to grind his breeding skills experience. All the way until the afternoon. Covered in a light sweat, Lynn still did not rest. Now, of the 9 great skills, only breeding has not been upgraded to level 3. Though he doesn't need to exert himself in such a hurry. Even if he acquires skill experience slowly, there would be no problem. However, each time he upgrades a skill to level 3, he unlocks a new feature interface. He also gains a talent duplication book. This is what he currently needs most. Even though there are still 7 talent duplication books stored in his backpack and used. After Lynn poured the specially prepared feed into the stable's trough where a Badon pureblood horse was kept, this warhorse snorted and began devouring it eagerly. The current pasture seems somewhat busy, but with Guy leading a team of workers tending to the entire ranch. The Badon pureblood horses have not lost any weight, but have become more spirited, with glossy coats. Of course, one major reason is because of Guy's order. They must be fed with premium feed. Grains like barley and oats, protein-based feeds like peas, soybean meal, fish meal, meat bone meal, other feeds like wheat bran, and mineral-based feeds like salt. Especially in terms of processing difficulty, fish meal and meat bone meal are far above ordinary food. Fish meal is a high-protein feed ingredient made from various fish after oil removal, dehydration, and pulverization. Meat bone meal is similar. It's processed from poultry and livestock bones, meat scraps, entrails, and other meat through multiple steps. The fine feed these warhorses eat daily is entirely comparable to the townsman's daily food consumption. Looking at the warhorses in front of him, Lynn's heart was full of affection. Their quantity directly relates to a lord's military strength. Until now, he still hasn't found a breeding trainer who can cultivate warhorses. Moreover, with no wars, aside from being used for riding by a few, all the warhorses are turned over to Guy's ranch for grazing and breeding. If they were to be managed and bred by those soldiers, perhaps no need to wait for a war for cavalry to ride out on a campaign. These warhorses would be starved to just skin and bones. Professional matters should be handled by professional people. Lynn has always agreed with this principle. If a war were to truly break out, the existence of the outpost fortress and watchtower was established to prepare for engaging with the enemy within the territory. The soldiers can completely march to the ranch, mount their warhorses, and proceed to fight. As Lynn was observing the warhorses, footsteps approached from afar. Lynn turned to look. A guard was striding towards him. Under the gaze of Lynn and Red, the guard stopped 4 or 5 meters in front of him. The guard bent over and opened his mouth. "Master, a merchant named Zod Brown has arrived in the territory. Because the goods he brought are somewhat unusual, Mr. George said you need to personally conduct the transaction." Listening to the guard's words, Lynn's eyebrows instantly raised. He spoke to the guard. "I understand. Tell George I'll come right away." The guard, hearing this, bowed and retreated. He placed the wooden bucket used for feed on the ground, then walked to the nearby trough to wash it. He stepped toward outside the ranch. How long has it been? Lynn almost couldn't remember. Fortunately, this guy finally came to his territory again. At this moment, he had many questions he wanted to ask Zod. As he walked out of the ranch, Lynn quickened his pace, heading back in the direction of the town. About 10 minutes later, before even entering Lord's Square, Lynn could see from afar the coaches parked in the square. And in front of the coaches, standing there, a tall and slender figure in a brocade robe. Even before getting closer, Lynn could clearly know that the figure was Zod Brown. But what puzzled Lynn was, whether it was a misconception or not, He felt compared to the last two meetings, Zod seemed even thinner. Striding forward, Lynn moved towards him. As Lynn came near, George, who had been standing with Zod, turned his gaze to Lynn. He quickly stepped forward to welcome him. Upon reaching Lynn's side, George bent slightly, respectfully explaining, "Master, Mr. Zod has arrived, bringing goods with him." Lynn nodded. I understand. Let me handle it." Listening to Master Lynn's calm words, George felt a sense of inexplicable security. That feeling was like as long as Lynn was there, everything wasn't a problem. George ceased speaking, walked slowly a few steps, following behind Lynn. Zod naturally also saw Lynn. He smiled gently and stepped forward 2 paces to show respect. Looking at Zod's deeply sunken cheeks, Lynn was somewhat surprised. Compared to the first time meeting him, when he was elegant and gracious, the current Zod seemed like a different person. As a merchant who understands reading people, Zod didn't need Lynn to ask. He spoke first. "Master Lynn doesn't need to be surprised. I've encountered some incidents leading to this state." Lynn curiously repeated Zod's words. "Incidents? Mr. Zod, if you don't mind, shall we discuss this in the tavern?" Perhaps because Zod had been standing for a long time, or perhaps because his body was too frail. Lynn clearly saw Zod's body tremble noticeably. That feeling was like a normal man, being repeatedly drained by a group of strong women for days and nights. Zod smiled. "That couldn't be better, Master Lynn." Lynn extended his right hand, gesturing courteously as the two walked side by side toward the tavern. As they walked, Zod explained, "It seems Master Lynn is curious about why I've changed so abruptly." Lynn didn't mask anything. "Of course, Mr. Zod. You now, and the you in my memory, completely look like two different people." The former Zod, although tall and thin, was full of essence chi. Zod smiled helplessly, saying, "Indeed, I've changed a lot. But the reason is, I almost died in the Forest of Oblivion." Lynn raised an eyebrow. Forest of Oblivion? He clearly remembered. There were rumors about the primordial forest in the southern depths of the Portland's empire, the Forest of Oblivion. Zod's expression turned serious. He said, "Yes, Master Lynn, the Forest of Oblivion in the Portland's empire. I almost died under the arrows of a team of elves." While speaking, Zod halted his steps. He slowly loosened the leather belt at his waist, then slowly untied the several robes on his body. A freshly healed, hideous wound on Zod's chest instantly caught Lynn's eye. The scar was bright red, clearly just barely healed recently. Compared to the injuries on Zod's body, Lynn was more curious about the elves he mentioned. Lynn spoke up. "Are elves really present in the forests of the Portland's empire?" Zod nodded calmly. "Of course, Master Lynn. A few years ago, I spent a huge fortune and captured a young adult elf. Then I sold it to a noble, earning the first significant wealth that changed my life." Lynn nodded slightly. He had heard Grayson tell about this before. As Zod finished dressing, he tightened his belt. Lynn and Zod continued heading towards the tavern. They stepped over the threshold of the tavern. After Zod plopped down into a leather-cushioned wooden chair, he let out a relieved breath. It seemed that standing and walking had consumed a lot of his energy. Red brought over a bottle of gin, pouring 2 glasses for Lynn and Zod. Zod unceremoniously grabbed one of the glasses, downing it in one go. After the gurgle of swallowing, Zod put down the glass, speaking with a hint of apology. "Sorry, Master Lynn, I was really thirsty." Lynn responded indifferently. "No need to be polite, Mr. Zod." Lynn glanced at Red, who intuitively poured Zod another glass. Zod grabbed the glass again, drinking it all in one go. After 2 glasses, a comfortable warmth spread throughout Zod's body. Upon his somewhat pallid face, a flush of red began to appear. Zod couldn't help but praise. "Master Lynn, this drink is truly wonderful." Lynn raised his glass toward Zod. "If Mr. Zod likes it, I can offer you some to take along." Zod also picked up his glass, clinking it softly with Lynn's. "That would be extremely generous of you, Master Lynn." This time, Zod didn't gulp it down but sipped gently. After setting down the glass, Zod continued, "Master Lynn, you know I'm a slave trader. Unlike ordinary slave traders, I prefer capturing and selling peculiar races. Their prices far exceed those of ordinary slaves. A young and beautiful elf's price is at least equivalent to over 1,000 slaves. It is highly sought after by the noble lords. Lynn acknowledged with a slight nod. Indeed, he was one of the lord nobility Zod referred to. He was different from others. Others sought to fulfill physical or spiritual desires. He needed the abilities of succubi and dwarves. Zod continued. Not long ago, I was commissioned handsomely by a great lord to capture a young elf for him. Thus, I went back to the Portland's empire. Lynn's brow instantly raised. However, he didn't speak, quietly listening to Zod's account. At this point, Zod's tone became slightly more excited. Master Lynn, this time I not only found the Forest of Oblivion, but also deep in the forest, a tribe of elves residing on towering giant trees. Moreover, I found a magic or vein being guarded and mined by the elf tribe. Lynn's eyes widened with some surprise. Magic or vein? Zod didn't hold back, explaining. Yes, a magic or vein. It is an incredibly peculiar and mysterious ore, different from ordinary gold, silver, copper, or iron mines. Can be used for charging magic arrays, crafting weapons, and empowering equipment, even producing some magical items. Compared to elves, succubi, and dwarves, magic or veins are the most precious existence. If it could be occupied and mined, the money that could be made, I can't even begin to estimate. It would be an astronomical figure. Zod Brown's eyes were filled with a shimmering hue, as if he had already occupied the magic or vein and was mining it. Zod snapped back to reality. His expression turned somber, his words laced with a hint of regret. At that time, blinded by greed, I made a wrong decision. With my few guards, I infiltrated the elf tribe, attempting to investigate the magic or vein. Unfortunately, the infiltration plan failed. I underestimated the strength of the elf tribe. They not only have elf hunters and elf warriors, but also druids. As soon as we entered, we were discovered. Amidst the encircling hunt of numerous elves, I got shot and fell into a waterfall, narrowly surviving. Master Lynn, that arrow was only 3 centimeters from my heart. Had it been slightly more accurate, I'd be a corpse now, and unable to come to your territory, to have this conversation with you now. Luckily, my guard captain risked his life to save me. Lynn mused for a moment. So, this was the origin of the scar on Zod's chest. Lynn thought of something. He looked at Zod with interest and inquired. And then, Mr. Zod, once you recovered, didn't you organize a team and enter the Forest of Oblivion again? Since Zod knew the value of magic ore and the existence of a magic or vein in the Forest of Oblivion, as a businessman, how could he easily give up? One must know that a competent businessman in this world, as long as there is enough profit, they might even sell their wives and children. Zod showed no shame, nodding. Facing such a temptation, I naturally wouldn't let it go easily. I found a medium-sized mercenary corps, 1,500 strong, and I took them into the Forest of Oblivion with me, all for the sake of that magic or vein, which can definitely be mined, regardless of its size. But, Master Lynn, the elves in the forest are like gods, and the entire mercenary corps was annihilated. Only I managed to escape with a dozen guards. Lynn remained silent. Zod sighed. Master Lynn, it wasn't until then that I understood. The strength of the elf tribe living on the giant trees is far more powerful than I imagined. Their numbers are at least in the tens of thousands. To wrest that magic or vein from the elf tribe, you would need an army far exceeding the numbers of the elf tribe, fully armed and entering the Forgotten Forest. Lynn nodded, still not responding to Zod's words. At present, he indeed needed a lot of magic ore, because all the constructions in the special building library require energy stones for exchange. To build, magic ore is also necessary. He had never considered, with the current military power of his territory, to sail longships, cross the ocean, reach the Portland's empire, enter the Forest of Oblivion, and wage war with the elf tribe. That would be sheer folly. Even without magic ore, his territory could still develop. It's just that the development pace would be slightly slower. Lynn well knew that territory development requires steady progress. No one can achieve everything at once, like the 6,000 peasants he brought back not long ago. If he hadn't also seized a large amount of grain from the 3 great estates, this explosive population growth of 6,000 would have exhausted his grain reserves, plunging the territory into a food crisis. Zod picked up the glazed cup from the table again, taking a sip of gin. He remarked, Master Lynn, do you know what the most painful thing is? It's knowing there's a mountain of gold, but it's unattainable. Lynn smiled. Mr. Zod, I always believe that what you can hold in your hands is what's real. Otherwise, you're just creating trouble for yourself. Listening to Lynn, Zod was slightly taken aback, then understood. Thank you, Master Lynn, for your advice. I was being too stubborn. Lynn smiled in return. Despite Zod's words, there was still a flicker of greed in his eyes. Lynn could understand. Anyone would have greed, not just Zod. He was the same. If he had the military strength to simultaneously topple all the lord nobility of the Caridi Empire, he would march his army today rather than wait until tomorrow. Lynn believed, once Zod found greater support, he would undoubtedly lead a powerful army to attack the elf tribe in the Forest of Oblivion. Zod finished recounting his strange experiences during this time. He changed the topic. By the way, Master Lynn, beside the 40,000 pounds of leather on the carriage, I also brought you something peculiar. Lynn, intrigued, looked at Zod and asked, I wonder what kind of goods could Mr. Zod call peculiar? His gaze turned to the guard captain, Snape Dorian, waiting at the door. Without a word, Snape, holding a wooden box in his left hand, walked forward. Although Zod was being coy, Lynn already had an inkling. Snape placed the wooden box on the table, and with a practiced motion, unlocked it. As Snape moved his right hand, the box lid flipped open. The items inside the wooden box came into Lynn's view. With a glance, he saw there were 10 pieces of magic ore. After opening the box, Snape returned to stand behind Zod. Zod's face was full of smiles. I think Master Lynn will like such peculiar goods, right? He had personally brought Master Lynn a dwarf and a succubus. Never mind the succubus. The dwarf alone, when forging or producing armor and weapons with magic empowerment, must use the magic ore before him. Master Lynn standing before him was the perfect customer for selling magic ore. Lynn, without hiding, said, I don't think anyone knows better than you, Mr. Zod, whether I like it or not. Name your price directly, Mr. Zod. Zod calmly said, 1 piece of magic ore for 100 gold pounds. Without hesitation, Lynn extended his right hand to Zod. Hearing Lynn's straightforward response and seeing his extended right hand, Zod was slightly taken aback. He understood well that Lynn needed these 10 pieces of magic ore, but he hadn't expected Lynn to agree so quickly, catching him off guard. After shaking hands with Zod, Lynn looked directly at him and asked, 10 pieces of magic ore, 1,000 gold pounds, along with 40,000 pounds of leather. The current market price is. Zod picked up. The market price is 5 pence. Lynn glanced at the market and prices document. Indeed, it was 5 pence per pound. So, in total, it's 1,834 gold pounds. Mr. Zod, would you prefer to be paid in gold pounds or in goods from my territory? The price of magic ore was very high, but lacking magic ore, he had no choice but to spend a hefty sum to purchase them. He needed the magic ore to expand the mutated wild boar farm. He needed magic ore to build the pigeon nest and the wolf's den. This was only for the construction of special buildings in the territory. If there were more magic ores, he could have Flint forge a batch of empowered heavy armor and horse armor for the soldiers and warhorses, creating a truly elite armored cavalry. Until now, apart from the single magic ore a little girl found, and the magic ores sent by Zod before him, he had never seen or heard of any. Listening to Lynn's words, Zod, without any hesitation, said, Master Lynn, I still need fine salt. Fill my carriage with 50,000 pounds of fine salt, and exchange the rest for gold pounds. In order to transport 40,000 pounds of leather, he brought 10 carriages. He couldn't possibly return with empty carriages after selling the goods to Lynn. By exchanging for low-cost fine salt at Master Lynn's place, transporting it to high-demand areas, he could make another big profit. Lynn nodded, of course. After the exchange, you can receive 793 gold pounds and 50,000 pounds of fine salt. How does Mr. Zod feel about that? After a brief consideration, Zod smiled and said, let's go with what Master Lynn said. With a little calculation, he would know. Master Lynn exchanged his goods at a rate of 5 pence per pound of fine salt, even rounding off for better calculation. Compared to the extremely low price of fine salt, everything else was insignificant. Lynn nodded slightly. His gaze shifted to George waiting not far away. George instantly understood, bowed slightly, and stepped back to leave. Master Lynn was engaged in trade negotiations with the merchant, and as the butler merchant, he naturally had to listen in. Thus he could understand the contents and process of the trade. And then, when Master Lynn needed him, accurately take corresponding actions to complete subsequent transactions. With the transaction confirmed, Lynn moved his hand, picked up the glazed bottle from the table, and poured a glass of gin for Zod. After clinking glasses lightly, they both drank the liquid. Putting down the glass, Lynn said, "Mr. Zod, if you come across more magic ores in the future, you can deliver them all to my territory. As long as you bring them, I can purchase them all. Of course, if there are special races, like succubi and dwarves. As long as they have unique abilities, I can purchase them fully." With a hint of redness on his cheeks, Zod raised his eyebrows. "Master Lynn, that would be wonderful. Though entering the Forest of Oblivion this time cost me dearly. I spent a massive amount of gold pounds to hire that medium-sized mercenary corps. But unexpectedly, the entire group was wiped out by the elf tribe. Luckily, I still brought back 10 pieces of magic ore, or I would be at a total loss." Lynn nodded slightly, continuing to pour gin for Zod. Zod continued his tale. "To be honest, Master Lynn, you're not the first lord to whom I sold magic ores. Before reaching your territory, I inquired with at least 5 other lords who were interested in magic ores. But they were unwilling to spend gold pounds on their interest. Master Lynn, I also know the price of magic ores is somewhat steep. But there's no other way. To amass a lot of gold pounds and hire more mercenary corps, I had to sell at a high price. Fortunately, you, Master Lynn, were generous and never once haggled with me. I will always remember this kindness. Zod will forever remember it. Rest assured, Master Lynn, as long as I conquer the elf tribe and seize that magic or vein, you will always be my primary partner in the magic or trade. Just as you exchanged fine salt for me at a low price, I will also exchange magic ores for you at a low price. This is my promise to you, Master Lynn." Lynn smiled and raised his glass, saying, "Then, thank you in advance, Mr. Zod." Zod also picked up his glass, and the two clinked glasses again. Lynn and Zod both drank all the gin in their glasses. Time moved swiftly forward. 2 hours later, George returned to the tavern and approached Lynn. He bowed slightly and reported, "Master, Mr. George's leather on the carriage has been completely unloaded, and the 50,000 pounds of fine salt have been loaded onto his carriage. Additionally, 300 pounds of gin have also been loaded onto the carriage." Zod, satisfied with his drink, naturally heard George's words. Supporting himself on the table with his right hand, looking a bit dazed, he slowly stood up. Zod hiccuped, his voice slightly muddled, saying, "It seems the transaction is completed now. Master Lynn, I'll take my leave now." Lynn also stood up, looking at Zod and asked, "Mr. Zod, you seem to have drunk a bit too much. If you don't mind, you could rest a while at my commercial guild before leaving." Zod waved his hand, responding, No, Master Lynn. I must leave. There's still a gold mountain waiting for me to dig." As he spoke, Zod was already walking away from the table, heading out of the tavern. Suddenly, he stumbled and was about to fall. The guard captain Snape, seeing this, quickly stretched out his hands to support him. Under the watchful eyes of Lynn, Red, and George, he walked out of the tavern towards the carriage convoy in Lord's Square. Lynn and the other two followed behind, until they arrived at Lord's Square. Watching Zod being loaded into the empty space in the carriage with goods, amidst the neighing sounds from the draft horses driven by the coachman, the carriage turned around and headed out of the town. Lynn withdrew his gaze, stepped forward, and headed towards the ranch outside the town. He was, of course, extremely envious of the magic or vein Zod found. If he could explore a magic or vein within his territory, even if it's just a small magic or vein, he could completely solve the issue of the magic or needed for the special buildings to be exchanged. Even if Zod is willing to transport magic or from the Portland's empire to his territory, he wouldn't be able to come up with enough gold pounds for the purchase. 1 magic or 100 gold pounds. It doesn't seem like much, but when exchanged for other goods, you can feel its expensive nature. 12,000 pounds of barley, 5 pounds for 1 penny. 48,000 pounds of wheat, £2 for 1 penny. If, according to one townsman, consuming 3 pounds of urgent food every day, the price of one magic ore is enough to meet a townsman's food consumption for 100 years. Thus calculated, one can directly sense the expensive nature of magic ore. Magic ore, which is no longer a commodity for ordinary folks, naturally cannot be compared to barley or wheat, basic living materials like these, since the two are not on the same level. As for the first cooperation in the magic or transaction mentioned by Zod, Lynn never took it to heart. Merchants, driven by profit, no trade without deceit. Believing a merchant's promise is as unreliable as believing gold pounds will fall from the sky. As Zod said, he is not the first lord that Zod sought to sell magic ore. He was only approached by Zod when the need to sell magic ore arose, and no lord was willing to take the offer. Only when significant profit can be gained does a merchant take such action, though these magic ores are extremely pricey. For him, the value the magic ore holds far surpasses the price Zod offered, because he has the master enchanter dwarf, flint fire furnace, and has access to the special building library for exchanging special building blueprints. Using the inexhaustible fine salt in a short period, and the gold pounds collected from the 3 great estates, and the gold pounds from selling glazed glass products. To trade for the magic ore he could hardly obtain now. Lynn even felt that in his transaction with Zod, he was profiting heavily. Looking at the 10 magic ores in his backpack, Lynn felt a sense of satisfaction. With a thought, he opened the special building library and started checking. He confirmed again the blueprint text descriptions for Wolf's Den and Pigeon Nest, and having 6,500 energy stones. Without any hesitation, he started the exchange directly. Would you like to consume 1,000 energy stones to exchange Wolf's Den blueprint? Lynn silently said, yes. Would you like to consume 1,000 energy stones to exchange Pigeon Nest blueprint? Lynn silently said again, yes. Having exchanged the 2 necessary blueprints, Lynn continued to scan through this special building library. There were many various blueprints among them, but given the current conditions of his territory, the vast majority could not be used for now. Once the exchange was complete, Lynn had already arrived at the breeding farm. Smelling the peculiar odor emanating from the breeding farm, he couldn't help but frown. But to continue grinding the experience of the breeding skills, he resolutely entered. He picked up pig feed prepared by the ranch workers, pouring bucket after bucket into the pig feed troughs. Breeding experience, +1. Breeding experience, +1. Breeding experience, +1. Bit by bit, the experience once again started increasing. Having finished feeding the forest pigs at the breeding farm, Lynn went to Guy's pasture, continuing to feed domestic pigs, hens, and horses. After grinding a day's worth of skill experience, he left the pasture and headed back towards the town. Walking on the lime road, Lynn's gaze extended far, admiring the distant golden but not dazzling glow of the sunset. Like the glow of shattered gold, which enveloped the distant town, the farmland planted with crops, and the townsmen walking around, invoking a sense of comforting leisure and stability. His territory up until now. The greatest danger faced was the attack on the city walls by the Iron Blood Brotherhood bandit corps. Apart from that, this land was in rapid daily development. Reclaiming and planting, mining, producing armor and weapons, breeding domestic animals and poultry. No significant conflicts, no unexpected incidents. For the townsfolk in the territory, this is the best life. Returning to Lord's Square, Lynn casually sat on a long bench. Perhaps the townsfolk knew their lord was accustomed to sitting on long benches, admiring the sunset. The long benches in Lord's Square were wiped exceptionally clean. Lynn's gaze turned to a guard, instructing, "Go summon Flint from blacksmith workshop. Just say I have urgent matters that need his help." The guard lowered his head in acknowledgement, briskly heading towards the distant handcraft workshop. Now with 10 pieces of magic ore and construction plans, it is naturally necessary to arrange for Flint to proceed with construction. As Lynn was contemplating, only a little over 1 meter tall, Flint, under the guidance of the guards, strides forward. Arriving before Lynn, Flint wrinkled his large nose and opened his mouth to inquire, "Lord, why have you called upon me?" Lynn did not conceal his intention. With a movement of his hand, He handed over the prepared magic ore and special construction plans from his backpack. As he looked at the magic ore shimmering in Lynn's hand, Flint's eyes sparked. He asked, somewhat surprised, "Didn't you say there was only one piece of magic ore? How did you suddenly get 10 pieces?" Flint reached out to take them, his eyes fixed on the plans in his hand, seemingly sensing the magic power of the magic ore. Flint continued saying, "And they are all intermediate quality magic or with around 50% purity. These are excellent materials. Lord, how did you acquire them?" Lynn spoke. "In the afternoon, I spent a fortune purchasing them from a traveling merchant." Flint nodded. "That's splendid. With these magic ore, I can certainly help you craft a set of magic armor and weapon, Lord. It's been a long time since I made magic armor and weapons. Feels like my skills might have fallen behind." Lynn spoke. "There's no need to rush the magic armor and weapon. Master Flint, I need you to expand the empowered breeding farm for the forest pigs. At least one cycle, breeding 150 forest pigs." Flint's eyebrows raised. Using magic or to expand breeding scale, there's no problem. With the empowerment through the small magic array in the farm, those forest pigs will surely possess formidable combat power. However, as with previous construction, one magic or can only expand the breeding capacity by 30 forest pigs at most. For 150, that means we need 4 more pieces. Lynn nodded. "Then use 4 pieces. The cycle for empowered breeding of forest pigs is about 1 year. With each breeding, at least 150 forest pigs are necessary. Otherwise, a group of 60 to 70 wild boar knights cannot form a combat scale." Lynn continued, "Aside from expanding the empowered breeding farm, I also need you to lead a batch of construction workers to build a wolf's den and pigeon nest. I need to breed messenger pigeons and wild wolves." Flint didn't speak, but moved his hand to flip through the construction plans Lynn had just handed him. There was nothing peculiar about the construction. Using ordinary red bricks and lime mortar, they could be erected. What surprised Flint was the depiction of strange magic arrays on the plans. Even for him, they were unheard of. After previous experiences, Flint no longer wished to inquire into the thoughts of the Lord before him. As the Lord said, everyone has their own secrets. After flipping through the plans, Flint responded, "There's no problem, Lord. This pigeon nest and wolf's den, I can undertake their construction. Similar to the forest pig breeding farm, to construct these 2 buildings also requires consuming 1 magic oregon. The breeding scale of wolf's den is 50 wolves. Any more, and the magic array's effects would diminish. The breeding scale of pigeon nest is much larger, at least 200 pigeons." Lynn didn't ponder. "Excellent. With 50 wild wolves, if all can be trained successfully, along with the outfitting of specialized soldiers for them, the wolves' exceptional sensory ability can definitely be utilized for scouting and patrolling. If thereafter the breeding scale of wild wolves can be expanded, even forming a raid team is possible. Utilizing the wolves' night vision and agility, launching nighttime assaults on enemy camps. Or perhaps, deploying trained wolf squads to harass enemy logistic lines or marching troops. Using the wolves' speed advantage and flexibility, training them into communication messengers is also possible. As for the messenger pigeons, they are even more crucial. Once trained and applied, they can completely reduce or avoid the spies infiltrating various towns, ceaselessly traveling back and forth. Avoid tailing or encountering danger. They further accelerate the transmission of intelligence." Upon hearing Lynn's affirming response, Flint nodded. But soon he realized something. "Lord, excluding the 4 pieces of magic or for expansion and the 2 for wolf's den and pigeon nest breeding grounds, there are still 4 pieces of magic or remaining." Lynn nodded. "I'm aware." Flint revealed a smile. "Lord, 4 pieces of magic or is sufficient for me to craft you a set of enchanted armor. Are you interested?" Lynn curiously looked at Flint, countering. "Such as?" Flint eagerly explained. "Because they're just magic or not infused with any elemental properties. Even I cannot craft elemental armor. But I can help empower the armor, crafting a set of defense-enhancing armor, possessing strong physical and magical defense abilities. Once crafted successfully, the surface of the armor will be imbued with a faint magic shield. It can, to a certain extent, weaken all types of attacks. For example, slashing with swords, shooting with arrows, and even some magical attacks. Lynn raised an eyebrow. Armor that can weaken various attacks? Isn't that a bit too powerful? Flint, as if reading his mind, began to explain. But, Lord, such defensive ability is limited. Ordinary sword slashing and arrow shooting are fine. They can weaken power at least a dozen times. But if it's a powerful magic attack, it might consume the armor's magic power in one blow. Lynn nodded slightly, not too surprised. If only 4 pieces of magic or could create armor that weakens all kinds of attack power, that would be too exaggerated. Lynn also deeply felt the importance and terrifying nature of magic or, if someone possesses a magic or vein and conducts large-scale mining, and applies it to the weapons and armor of a large army of soldiers, a truly invincible army will emerge. They will deliver a devastating blow to the Empire's forces in this world. Lynn's mind immediately drifted to Zod. If he chose to cooperate with other forces, or if the information about a magic or vein in the Portland's Empire's Forest of Oblivion reaches the ears of the Imperial royal family or the Great Lord, then they will not hesitate to send out troops. No one can resist the temptation of a magic or vein, because once controlled, it means controlling the entire Garonia continent. Lynn put his wild thoughts behind him. What the future holds is too far away for him right now. Instead of worrying needlessly, it's better to focus on developing his current territory. Lynn responded, "All right then, I'll trouble Master Flint. Empowering armor can wait a little longer. I need you to lead the construction workers to build the pigeon nest and wolf's den now." Flint responded, "No problem, Lord. Tomorrow, I'll instruct the apprentices at the blacksmith workshop, and I'll start the construction immediately." At this point, Flint's eyes showed a hint of anticipation. Seeing Flint's expression, Lynn realized instantly. He gave Flint a glance and said, "I'll have the guards send 2 barrels of gin to your room in a while." Flint instantly showed a delighted smile. "Thank you very much, Lord. Rest assured, with me here, it won't take more than 2 months. No, a month and a half at most. I'll have everything settled for you." Flint instantly understood and retreated with a grinning look. 2 barrels of gin combined are only 400 pounds. For him, that's nothing. On the contrary, using 400 pounds of gin to speed up Flint's construction on special buildings is naturally a worthwhile trade. As for the 10 pieces of magic or just obtained, which will soon be consumed, he has thought it through carefully. Special buildings need to be immediately constructed. Even if now the trainers for warhorses, forest pigs, wild wolves, and pigeons are not yet in place. He also needs corresponding buildings to empower and breed them. As for consuming 4 pieces of magic or for forging a set of defense-reinforced armor, for him, it's a necessity, though he has Red and a team of guards for close protection, and walls and Wong City to block enemies and danger outside the territory. Adding to the power he possesses now, there's no danger on this piece of land. However, he can't always stay within the territory, whether leading soldiers to fight outside or guarding the walls against outside enemies, until there's a wise and brave commander-in-chief who can lead the army. Many times, he needs to direct commands personally. And on the battlefield, where the situation changes unpredictably, with plenty of stray arrows and witches lurking in the dark, the function of armor that can weaken various types of attacks stands out prominently. He is the core of this territory. To make this land progress faster and further, he needs armor that can save his life in times of mortal danger. As for the magic or he might need later, Lynn can only take one step at a time. Watching Flint's figure retreat into the distance, finally disappearing around the corner of the red brick house, Lynn withdrew his gaze. Looking at the gradually dimming sky, Lynn paced back towards the castle. Walking on the red brick road, Lynn felt like he hadn't done much. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Returning to the castle, Kesey had already prepared dinner and was waiting for his return. In the Manor Lord's bedroom, Janet stood on the carpet, and with the help of 2 maids, her clothes were gently removed one piece after another. That fair and voluptuous body emerged. The rounded whiteness at her front, the slender waist that could be embraced, and the long legs beneath the high arch. Her body was meticulously groomed. Aside from the long hair, there was hardly any hair on the body. The 2 maids only took a glance and hurriedly lowered their heads. As the Manor Lord, Janet's presence is far beyond their ability to confront directly. With the assistance of two maids, Janet stepped forward onto the three-step wooden ladder before the bathtub. Then she slowly moved her right leg forward and stepped in. The infinite allure between her legs was fleeting, as it was immediately covered by the warm water, shrouded in a layer of gentle steam. Janet leaned back slightly after stepping into the bathtub, eventually lying within. Only her exquisite, fair face remained exposed above the hot water. Even with the concealment of hot water and steam, two smooth white orbs floating in the water could still be seen. Feeling the warmth and comfort brought by the hot water and smelling the faint fragrance of petals in the steam, Janet comfortably closed her eyes, savoring the moment. No matter how hard she tried, she could not erase the image of the young lord clad in black armor and cloak from her mind. Janet opened her eyes and gazed straight at the ceiling. This young lord was none other than Lynn. If she had not witnessed the military strength of Lynn's territory, Janet was very certain. The Frank Manor was the overlord of Morgantown, faced with the siege by several major estates. With 500 chain armor cavalry and 1,500 soldiers at Frank Manor's disposal, they could dominate Morgantown until she saw the heavy cavalry, heavy infantry, archers, and light infantry brought by Lynn. Janet finally realized that Lynn's military strength far surpassed that of Frank Manor. Even if Lynn wished to, during the joint attack by the soldiers of the three great estates on Frank Manor, he could easily play a game of mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, and effortlessly obliterate Frank Manor. Though Janet didn't understand why Lynn hadn't done so, it still left her feeling a sense of crisis. The military strength of Frank Manor had to be enhanced quickly. Lynn only demanded all assets from the three major estates, excluding arable land, and half of Morgantown's annual taxes. He might very well take all of Morgantown, including her Frank Manor. To enhance Frank Manor's military strength requires expanding the number of soldiers, purchasing a large number of weapons, horses, and food. Recruiting mercenaries is relatively easy, as long as sufficient wages are provided to the free people who come to enlist. They are willing to lay down their farm tools, pick up weapons, and join the training. Even if there aren't many free people enlisting in Morgantown, she could send Joao to Kakasong City for recruitment. What troubles her is obtaining the weapons and armor and horses needed to arm the soldiers. Until Joao reported back to her once again, she learned. The soldiers led by Lynn had already swept the battlefield once. A vast amount of weapons and horses had been taken by him. To obtain more weapons, depending on the manor and blacksmiths in Morgantown for forging production, was certainly too late. In the short term, she cannot find a large amount of high-quality iron, nor can she rely on a few blacksmiths to forge and produce a large number of weapons and armor. The only option is to spend heavily on purchasing, trade with weapon merchants in Kakasong City, or purchase from markets and fairs. Images of ships transporting iron ore from Lynn's territory, carts carrying fine salt, and mine carts hauling coal appeared in Janet's mind. Her eyes burst with intense greed and desire. If she could conquer Lynn's territory. In the midst of Janet's fantasies, several rhythmic knocks sounded outside the bedroom. Janet instantly came back to her senses, gazing at the door. A powerful voice from a middle-aged man rang out from outside. "Janet, I have important matters to report." Janet frowned slightly, hesitated for 2 seconds, then spoke. The concealed double wooden doors were pushed open from the outside. Joao walked into the bedroom. When he saw Janet soaked in the bathtub again, and the faintly visible snow-white smoothness, Joao bowed slightly, apologetically saying, "Sorry, Janet, I didn't know you were bathing. I'll come back later." Janet spoke, "No need." Her gaze shifted towards the two maids. "You two can go out and wait." The maids dared not speak a word, bowed slightly, and quickly left the room. They also closed the door behind Janet and Joao. Looking at Joao, who had his head lowered, Janet extended her delicate white right hand, picked up a piece of linen cloth, and placed it in the hot water, as a simple barrier to vision. After finishing all this, Janet looked at Joao and asked, "Uncle Joao, you said there are important matters to report?" Joao still did not lift his head. He began to explain. "Following your instructions, I arranged personnel in Morgantown and set up recruitment points to enlist soldiers. Furthermore, I went personally to Kakasong City and found several weapon merchants. They have many weapons and armor willing to sell to us. Janet frowned and picked up Joao's words. Joao continued. However, these weapon merchants are arbitrarily raising prices, citing impending warfare. The current price of a set of chain armor has reached twice or even 3 times as much as before. Upon hearing this, Janet's tone turned a bit colder. Even knowing it's our Frank Manor that's making the purchase, is this still the price? Joao nodded. Yes, Janet. I even brought up Jonas, yet they showed no courtesy whatsoever. They even said, Janet asked in a deep voice, said what? They even said, what does their friendship and relationship with Jonas have to do with you, Janet? After finishing, Joao fell silent, awaiting Janet's outburst. And then he waited for more than 10 seconds. Joao still didn't hear Janet's angry roar, so he raised his head in surprise. He saw that Janet was still leaning against the bathtub, her face cold as ice. Although Janet appeared calm, her smooth, white chest was rising and falling quickly, causing the water surface to tremble rapidly. It was evident that her heart was not at peace. Janet's rosy, thin lips parted, inhaling a breath of fragrant air, making a slight sound. Upon exhaling, Janet said in a deep voice, as for the price, it's not a big deal. As long as they're willing to sell the weapons and armor, that's enough. As for their insolence, there will be plenty of chances to repay them slowly in the future. Hearing Janet's words, Joao couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration. Perhaps others would have already dispatched soldiers to Kakasong City. But Janet, who was not even 20 years old, managed to keep her anger under control. Joao nodded. I will find them as soon as possible and finalize the transactions. As you instructed before, to assemble a fully armed cavalry squad of 1,000 men. Having finished reporting, Joao was about to step out of Janet's bedroom. He suddenly thought of something and reported again to Janet. Janet, I forgot to report one more thing to you. Janet said nothing, waiting for Joao to speak. Joao didn't waste words and directly started. When I was in Kakasong City, I met the Gilbert Manor Lord from the neighboring Tuck town. He told me that yesterday a messenger from Marquis Duca went to his manor residence and conveyed Marquis Duca's summoning order. Janet frowned. Marquis Duca's summoning order? Joao nodded. Yes, Janet. The messenger informed the Gilbert Manor Lord to assemble his soldiers, fully armed and ready for his dispatch at any time. I think it won't be long before the messenger arrives at Frank Manor with the same summoning order. Janet sneered. Even though we are vassals of the Ducas clan, this land has always belonged to our Frank Manor for generations. To protect our fief, we chose to bow our heads to the Ducas clan. And every year, we pay a large amount of taxes. When we were under attack by a large bandit corps, the Ducas clan turned a blind eye. When the bandit corps were eradicated, they sent a unit to Morgantown just to put on an act. Putting on an act would be one thing, but then they wanted Morgantown's manor lords to feed and entertain them. Especially that Lawrence, he's simply a beast, frequents brothels and plays with women, yet wants Frank Manor to foot the bill. Uncle Joao informed the guards, if a messenger from the Ducas clan arrives at the manor, tell him to get lost. Just say, Frank Manor suffered heavy losses from a joint attack by the 3 great estates of Morgantown and cannot respond to the Ducas clan's summoning order. Janet's voice grew louder as she spoke. Compared to the exorbitant prices demanded by the weapons merchants in Kakasong City from Frank Manor, the impending summon from the Ducas clan made her even angrier. So much so that the hot water her body was soaking in was sloshing back and forth, splashing out of the bathtub. After Janet had vented all her pent-up anger, Joao finally responded, I understand, Janet. I gathered some intelligence. Some time ago, Mark Ducas received instructions from Mitchell and has already deployed most of the Ducas clan's sword and shield corps soldiers to the Windmill Ridge Canyon for stationing. Though unsure if it's true, there are rumors outside that Marquis Duca lost Mitchell's trust, leading to this situation. Janet did not continue Joao's words, but rather reminded him, Uncle Joao, this isn't much of our concern. The Caridi Empire is vast, and so is the Marquisate of Ducas. Even if an imperial power struggle unfolds, the flames of war are unlikely to reach us here in the southern borderland. Moreover, Morgantown is simply too destitute. Even if in the end, Mitchell, supported by the Ducas clan, fails, and the second Prince Caesar ascends as the emperor of the empire. His supporters would plunder and occupy the Marquisate, breaking it into pieces. They still wouldn't care to glance at a place like Morgantown, remote and barren as it is. At most, they would only demand the annual tax from the manor lords of this region. Joao nodded in agreement. He understood that Janet spoke with reason. This is also why Frank Manor has taken root and proliferated in Morgantown for generations. Joao bent slightly, saying, "I understand, then I will not disturb you further." Janet responded with a sound. Receiving the summarized response, Joao did not linger any longer and turned to leave the bedroom. Pushing the door open, he walked away, allowing the two maids at the entrance to close the door. Confirming that Joao had indeed left, Janet, sitting in the bathtub, suddenly had a change in expression. With both hands, she slapped hard at the hot water in the bathtub. Each swing of hers sent a stream of hot water spraying out from the bathtub, landing on the carpeted floor. Janet's mouth, meanwhile, vented and shouted unrestrainedly. "Once Frank Manor's strength increases, once I occupy that territory, once I fully develop." As Janet's venting became more intense, she even stood in the bathtub, not caring about her soaked white-red body exposed to the air. After having breakfast, Lynn left the castle early. Watching the townsmen heading out of town for work, he too joined the team, continuing on to the ranch and breeding farm. As it was only 6 or 7 in the morning, a slight cool breeze brushed against Lynn's cheeks. Aside from a little coolness, it was mostly light and comfortable. After walking for over 10 minutes, Lynn didn't feel any physical restlessness. Under the watchful eyes of several ranch workers, Lynn picked up a bucket of pig feed and poured it directly into the feeding slot. The forest pigs, already hungry and grunting, were lying on the iron fence waiting. Seeing the feed, they quickly put their hooves down, walked to the trough, and started devouring it. Breeding experience +1. Lynn didn't stop and continued to pick up the wooden bucket beside him, feeding the next forest pig in the iron fence. Bucket after bucket of pig feed was poured into the trough. The forest pigs, which were grunting and restless, all busied themselves with devouring the food. The pig feed for the forest pigs is a mix of peas, root plants, about to spoil food, and distillery dregs. It ensures that food is not wasted in the territory, and it deals with the large amount of distillery dregs left after brewing. Moreover, it ensures that these forest pigs have an endless supply of feed and receive ample and balanced nutrition. Whether they are wild forest pigs or domestic pigs, due to their digestive system and physiological characteristics, it means they can adapt to a diverse range of food sources. Simply put, they are omnivores, unlike warhorses that need concentrated feed and frequent grazing. As long as the forest pigs have enough food, they will grow steadily. Lynn also understood that this was just about gaining weight. To have cavalry ride on their backs, charge, and fight would take time. After feeding around, Lynn put down the wooden bucket in his hand. Leaving the smelly breeding farm, he sat on a wooden bench some distance away. He took deep breaths of fresh air. Even though ranch workers cleaned the manure and washed the pigsty, the strong odor of the forest pigs was still overwhelming. Your breeding level has increased to level 3. Unlocking daily sign-in. Reward obtained. Talent duplication book ×1. Seeing the panel pop up suddenly in front of him, Lynn raised an eyebrow. After grinding for so many days, the unlocked feature is daily sign-in. With a thought, Lynn opened the Heavenly Artifacts panel. In the upper right corner of the interface, a calendar icon appeared. Opening it, a series of sequential date numbers entered his eyes. Lynn glanced around and understood. Ordinary daily sign-ins can earn 200 energy stones. Signing in on the last day of the week can earn 500 energy stones. Signing in on the last day of the month can earn a piece of magic ore. The function is simple and easy to understand. Lynn's mind wandered slightly. Signing in for one day only nets 200, and even a full week is just 1,700 energy stones. Signing in to get energy stones isn't much. However, what surprised Lynn was that signing in for a month could earn a piece of magic ore. Energy stones he could obtain through milestone achievement rewards, fishing, and tasks. To get energy stones, but magic ore, which he hasn't found yet, he could only buy at a high price from Zod. Besides, Zod hasn't attacked the elf tribe in the Forest of Oblivion yet, nor captured that magic or vein. That is to say, no one knows when he can purchase from him. Now, with the breeding skill reaching level 3, unlocking the daily sign-in feature, it gave him hope for a steady supply of magic ore. As long as he signed in daily, he could obtain energy stones and magic ore. A strange thought emerged in his mind. As long as he lived, he would eventually become invincible. Looking at the glint of light prompted on the calendar panel, Lynn silently chanted, "Sign in." As soon as he thought it, a notification panel appeared before his eyes. Sign in successful. Reward obtained. 200 energy stones. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Lynn nodded in satisfaction. Closing the daily sign-in interface, he opened the milestone interface. He collected all the achievement rewards he had completed. Now, he has 7,000 energy stones. 7,000 energy stones are enough to enhance his attributes 7 times, or exchange for necessary items from different shops. With a thought, Lynn opened the special building library, his eyes scanning over the textual descriptions of various building blueprints. He once again saw Elephant Training Institute, Eagle Taming Tower, and even Dragon Cavalry. Now, he has plenty of energy stones, and soon will have magic ore. But he lacked the corresponding avian and beast tamers. For now, he could only set it aside. What caught Lynn's eye was, aside from training creatures on the ground and in the sky, even creatures that swim in the water can be trained for breeding. Seahorse Knight. The bred seahorses will mutate, becoming large in size, powerful in ability, and able to understand most human commands. Giant Whale Constellation. Breeding and training turn whales into mounts, used for battling, exploring, or sending messages across the ocean. Lynn could only gaze at these special buildings. They were truly too distant for him. This also filled Lynn's heart with anticipation. What kind of feeling would it be to speedily swim underwater riding a seahorse? Or perhaps riding a giant whale? Imagining it briefly in his mind, Lynn found that without personal experience, it was impossible to imagine. He could only temporarily suppress the thoughts in his mind. After resting, Lynn stepped towards the neighboring breeding farm. Flint, along with John and others, were expanding the mutated wild boar farm. All the workers digging the foundation saw Lynn and bowed in respect. Flint, supervising the work, naturally noticed something. He quickly approached Lynn and called out, "Lord, you can rest assured. Whether it's constructing buildings, producing magic arrays, or forging enchantments, as long as I'm here, there's nothing to worry about." Lynn nodded. Of course, Flint is the youngest genius of the fireplace race. Listening to Lynn's praise, Flint felt quite gratified. He patted his chest confidently and said firmly, "That's certain, Lord. So if you have any matters to attend to, feel free to go. Leave everything here to me." Lynn acknowledged with a sound. All right. He dismissed Flint to continue instructing the workers on the farm expansion. After observing the construction site for a while, Lynn joined the construction team. Construction experience, +1. Construction experience, +1. Construction experience, +1. Bit by bit, the experience started increasing again. Lynn willed the Heavenly Artifacts panel open and glanced at it. Construction, level 3, 3 1,000s, plus. The 9 great skills on Heavenly Artifacts had all reached level 3. This did not mean that the days of grinding skill experience were over. Perhaps because he was used to the sensation of laboring, Lynn felt no resistance in his heart. Instead, he felt solid satisfaction from the steady progress. It wasn't just these townsmen. Even Flint, who was supervising, raised his thick black eyebrows. However, he did not interfere or stop, allowing Lynn to work alongside the workers in the wall-building labor. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. Lynn put down the plastering knife and walked out of the building site. After instructing Flint to speed up the expansion, he left the farm and headed back to the town. It wasn't crucial to quickly build the breeding buildings for Pigeon Nest and Wolf's Den, as the pigeons and wild wolves for breeding were not yet in place. But the forest pigs were different. Last year, Alan had sent him 150 forest pigs. A larger breeding farm was needed to empower and breed them all. He only used up 4 pieces of magic ore for expanding the breeding farm. The number of forest pigs was limited. Walking on the limestone road, traversing a field, Lynn returned to the Lord's Square in front of the town. It was still early, apart from a few dozen townsmen busy in the town or returning with materials and tools. Few townsmen were idle in the town. After contemplating for a few seconds, Lynn was about to head to the riverfront pier to continue fishing to acquire skills and more energy stones. A slender figure with flowing brown hair walked over from a distance. Her body was slender and her skin was fair. Her cheeks, facial features, and curvaceous body, though not as striking as Carly Audrey, were still decently refined. This young woman was Erin, who was responsible for drafting the territorial law for Lynn. Perhaps sensing Lynn's direct gaze, Erin slightly lowered her head and walked up to Lynn, stepping in her leather shoes. She bent slightly, respectfully addressing, "Lord." Lynn responded, "Is there something you need, Scholar Erin?" Besides a few summons, this was Erin's first time actively seeking him. Erin stood straight, explaining calmly and with dignity, "Lord, I have copied the first version of the territorial law and posted it on the territory notice board. However, to fully implement it, it may take some time. Because I discovered that the townsmen in your territory, Lord, most of them were once peasants or slaves. Their mindset is still that the Lord's words are everything. They don't understand the meaning of the territorial law." Lynn nodded and said, "Lady Aileen, you might be overthinking." Erin was a bit puzzled, momentarily not understanding the young lord's words. Lynn explained, "Once the territorial law is drafted, as long as I confirm and implement it, that is enough. As for whether the townsmen can remember the rules, that's not important. Because as long as they keep working diligently and living steadily, the territorial law will never affect them. The reason for having Scholar Erin draft the territorial law is for those who intend to break the rules and disrupt the land's stability." Listening to Lynn's calm voice, Erin fell silent. She felt that the Lord's words made sense. As the Lord mentioned, if no one violates the rules and everyone works diligently, then even this territory would not need the existence of territorial law. Just like before she arrived at the Lord's territory and before she drafted this territorial law, the Lord's territory was still developing rapidly and orderly. Erin nodded heavily, looking at Lynn with admiration, and said, "I understand, Lord." Lynn acknowledged with a sound and continued, "It's good you understand the rationale. By the way, since you just came over, it saves me the time to find you. Scholar Erin, I need to build a territory court and plan to appoint you as the acting judge. Are you willing?" Seeing Lynn's direct gaze and listening to his inquiry, Erin's face showed some surprise. She initially thought the Lord only wanted her to draft a set of territorial laws and regulations. She didn't expect to also be appointed as a territorial judge. Without much thought, Erin replied, "Of course, Master Lynn. As long as you trust me, I will certainly do my utmost." Lynn nodded and said, "Very well, Lady Erin. You can tell me what assistance you need." When he learned that Erin Mills was a scholar studying law, he had already considered it, appointing her as the judge of the territory court. Because the territorial law had not been completed, it had to be postponed. With a suitable candidate and the territorial regulatory documents, he naturally had to put the construction of the territory court on the agenda. Erin thought for a few seconds and explained, "Master Lynn, to have a territory court, first we need a venue. It can be within your castle for your convenience in listening and making final judgments. Or we could construct a courthouse building in the town." Lynn nodded in response. Seeing that Lynn did not interrupt her, Erin continued, "Next, there are the personnel needed in the court. Whom besides me as a judge, we also need a clerk, jurors, and a defense attorney. The clerk is responsible for recording the trial process, case details, witness testimonies, and the final verdict, etc. Jurors can be selected from the townspeople of the territory to assist the judge in hearing cases. A defense attorney can be invited, one with relevant experience, to defend or present viewpoints for the case parties." Erin's words continued, "Then, there are the materials and facilities. I may need the woodworker workshop to assist with making some seats and gavels needed in the court. Also needed are paper, ink, quills, etc. for recording tools. There are also the means to temporarily detain the accused criminals or those awaiting sentencing execution, and the law enforcement officers to ensure the judgment is effectively executed." After speaking all the assistance needed from her mind, confirming there were no omissions, Erin concluded, Master Lynn, these are roughly what's needed. There may be some issues in the future that I might still need your help with. Lynn nodded and said, no problem. I will quickly arrange for a new building to be constructed for the territory court to handle cases on the territory. It will have more solemnity and authority, and can even deter the townsmen who wish to violate the territorial law. For the lack of personnel, you may select someone from within the territory, as long as they can do the job. For the lack of items, you can go to Steward Kesey and have her provide them for you. As for law enforcement officers, Lynn turned his gaze to Red behind him. Captain Red, select 20 guards from your guard team and assign them to Scholar Aaron's territory court. From now on, they will be at her command. However, if there is any idleness or disobedience, I will hold you accountable. Red's face became serious and he said solemnly, yes, master. With the arrangements completed, Lynn turned his gaze back to Aaron. Then, I will issue a Lord's decree. Even though the territory court has not yet started construction, from this moment, you are the acting judge. To handle judicial judgment and maintain order and administrative management on my behalf on the territory. Listening to Lynn's resounding words, Aaron was immediately inspired. She responded firmly, yes, Master Lynn. Lynn nodded and let Aaron depart to prepare for the territory court's affairs. He walked toward the wharf by the Aladia River. As he walked, Lynn was still pondering in his mind. Drafting a territorial law is to regulate the future behavior of the townsmen on the territory. Building a territory court is naturally to severely punish the townsmen who violate the territorial regulations. Appointing Aaron as the acting judge indeed involves decentralizing power, impacting his control over the entire territory. But he had no choice but to do this, even though he now possesses skills that make his physical ability and qualities far exceed ordinary people. However, one's energy is ultimately limited. He cannot devote all his energy to the development of the territory, especially the trivial matters between townsmen. Once or twice is fine, but if it's like this every day, then he wouldn't need to do anything else every day. Moreover, Lynn understands. This delegation of power is not the first time, nor will it be the last. Establishing a foreman in each workshop. The foreman manages all the workers in the workshop. What he needs to do is to issue instructions to the foreman, what is needed, when it should be done, and what to do if it can't be completed. Further delegation of power will continue. In terms of military, if garrisons outside the territory are established later, then he naturally needs to hand over the management of these external garrisons to corresponding managers. They will cultivate and plant on the land within the garrison. They will organize soldiers in the garrison, conduct military training, and devise defense strategies against external threats. Even in terms of soldier recruitment and management, the authority is unified under the managers, ensuring the formation of a combat-effective army. Moreover, economically, once more townsmen have privatized land. When they have excess agricultural products, they can enter the market district to sell and exchange. At that time, the market regulatory authority also needs to be delegated to managers with relevant abilities. Additionally, in the future, he has considered giving some craftsmen and industries certain operational autonomy, allowing them to set up shops and private workshops in the market district, engaging in production and trade activities, thus promoting economic development within the territory. For the current territory, delegating certain powers brings only benefits, not drawbacks for him, because only in this way can his workload be reduced. Furthermore, matters like court trials naturally require professionals with expertise to be responsible for handling. The most crucial aspect. Only in this way can management efficiency be greatly improved. As Lynn pondered, he had already arrived at the fishing spot not far from the dock. Perhaps due to frequent visits, forming a habit, or perhaps because of the abundant fish population in the Aladia River. Lynn feels that each time he goes fishing, the haul seems to increase. The guards found bait. Lynn expertly attached it to the hook and cast it out. With a splash, the bait fell into the river. It sank continuously until stopped by the buoyancy of the cork float. Lynn sat on a wooden chair, entering a quiet wait. The flowing river made rhythmic and crisp sounds. Water weeds by the riverbank swayed back and forth, left and right under the river's push. On the river's surface, occasionally leaves or dried branches floated past, plus the breeze carrying faint scents of grass, soil, and a hint of fishy smell gently brushed Lynn's black hair and his embroidered robe. This sensation made Lynn feel inexplicably comfortable. In contrast to daily arrangements and management of townsmen for various labors, this is what a lord should be doing: fishing, enjoying the breeze, riding a horse, observing scenery. He snapped back from such fantasies, though his territory was rapidly developing, with farmland, labor, and armed soldiers. Yet threats loomed both inside and outside the territory. Beginning to enjoy life was still too early. Territorial development remains a heavy task. Under Lynn's gaze, the cork floating on the river surface suddenly submerged. A significant force appeared in his hands. Without hesitation, Lynn gripped the fishing rod tightly and lifted it up. The sense of weight became increasingly pronounced and intense. Lynn's eyebrows raised. Big fish. Red and several guards who were waiting all widened their eyes, watching the fluctuating water. And if their master Lynn hadn't said anything, they would have leaped into the water without hesitation to forcibly retrieve the river fish on the line. Lynn stood up straight, left hand bracing the fishing rod's base, right hand gripping about 50 to 60 centimeters above the left hand. Using his left hand as a base point, his right hand began to exert force. Lynn could clearly feel the strong vibration in his hands. Based on his fishing experience, the hooked river fish was at least a dozen pounds. If he hadn't enhanced his physical fitness through skills, a 10-pound river fish would have made him feel exerted. Lynn leisurely circled the fish a few times, then lifted the big fish from the water onto the grassy wasteland by the riverbank. Looking at the black carp that had left the water, furiously bending and jumping, Lynn couldn't help but smile. This black carp weighed at least 15 to 16 pounds, with Flint's crafted fishing rod and the line made from magic deer tendon. If it were ordinary linen or cotton thread, the line would have snapped long ago. Red and the guards hurried over, their mouths full of surprised praise. "Lord, isn't this carp too big?" Yes, if you use it for soup, it would certainly be a great tonic." "Hey, it's quite strong, it can still jump." "Be careful, don't kill it. If it's dead, it won't be fresh anymore." Watching the guards working together to finally subdue the black carp, Lynn couldn't help but shake his head. A text panel appeared in Lynn's vision. Tip: obtained ordinary fish, carp ×1. Reward obtained, skill book, planting mastery. Looking at the prompt before him, Lynn's eyebrows raised. Without hesitation, he learned it immediately. Whether it's agricultural skills or combat skills, he fears none. After all, having more skills doesn't burden someone. He had a guard carry the black carp back to the castle ahead of time to give it to the kitchen chef for cooking. Lynn cast his bait again and continued fishing, all the way until dusk before nightfall. Lynn then put away his fishing rod and headed to town with Red and several guards. The guards were carrying 6 river fishes weighing 3 to 4 pounds each, plus the black carp weighing 15 to 16 pounds that had been sent back earlier. In an afternoon, he caught 7 river fishes, acquiring a skill book while also obtaining 60 energy stones. Lynn felt it was quite a good harvest. Passing through the town, walking past rows of red brick houses, they arrived at the Lord's Square. After a little while, Lynn watched as teams of townsmen returned one after another, heading to the cafeteria to prepare for their dinner. He withdrew his gaze and walked towards the not-too-distant castle. With several guards calling out respectfully, Lynn nodded and returned to the castle. By now, the sky was growing darker. 6 or 7 young maids were lighting tall oil lamps one by one. Lamps filled with animal oil and resin began to burn, gradually emitting a warm yellow glow. Peculiar-smelling gases were swirling above. As the maids lit one lamp after another, the originally dim reception hall brightened up. Once the maids finished lighting the lamps and saw Lynn, they quickly bowed and greeted politely, then retreated. Lynn responded, walked forward, and comfortably sat on the Lord's throne padded with thick leather and linen cloth. Kesey emerged from a curved hallway. She walked towards Lynn, arriving at the steps below the Lord's throne. "My lord, dinner is being prepared and will be a bit delayed. Do you need hot water prepared for a bath after dinner?" Lynn glanced at Kesey and responded, "Yes, prepare it." The weather was getting better. Daytime temperatures had already reached 25 or 6 degrees. Moreover, he had been working all day, feeding pigs, building walls. Fishing was slightly relaxing, but it also required a lot of physical effort. Don't mention bathing every 3 days. Even not bathing for a day would lead to a sour and pungent odor. Even in early spring, he would go to the banks of the Aladya River and endure the cold to bathe. Now that life conditions have improved, with plenty of fuel and manpower, one can't skimp on such things. Furthermore, Lynn didn't want to suffer from various illnesses due to bathing issues. Kisi nodded and took her leave. Watching Kisi leave, Lynn still sat on the Lord's throne, his gaze sweeping over the maids coming and going. Among these maids, none was Yaya in transformation disguise. This half-succubus, half-human woman might have forgotten about her pact with him. Completely blending into the ordinary people's daily tasks, perhaps? He was still considering training Yaya into an excellent spy. In his mind, Yaya was the most suitable candidate. She might even serve unexpected purposes. Footsteps sounded from afar. Lynn looked up to see a middle-aged man walking briskly through the reception hall towards him. It was the foreman of the stonemason workshop, Avery. Lynn stared straight at Avery and asked, "Foreman Avery, is there something you need my help with?" Returning from the Wung city walls at the mountain forest pass to town would take quite some time, even on horseback. Clearly, Avery had encountered a problem. Avery bent over slightly and explained, "Lord, you misunderstand. The stonemason workshop construction is proceeding smoothly. The red brick houses leading to the forest have already been completed earlier. At most another 3 to 5 days, the outpost fortress near the woods will be in its final stages." Lynn nodded without speaking. Currently, Avery leads the stonemason workshop, which has 1,800 people, along with draft horse carts and pulley gear to reduce construction difficulty. With sufficient raw materials available, the speed of paving roads and building fortresses is certainly significantly improved. Avery continued, "I returned to town to inquire from you. Should we build some defenses near the outpost fortress? For example, simple walls, trenches, chevaux de frise, and bristling stakes? With these defensive fortifications in place, they can prevent the enemy from launching a direct attack and, to some extent, protect the soldiers within the outpost fortress." Lynn nodded, looking directly at Avery. "Yes. Foreman Avery, just build according to your construction experience. Compared to the rocky wasteland on the left side outside the territory, the location of the outpost fortress near the forest is more important. We must ensure all defenses are in place. The fastest and most convenient route from Morgantown to his territory is through the forest. If an enemy army wanted to move from Morgantown to his territory, the path through the forest would certainly be their first choice. Hence, preparations are required in advance." Lynn thought of something and asked, "Is the beacon tower in the fortress built?" Avery didn't hesitate and explained, "Lord, it is already built." Lynn nodded, "Very good." The primary reason for having Avery lead a large workforce to the forest's edge to build the outpost fortress is the alert function of the outpost fortress. Also, he did not intend to station too many soldiers in the outpost fortress. 40 heavy infantry, 20 archers, 5 soldiers were dispatched into the forest to set up camp. They would utilize the complex environment of the forest to conceal themselves. Before the enemy could enter the forest, they would detect the approaching enemy army, further equipped with 1 or 2 cavalry for intelligence transmission. Even when facing an enemy attack, they could detect, prepare for, and defend against the threat early, ready for war. After instructing Avery, Lynn had him withdraw. With the seasoned Avery and 1,800 workers, building some defensive structures would not take much time. Lynn gave Avery a week to wrap up the forest outpost fortress and construct the surrounding fortifications. Afterward, they needed to continue paving the road from the walls to the left side outpost fortress red brick road, and build another warning outpost fortress. Later, Avery would still need to lead a workforce to build an outer Wung city. Outpost fortress, outer Wung city, city walls, inner Wung city, for layers of protection. As long as there were enough soldiers and large siege machines, it could be described as impregnable. After Avery's departure, Kisi, who had been waiting sensibly, approached Lynn. She reminded, "Master, dinner is ready." Lynn got up from the Lord's throne and responded, "Then let's start dining." Kisi responded quickly, turned around, and called for the maids to serve platters of food. As the platters of food were laid on the table, the most noticeable was the steamed black carp. the black and pale yellow hues, the fish skin smooth and glistening with oil. The layer of spices on the black carp, contrasting with its brown color, further enhanced its visual appeal. Plus the rich aroma wafting through the air. Even before eating, Lynn could already imagine the fresh and tender texture of the black carp. Under Kesey's service, a piece of black carp was placed on Lynn's plate. Lynn did not hesitate, picking up a fork and started eating. The black carp's flesh was fresh and silky, delicate yet firm, savory with a hint of fragrance. Lynn couldn't help but praise. "Who cooked this fish?" Hearing Lynn's praise, a smile appeared on Kesey's face, and she replied, "Master, I cooked the fish." Lynn nodded approvingly. "Your skills have improved. Stop working and sit down to eat with me. Such a big fish, it would be a waste not to finish it." Kesey and Red exchanged glances, said no more, and sat down beside Lynn. Lynn finished dinner and went to the private room to soak in the bathtub comfortably. After a skilled massage by Kesey, he finally felt all the fatigue disappear from his body. Wearing a thin silk robe, Lynn sat on the balcony's wooden chair, enjoying the evening breeze. He observed the figures chatting and strolling in Lord's Square below. Even though it was night, the townsmen, lacking nighttime entertainment, did not choose to stay in the red brick house. After observing for a while, Lynn rose from the wooden chair, returned to the bedroom, and comfortably fell asleep. A dozen or so carriages, under the illumination of guards on horseback carrying torches, were traveling on the gravel road. The friction sound of the rolling wheels, the hooves and neighing of the horses, and the wind blowing against the torches, all combined into a symphony for the convoy. At the forefront of the convoy, Boar looked back at the carriage team. Both the guards and the drivers showed signs of fatigue on their faces. After trading for fine salt from Master Lynn's territory, he took the carriage convoy to Kakasong City without rest. The goal was to offload the fine salt at once. Due to the recent surge in prices, there's no guarantee on what might happen after prices climb. Only by holding real money is one truly secure. He also needed a lot of funds to purchase more grain for Master Lynn. This carriage convoy has nearly gone a week without proper rest. At night, it was necessary to set up camp for short rests. Otherwise, even if the people could endure, the draft horses pulling several tons of grain could not. This evening, no camp was set up because they were about to return to Morgantown. They could rest well upon reaching Morgantown. After all, in the wilderness, who knows what dangers might lurk? All his previous experiences were fresh in his mind. The Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps was one thing, but what struck him the most was the mysterious shadow that entered his body. This world proved far more dangerous than he imagined. Boar took a deep breath and shouted to the others, "Everyone, keep it up. In another hour or two at most, we'll be back in Morgantown. Once we reach Morgantown, we can have a good rest. Then, I'll settle the wages for the last shipment with you all." Upon hearing Boar's words, the faces that were filled with exhaustion suddenly shone with light. Seeing the increased speed of the carriages and the growing chatter, money is the best motivation. Under the illumination of the torchlight, during the carriage journey, a group of dozens in the carriage finally saw the outline of Morgantown from afar. Even though it was nighttime, the silhouette of the town's outer fencing and the burning flame towers could still be seen through the twilight. Boar felt a slight relief in his heart. Despite the weariness of the journey, thankfully they encountered no accidents or dangers. Just need to return to the Merchant Guild's hall in the town and have a good rest for the night. Early tomorrow morning, they can transport this grain to Master Lynn's estate for exchange transactions. After a brief walk with the horses, Boar led the carriages to the fencing outside the town. Upon seeing the fence blocking the town's entrance, Boar couldn't help but frown. Morgantown, situated in a remote area. As long as it wasn't facing brigand attacks, Morgantown, protected by several manors, would never use fences to block roads. Before Boar could dismount, a shout echoed near the bonfire within the fenced area. As the voice faded, a figure wielding a scimitar and wearing a felt hat approached. Seeing this, Boar hurriedly dismounted with a cheerful expression and said, "Dear Soldier Lord, I am the president of Morgantown's Merchant Guild, Boar Hansen. Just returned from buying some goods in Kakasong City. Could you kindly let us pass?" Watching the middle-aged man examine him with a frown, Boar's smile did not wane. Boar stepped forward and pulled out a handful of pence from his pocket, handing them over. Even if the middle-aged man did not disclose their identity or why it was needed to use the fence, Boar could still guess. Besides Frank Manor, there naturally would be no one else. The middle-aged man took it without hesitation. With a glance, there were at least 30 pence, and he couldn't help but smile. "Ah, it's Mr. Boar. Please come in quickly. We had little choice but to follow Joao's directives." He said that to better protect the townsmen and assets of Morgantown, the town must be blocked off every night. The middle-aged man's gaze shifted, and he shouted to several men sitting around the bonfire not far away. "You lot, still dawdling here? Come quickly and help Mr. Boar lift the fence." Only then did the 3 or 4 men stride forward. Boar smiled and said, "So that's how it is." Indeed, Joao is more concerned about the safety of the town's residents. The middle-aged man stood in place, watching the others begin to hustle. Without a trace, his right hand pocketed the pence. The pence Boar gave could at least equate to his 10-day to half-month wages. Naturally, it couldn't be seen by those lazy fellows. With several people lifting the fence aside, Boar gratefully said, "Thanks to all of you. I'll be heading back now." The middle-aged man nodded in response. Upon receiving the instruction, Boar stopped speaking further, mounted his horse, and led the carriage convoy toward the merchant guild. As the convoy crossed the fence and traveled on the cobblestone road of the town, at the forefront, the polite smile on Boar's face slowly faded away. His brow unconsciously furrowed. Upon Joao's instruction, the exits of Morgantown were fenced off at night, claiming to be for the protection of the townsmen's lives and property of Morgantown. It's merely out of fear that the townsmen might escape Morgantown under the cover of darkness? Such things never happened when Morgantown had 5 manor lords. Currently, it only appears to restrict the townsmen's outings. As things develop, Morgantown, exclusively controlled by Frank Manor, will soon be seen by them as prey. Any unlawful action Frank Manor wants to take against Morgantown's townsmen will be irresistible to them. High tax levies, resource monopoly, arbitrary justice, freedom restrictions, even personal encroachment. This is the terror of monopoly. A disturbing thought surfaced in Boar's mind. At present, there aren't many merchants in Morgantown. Plus, local goods are mostly traded by agricultural products. He, dealing in grain and fine salt exchange with Lynn. He can be said to be the biggest merchant in Morgantown. If Frank Manor seeks high taxation, the biggest victim would be him. Boar's face wore a bitter and helpless expression. Even knowing he's likely to face high taxation from Frank Manor, he is powerless to change it. His family is in Morgantown. His business is in Morgantown. Even his survival relies on the territory of Master Lynn, which lies within Morgantown. He's just a mere merchant. Can only take one step at a time. As Boar pondered in his mind, the carriage convoy returned to the walled warehouse behind the merchant guild. When the heavy door closed and got secured with a latch and a wooden beam, the tension in Boar's heart slightly relaxed. At least in this merchant guild building, he was considered safe. Boar gazed at the guards and coachmen, calling out, "Feed the horses, let them down for a rest. After that, come find me to receive your salary. Tonight have a good rest again. Tomorrow morning we depart." Upon receiving Boar's confirmation, everyone's faces lit up with joy once more. "All right, Master Boar." The people began to busy themselves, checking the carriage body for cracks or deformations, the wheels for breakage or looseness, the suspension and towing apparatus for wear and tear, cleaning the grime and dust off the horses, inspecting their bodies and hooves, and feeding and watering them. Until all tasks were completed, Boar settled their wages. The merchant guild finally quieted down. Lying on the large bed upstairs, Boar stared at the dim ceiling, still feeling worried. But eventually, he couldn't resist the fatigue and sleepiness. Gradually, he drifted off to sleep. Boar and the group of guards got up early. After casually eating breakfast, they began preparing for the departure in the warehouse courtyard. Upon seeing Boar step into the courtyard, those who received their pay last night looked at him with admiration. One shout after another erupted from their mouths. "Good morning, Master." Boar nodded one by one in response. Approaching guard Captain Yale Vasquez, he inquired, "Are you ready?" Yale hurriedly nodded in response. "Ready, Master Boar." 10 carriages, each fully loaded with 5,000 pounds of barley. And during transportation, our daily necessities of food, water, and horse feed. Boar walked towards the horse he rode. Mounting it, he looked back. The guards and drivers knowingly mounted their respective horses and carriages. After two warehouse staff opened the warehouse doors, Boar shouted to everyone, "Departure." Boar spurred his horse, which neighed loudly, and stepped towards the warehouse exit. The others quickly urged their horses and carriages to follow, perhaps because it was still early. At 6 or 7 in Morgantown, there were not many people around. Only scattered townsmen hurried by, or town residents opening wooden doors and dumping overnight waste onto the streets. Each time he saw such a sight, Boar couldn't help but frown. Compared to Master Lynn's town, Morgantown's living conditions were truly poor. Sewage flowed everywhere, and stench filled the air. Having visited Master Lynn's territory so many times, apart from the fertilizer in the fields, he never smelled the stench of excrement. The town streets were well organized, and each building was neatly arranged. One could live in Master Lynn's territory and own a red brick house for their own family. That would be wonderful. While Boar was lost in thought, the voice of Guard Captain Yale rang beside him. Boar snapped back to reality and glanced at Yale. He found Yale staring solemnly ahead. Boar looked over in confusion. At the exit leading out of town towards Master Lynn's territory, a group of chain armor soldiers was guarding. In front of them, dozens of townsmen trying to leave were blocked by the soldiers. Just as he had suspected, as long as Frank Manor wanted, they could tightly control the entire Morgantown. Voices of dissatisfaction erupted ahead. "What are you doing?" "I'm a free person employed by Frank Manor. Let me out. I need to work in the fields." Boar said nothing, quietly observing. He noticed that only the free people employed by Frank Manor were allowed out by the soldiers. The rest were blocked from going out. Frank Manor treats the entire town as their cage to confine free people. Yale beside Boar asked, "Master Boar, what should we do?" Boar leapt off his horse and walked towards the dozen soldiers of Frank Manor. His previously stern face quickly shifted into a sincere smile. "Gentlemen, what's the situation here? Has another bandit corps appeared outside Morgantown? Let me introduce myself. I'm Boar Hansen, the head of the town's merchant guild." Upon hearing Boar's words, a short-haired man in chain armor slowly turned around. He eyed Boar up and down, speaking in a deep voice. "Boar Hansen, I've heard of your name. Previously, you traded with Lady Janet and purchased a significant amount of barley." The smile on Boar's face grew more pronounced. "That's great. Sir, I've always been a local traveling merchant in Morgantown, and now I'm preparing to go out for trade. Could you and the gentleman let us through?" Boar stepped forward, coming alongside the short-haired man. In one swift motion, he discreetly slipped a touch of gold into the man's hand. Feeling the smoothness and the pattern outline in his hand, the short-haired man showed a surprised expression. He raised his arm, displaying the gold pounds Boar had just placed in his hand to everyone around. "Merchants are so generous. Just 1 gold pound at a time. Gentlemen, how long must we work to earn 1 gold pound of wages?" The soldiers who originally showed indifference towards Boar now looked envious, turning to resentment. Sensing the atmosphere rapidly turning chilly, Boar felt a growing tension within his heart. He sensed something was amiss. If it were just ordinary surveillance, as long as he offered some money, the guards or soldiers watching the road would surely let them pass immediately. After all, guarding the entrance is merely part of their routine work. They would never bother to make life difficult for merchants with legal and compliant status. Instead, they'd prefer to look the other way and pocket the benefits. However, the scene before him, Boar looked directly at the middle-aged man, full of inquiries, and asked, "Sir, what do you mean by this? I am from Morgantown and a registered merchant with the Merchant Guild. Furthermore, I have lawfully paid the passage tax according to Morgantown's regulations. On what grounds do you refuse to allow my smooth passage?" Listening to Boar's calm and clear words, the guards behind him stepped forward, their faces serious. They wore weapons on their bodies. Yet, without Boar's directive or the guard captain's orders, they did not make any reckless moves. For should any error occur, they would face direct confrontation with swords. Seeing Boar's guards surround him, the short-haired man showed no anxiety. Instead, he grinned. "Mr. Boar, no need to be tense. I, Virgil, am just following orders. Lord Joao has declared that from today, any merchant wishing to pass through Morgantown must repay the passage tax, trade tax, and property tax." Hearing Virgil announce the 3 taxes nearly word by word, Boar's eyes widened instantly. He couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Trade tax and property tax? My goods have returned from Kakasong City, entering Morgantown's warehouse. The Frank Manor's charge for passage tax can be accepted, but I'm not selling in Morgantown, so why should they charge a trade tax? As for the property tax, this is utterly unreasonable." Boer's voice was firm and resolute, with words of conviction. Many townsmen who wished to pass and were stopped heard him clearly. They couldn't help but agree. "Yeah, this is too outrageous, isn't it? Morgantown has never had such a rule. Does Frank Manor see us as pigs in a pen?" Feeling the atmosphere growing increasingly intense, with names of townsmen congregating, Boer discreetly shifted, positioning the townsmen in front of him. The continuous sound of unsheathing swords and knives echoed through the crowd. The sounds were clear, instantly silencing the townsmen who had been yelling. They stared at the soldiers' silver-white blades, daring not to utter another word. Boer's brows furrowed deeper. It is undeniable that Morgantown is exclusively controlled by Frank Manor now. His intention in saying those words was merely to stir up the townsmen's emotions to pressure the soldiers. But he did not expect for these soldiers to draw their weapons among them. At this moment, the sound of galloping hooves emerged from outside the town, coming closer. Sand and dust rolled as riders approached, with the frontmost tall and burly figure sharply tugging the reins. Amidst the urgent neighing of war horses, the horses' forehooves rose high. As they lowered again, the galloping horse finally stopped. Seeing the figure, Boer's heart grew heavy. It was Joao Frank from Frank Manor. Joao remained mounted on his horse, scanning the townsmen and Boer's carriage convoy with his gaze. The gaze ultimately settled on the short-haired man. In a deep voice, he asked, "Virgil, what's happening?" Upon hearing Joao call his name, Virgil promptly sheathed his longsword, stepped forward, and approached. Virgil replied respectfully, "Lord Joao, these townsmen wanted to cause a stir to leave Morgantown, but I stopped them. Also, there's Boer's convoy of carts wanting to leave the town to conduct business. But after I informed him of the need to pay passage tax, trade tax, and property tax, he fiercely refused." Joao's icy gaze swept from Virgil to the townsman, landing directly on Boer. He nudged his horse's belly, and the pain prompted the horse to step toward the still-closed barrier. Virgil saw this and hurriedly summoned several soldiers to lift the barrier for Joao, even though the barrier's gate was now open. When Joao arrived, none of the previously yelling townsmen dared to cross. They didn't even utter a sound. They quickly made way, avoiding any direct confrontation with Joao. Only the sound of panting horses and hooves striking the cobblestones remained. They were merely ordinary free people of Morgantown. But it didn't affect their understanding of why Frank Manor was the only one left in Morgantown. What frightened them the most was the rumor. It is said that Joao Frank, with his formidable strength, led a team of Manor soldiers to hold back the soldiers of the three great estates trying to invade Frank Manor Castle at the gates. The slain soldiers were piled into small mounds. The horse under Joao's saddle walked to Boer's side. He looked down at Boer with curiosity in his voice, asking, "Mr. Boer, are you unwilling to pay the three major taxes?" Upon hearing this, Boer showed a smile and explained, "Your Excellency Joao, it's a misunderstanding. It's not that I am unwilling to pay the three major taxes. I just want to understand them clearly. As you know, doing business in these times isn't easy. Say no more. Just transporting goods back and forth takes days." Joao interrupted Boer's words directly, saying in a low voice, "That has nothing to do with me." Boer's words came to a halt. Feeling the cold aura emanating from Joao, he wanted to say something more. But Boer found himself unsure of how to begin. Joao's deep voice rang out again. "Mr. Boer, let me put it this way. From now on, any merchant coming to Morgantown, whether passing through or trading, must pay the three major taxes. Transit tax, 10% of the value of the goods. Transaction tax commission, 5% of the value of the goods. Property tax, a one-time payment of 10% of the merchant's property valuation." Hearing Joao's precise figures for the taxes, Boer's eyelids twitched. Such high taxes are nearly 3 to 4 times those of Kakasong City. Even Kakasong City has never levied a property tax. This is not taxation. Although Boer's chest heaved quickly, his breath became rapid. But he did not react at all. Boar knew well that to lash out in anger would be courting death. Seeing Boar's flushed face, yet no response, Joao was somewhat surprised. He asked, "Mr. Boar, do you have any objections to the tax rate?" Boar took a deep breath, quickly exhaled, and then raised his head, smiling. "Your Excellency Joao, Boar has no objections. As a merchant, the most important thing is harmony to generate wealth. As Your Excellency Joao says, so will Boar do." Seeing Boar's expression, Joao smiled satisfactorily. "That's for the best then. If everyone were as understanding as Mr. Boar, our frank Manor would find it easier to manage this town." Boar smiled and had no rebuttal. Joao's gaze shifted to Virgil. "Calculate how much tax Mr. Boar needs to pay this time. Once he's paid, let him pass immediately. Don't hinder Mr. Boar's transactions." Virgil responded loudly, "Yes, Your Excellency Joao." Amidst the sound of hooves, under the gaze of Boar and the guards, Joao and his team of soldiers spurred their horses into the town. They moved so fast that the townspeople dropped their belongings in fright, falling to the ground with cries. But they dared not curse and could only admit defeat honestly. Boar, having finished paying the 3 major taxes, led his convoy of carts out of Morgantown, traveling on the gravel road outside the town, heading towards Lynn territory in the distance. After traveling a mile or two, the guard captain Yale sped up his horse to Boar's side. Yale looked back to ensure no outsiders could hear, and then asked worriedly, "Master Boar, what should we do now? Frank Manor is clearly plundering and pillaging the merchants in Morgan." Boar's face was full of gloom with no words. He thought about it yesterday. Frank Manor might do something even more severe. He didn't expect it to start today. The 3 major taxes just paid. His cart had 50,000 pounds of barley, converted at a market rate of 2 pounds per pence. That's 104 gold pounds. This time's transit tax cost a little over 10 gold pounds. Plus the 5% transaction tax, that's 5 gold pounds. That too can be considered. The most critical aspect is the requirement to pay a 10% property tax on total assets, based on his ownership of the 3-story building of Morgantown's Merchant Guild. The property tax amounted to 200 gold pounds. From the time he left with his cart convoy from the Merchant Guild to the town's exit in less than an hour, he spent 215 gold pounds. Although the property tax is a one-time annual payment, but every entry and exit from Morgantown requires paying such exorbitant taxes. He naturally knew, as Guard Captain Yale said, this is plundering, also looting. Moreover, Frank Manor is extracting value from Morgantown. Boar exhaled a warm breath and consoled, "Captain Yale, do you have any way to deal with this?" The previously enraged Yale, upon hearing this, showed an embarrassed look. He scratched his head somewhat at a loss, saying, "Master Boar, I'm just a rough person. Handling weapons, I'm fine with that. You asked me to think of a way. I truly don't know what to do." Boar nodded and continued to ask, "Then if I ask you to lead people to intercept and kill Joao, do you have confidence?" Yale's eyes widened instantly, unsure how to respond. But seeing Boar's direct and expectant gaze, Yale awkwardly said, "Master Boar, we might not be a match for Joao Frank. His power is too strong." Boar did not get angry, but instead said, "In this case, there's no other way. Since there's no way to resist, we'll just have to silently endure." He knew that Master Boar's emotions seemed calm, but the pressure he faced was far greater than theirs. Taxes need to be paid, salaries need to be issued, and there are many workers waiting for him in the Merchant Guild warehouse to feed. All the pressure would fall on Boar. Suddenly, Yale thought of something. He turned back and looked at the carriage team behind him, still traveling steadily. Yale asked Boar, "Master Boar, since Master Lynn's territory has a strong armed force, why not ask him for help? Just like annihilating the 3 great estates, obliterate the Frank Manor together? In this way, Master Lynn can control all of Morgantown. He can both own a large piece of land and gain plenty of labor force." Saying this, Yale's tone was full of anticipation. "The most crucial thing is, by doing so, with the relationship between you and Master Lynn, you wouldn't need to pay any taxes." Boar turned his head to look at him, responding indifferently, "Guard Captain Yale, your task is to protect the goods and personnel in the carriage team from enemy harm. As for other matters, it's not for you to worry about." Upon hearing this, Yale was shocked. He realized that what he had just said had already gone beyond the identity of a guard captain. Yo responded apologetically, "Sorry, Master Boar. I spoke too much." Boar acknowledged with no blame, instructing, "Inform the team to increase the travel speed. Try to reach Master Lynn's territory as quickly as possible." Yo quickly answered, "Yes." With those words, he pulled the reins in his hand and quickly ran towards the carriage team behind. Increase speed, increase speed. As the coachmen waved their reins, the draft horses began to quicken their pace. The speed of the carriage team gradually increased. In the archery training ground outside the town, after several hours of gaining, hunting, experience, Lynn sat on the long bench in the corner. His gaze was fixed ahead. Children over 10 years old were beginning to learn archery, longsword, shield, and iron spear under Tate's guidance. Having been deprived of food and nutrients since childhood, their bodies were relatively thin and weak. They managed to lift these iron weapons and have simple swings. As for the potential danger of swinging weapons, Lynn couldn't care less. This world is no peaceful era. If they want to survive or to live better, they must make themselves stronger. Learn swordsmanship, learn archery, or even learn riding skills, and so on. No matter which they learn, it will be useful in the future, just like the children of noble lords. As for injuries during learning, they can be taken to the hospital for treatment. If treatment is not possible, then they wait for death, and finally are buried in the cemetery behind the hospital. Lynn believes they are provided with a good living environment. He has already given enough for them. As Lynn watched these children, Scholar Tate approached him. Tate bowed slightly, speaking respectfully, "Lord." Awakening Lynn looked at Tate, asking, "Scholar Tate, is there anything you need?" Tate's face showed some difficulty. "Lord, to be honest, I am just a scholar. Teaching children literacy and writing is no problem. But the archery, swordsmanship, and physical training, Lynn already understood." He nodded to Tate and said, "Scholar Tate, I've thought about this before. I will do my best to find suitable candidates to teach these children other martial or survival skills. Apart from teaching writing and literacy, of course, they also need to be taught the 7 skills of the knight to achieve comprehensive development. The most suitable candidates are trained knights. However, there are only limited knights in his territory. Only Wesley is present. He doesn't expect these children to become extraordinary. He only needs them to be able to follow his orders, ensuring their safety in the process, and manage various industries in the future. Upon receiving Lynn's affirmation, Tate's face relaxed slightly, relieved, saying, "That would be great, Lord." Lynn acknowledged, then asked, "How many children are in the school now?" Tate raised his brows, recalling for a few seconds before explaining, "Lord, nearly 700. Among them, over 400 boys over 10 years old and over 100 below 10. The rest are girls." He didn't care much about boys and girls. As long as they have enough ability, whether men or women, they can manage the territory for him. Lynn further inquired with Tate about the current progress of teaching in the school. After several months of teaching, many children with strong learning abilities have already mastered simple writing and reading. These children's understanding of written symbols naturally cannot be like Lynn's when he was young. Even at the age of 4 or 5, they already began learning. And everything around them is presented in words, appearing before their eyes. Even if they don't know, they will absorb it through exposure. However, even if their learning ability is slower, by the time they reach adulthood, they will certainly be able to read and write. His domain will have a large population with a basic knowledge of texts. He can assign them to various needed positions. For example, teachers to educate the townsmen. For example, doctors or pharmacists to record medicinal properties, patient symptoms, and treatment methods. For example, clerks needed for court documentation. For example, chroniclers responsible for recording major events in the domain. As the domain continues to develop and technology advances, the demand for people with basic knowledge and abilities will increasingly grow. To vigorously develop education in a world where it is extremely scarce or even non-existent. This is originally an extremely difficult task that requires a long time. It can only be done gradually. After a brief conversation, Tate was sent away. Lynn's gaze shifted, looking not far away. Alone in the corner, Sienna stood. Her unwavering gaze collided with his. Before his conversation with Tate, He already felt an unusual sensation in his heart. It turns out that Sienna was staring at him. Lynn remained seated, about to call Sienna over. Before he could open his mouth, Sienna was already making small steps toward him. Lynn raised an eyebrow, watching Sienna gradually approach. He glanced up and down at Sienna. Compared to the first time he saw Sienna, her condition now is clearly much better. The pale face now has a flush of redness from healthy blood. Her body and arms have become much stronger. Although she's no match for many boys, she at least possesses the build a normal child should have. Arriving before Lynn, Sienna was the first to speak. Master Lynn. Along with her words, Sienna bowed slightly to Lynn. Lynn smiled slightly, asking, "Did your aunt teach you this?" Sienna's lips curled slightly, revealing a smile that didn't look like a smile. She explained, "My Aunt Mara taught me." She said, "When you see Master Lynn, you must show respect." Lynn nodded in approval. "Very good." Just as he was about to speak, Lynn's eyes suddenly brightened, a curious thought emerging in his mind. Lynn asked Sienna, "Sienna, Master Lynn wants to ask you something. You previously told me you could understand the meaning of the chirping of birds and beasts flying by, right?" Sienna nodded somewhat woodenly. Lynn became interested, continued to ask, "Then can you communicate with them? For example, through a conversation, let a cuckoo fly dozens of miles away to deliver a message." Lynn looked at Sienna full of anticipation. As a witch, Sienna possesses the ability to hearing all things. Understanding the language of birds and beasts is quite ordinary. If Sienna could also guide the birds and beasts, it would be entirely possible to employ her as a trainer, to train the breeding forest pigs, and later pigeons and wild wolves. Skip the training process, let Sienna gather enough wild birds and beasts and command them directly. Sienna seemed to be comprehending the meaning of his words. She shook her head. "Sorry, Master Lynn, I can't do that." Their voices suddenly enter my ears. Listening to Sienna's explanation, Lynn nodded understandingly. Though Sienna is a witch, she is still too young now. She is basically unable to control the abilities she possesses. Her ability to hear the voices of birds and beasts is also an uncontrolled coincidence. However, Lynn thought of something. He could completely replicate Sienna's talent and skills. To obtain the skill of hearing all things, to train various wild birds and beasts. Lynn discarded that thought. From Sienna's attribute panel, he could feel the strength of the witch's abilities. Talent, dark energy absorption. Actively absorb dark energy from places filled with negative emotions, death breaths, and shadowy environments around. Skills, merging into shadow. Easily hide in darkness, becoming a part of it. Hearing all things, can hear the voices of all things. Shadow mist, create a thick mist like a dark abyss. If such abilities could be utilized, they would be enough to change the outcome of a war. After replicating Sienna's talent, skills, and becoming a wizard, the consequences that would follow. According to his memories, wizards often face or have to pay a physical and mental price. After casting powerful magic, excessive consumption of their own magic power leads to magic power depletion, thereby harming the body and shortening lifespan, as well as the huge psychological pressure after becoming a wizard. Even excessive addiction to and reliance on dark magic power, leading to mental corruption, ultimately losing all sanity. This would negate any gains for him. Warhorse, forest pigs, wild wolves, even pigeons. He can search for suitable trainers gradually, before conducting training. But once he becomes a wizard, he will face consequences he can't control. He would rather give up possessing the extraordinary abilities of a witch. While Lynn was weighing the pros and cons, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from afar. Lynn and Sienna both looked up as a guard came towards him. The guard stood before Lynn, reporting, "Master, the boar merchant has arrived at your domain, currently waiting at the Lord's Square. He said he has important matters to discuss with you face to face." Lynn asked, "Did he mention what about?" The guard recalled for 2 seconds, shaking his head. He didn't say anything. Lynn acknowledged, retracting his gaze. He reached out to stroke Sienna's head, then stood up from the wooden chair, stepping out of the training field. Red and several guards followed behind him, beside the long bench. Only Sienna remained standing in the distance, watching Lynn and the others gradually move away. Leaving the archery training ground, Lynn walked with Red on the lime road back to the town. In the fields on either side, Farmers who were weeding glanced at Lynn, giving him a respectful gaze. They couldn't help but bow slightly. Lynn nodded slightly in response. Lynn arrived at Lord's Square. Looking out over the square, he saw 10 carriages and dozens of horses stopped there. In front of the carriages, George and Boar were standing. They had smiles on their faces, seemingly having a pleasant conversation. Lynn walked briskly toward the two. George, always alert, immediately spotted Lynn and stepped forward to greet him. Standing before Lynn, George bowed slightly. "Master, Mr. Boar has arrived." Lynn nodded slightly. Boar also stepped forward a few paces and respectfully addressed Lynn. "Master Lynn, I apologize for troubling you to personally host me." Lynn smiled and said, "Mr. Boar, you're too kind. We're partners, after all. If there's anything you need my help with, please feel free to let me know." Boar hesitated for a moment and finally sighed before explaining. "Master Lynn, the main issue is that this matter is beyond my abilities. Otherwise, no matter the cost, I wouldn't trouble you, Master Lynn." Lynn nodded, waiting for Boar to continue. "As you saw, Master Lynn, these carriages are loaded with all the grain purchased from Kakasong City, a total of 50,000 pounds. You know, Master Lynn, that even with swift horses, it takes at least 2 days to get from your territory to Kakasong City. For slow-traveling carriages like ours, it takes at least 4 or 5 days. And that's traveling day and night. So, right after exchanging the fine salt with you, I transported it to Kakasong City for sale. I had early contacts with a grain merchant and bought 50,000 pounds of barley, then immediately returned to Morgantown for a brief rest. I was preparing to transport this barley to your territory. However, on this departure from Morgantown, I encountered a problem, Master Lynn." Boar's tone slightly shifted. "I was robbed by Frank Manor. They imposed 3 major taxes on me: passage tax, trade tax, and even property tax. The taxes I paid this time amounted to as high as 215 gold pounds." Lynn was somewhat surprised. "That much?" Boar nodded. "Yes, Master Lynn. Frank Manor doesn't know exactly how much property I have right now. Otherwise, the taxes levied would have been even more. In the past year, he had transacted many times with Master Lynn before him. The profits earned were also substantial. But that didn't mean he wasn't paying by the gold pounds taken as taxes. Those were earned by traveling day and night, even risking his life." Boar continued, "Frank Manor not only started taxing merchants, but the rate is 2 to 3 times higher than elsewhere. Most outrageously, they forcibly levy taxes by virtue of having armed forces. Even the free people in the town who haven't signed labor contracts with them are strictly prohibited from leaving Morgantown." Lynn frowned slightly, but he wasn't too surprised. Now in Morgantown, with the balance among several manor lords gone, Frank Manor dominated. Of course, Frank Manor could do whatever it pleased. The free people in the town, despite having plenty of complaints and anger. But as ordinary people, what can they do? Even if they wanted to resist, they'd be immediately suppressed by the soldiers of Frank Manor. Lynn looked directly at Boar and asked, "Mr. Boar, what do you want me to do?" Feeling Lynn's gaze, Boar's heart was full of conflict. "Master Lynn, you've misunderstood. The reason I wanted to discuss this face-to-face with you is to give you a heads up. Frank Manor is vigorously extorting money, indifferent to the merchant's survival. Surely, they plan to do something unusual." Boar didn't tell Lynn the words Yell had told him, requesting Master Lynn to deploy troops to overthrow Frank Manor, thereby solving his issues of transporting goods and being taxed heavily. How could it be that simple? War is not as easy as a few words. Once war breaks out between 2 lords, it is destined to bring death, confrontation with weapons, even rivers of blood. If Master Lynn could achieve victory in this war, then so be it. This would eliminate Frank Manor, taking control of all the land and labor of Morgantown, and controlling the trading routes and taxing authority of Morgantown. What consequences would his suggestion bring to Master Lynn? Boar dared not imagine. Lynn nodded. "Thank you for the warning, Mr. Boar. I will arrange for precautions." Receiving a response from Master Lynn, Boar bowed in acknowledgement. 50,000 pounds of barley, at the current market price of 2 pounds per penny, amounts to only 25,000 pence. According to Boar's needs for fine salt, it could only be exchanged for 5,000 pounds. That only fills one of his carriages. Boar took out 938 gold pounds to purchase 45,000 pounds of Lynn's fine salt. With that, he filled all the remaining 9 carts. Once the deal was settled, George was instructed to arrange personnel for unloading and loading. Lynn, accompanied by Boar, went to a nearby bench to sit down. Watching the backs of the townsmen starting to carry barley, Lynn asked Boar, "Mr. Boar, besides Frank Manor's forcible taxation on merchants, is there anything unusual in Morgantown?" Boar recalled, "Unusual. Speaking of which, something does come to mind. I've seen Joao Frank with soldiers in the market district of Kakasong City several times. I saw him speaking with some foreign iron merchants. If nothing unexpected happens, Frank Manor is likely purchasing a batch of weapons and armor." Lynn nodded silently. Whether it's Morgantown or Kakasong City, there are very few blacksmiths. Usually, there are only 1 or 2 blacksmiths in a small town. These 1 or 2 blacksmiths specialize only in making agricultural tools. Not all lords are like him, possessing 6 iron smelting furnaces and 6 blacksmith workshops, along with 1,700 blacksmiths and apprentices. If other manor lords want to purchase large quantities of weapons or armor, they can only go to Kakasong City's market district to custom order or buy from foreign merchants. Lynn understood that Frank Manor was preparing for war. Seeing Lynn didn't inquire further, Boar pondered again. Boar's eyes brightened and continued, "There's one more thing, Master Boar. Viscount John Zuck of Kakasong City returned to Kakasong City some time ago, but a few days ago, he received a summons from the Dukas clan's messenger. Viscount John Zuck led a large number of soldiers from his city to Windmill Ridge Canyon. Not just him, many nearby lords and manor lords also received the messenger and responded to the summons. They all took their soldiers to Windmill Ridge Canyon." Lynn mused, then asked Boar curiously, "Did Frank Manor not respond to the Dukas clan's summons?" Boar replied seriously, "Yes, Master Boar. Frank Manor cited the attack by the 3 great estates, claiming its military power was damaged, refusing the Dukas clan's summons. Frank Manor's refusal was anticipated by him, not to mention just having experienced the joint attack of the 3 great estates. Even if everything were as usual, Frank Manor would likely refuse. The location of Morgantown is too far from Windmill Ridge Canyon, at least 1,000 kilometers away. For horses to make the journey, it would take over a month. Let's not mention whether horses and soldiers could withstand such a long journey. Even if they reached the battlefields, they would be devoid of combat strength, merely delivering their heads across 1,000 miles, claiming battle honors." Yet Lynn thought further. Since Frank Manor did not respond to the Dukas clan summons for military aid, instead forcibly taxing, controlling townsmen, recruiting soldiers, and enhancing military strength. No, more accurately, that ambitious woman Janet wanted to do something. Lynn wouldn't have to guess to know. Naturally, it was to break through his walls and seize his territories, and become the sole lord controlling Morgantown. Another thought came to Lynn's mind. The messenger from the Dukas clan did not come to his territory. To know, the Knight Commander Godfrey beside Lawrence had visited his territory. Godfrey did not inform Lawrence of the existence of his territory. Could it be he didn't inform Mark Dukas either? Or maybe Lawrence and Mark are already aware of his territory's location. But Mark simply doesn't care. Mark is preoccupied with the imminent battle for Imperial authority, not having the mind to concern himself with him. Lynn couldn't decide. The only thing he could confirm was the spies dispatched hadn't returned with intelligence to inform him that the Dukas clan's sword and shield corps soldiers were deploying, preparing to overwhelm his territory. No matter the reason, as long as the Dukas clan's sword and shield corps soldiers aren't overwhelming, he has more time for development. This is good news for him and his territory. While Lynn and Boar were talking, teams of townsmen expertly carried on. Bag after bag of barley was unloaded from the carts, placed onto flatbed 2-wheeled carts, and then transported by 2 other townsmen to the distant castle warehouse for storage. Lynn shifted his thoughts and asked Boar beside him, "Mr. Boar, have you seen carrier pigeons in Morgantown or Kakasong City?" Boar raised an eyebrow in slight confusion. "Carrier pigeons? Apologies, Master Lynn. I'm truly not knowledgeable in this area. In Morgantown, I haven't seen any carrier pigeons. But I can inquire for you when I deliver this batch of fine salt to Kakasong City." Lynn nodded. "Then I'll trouble Mr. Boar." Pigeons have already been trained by many people and put to use in information transmission. However, the existence of pigeons is not abundant. Only some great noble lords, as well as trainers with certain skills and experience, possess pigeons. Last year, Boar was just a basic agricultural traveling merchant. It's quite normal not to understand this aspect. Boar lowered his head slightly and responded, "Master Lynn, you're too kind. Just a trivial matter, as long as it can help you, Master Lynn." Lynn pondered for a moment, until a few hours later. All the barley was unloaded, and 50,000 pounds of fine salt were loaded onto the carriage. The transaction was complete. After bidding farewell to Lynn, Boar mounted his horse and left Lord Square with his caravan. By this time, it was already dusk, about an hour until nightfall. Although Lynn tried to persuade Boar to stay, Boar was determined to leave. According to Boar, he needed to quickly sell off the fine salt he had on hand. Lynn had no choice but to give up persuading him, watching as Boar's caravan gradually disappeared. In the end, vanishing into the shadow of the mountain that shielded the setting sun. Lynn remained seated on the bench, his gaze shifting as he watched the townsmen forming queues to return to the town. Lynn raised an eyebrow. Perhaps Boar wanted to leave the town before the townsmen finished work. This way, the caravan wouldn't occupy the limestone road and block the townsmen's smooth return. The sunset bathed everything in golden light, covering the lush crop plants in the cultivated land with a layer of gold. Golden light, emerald plants, a gentle breeze. The barley farmland looked like a golden ocean. Lynn admired it all from afar. In his mind, he contemplated how to deal with Morgantown and Frank Manor. He had agreed to Janet's request for military assistance to Frank Manor. Naturally, to obtain more labor and grain. In providing military aid to Frank Manor and during the final stages, he indeed could easily demolish Frank Manor. However, thinking about some unforeseen circumstances that might arise. For instance, should Kakasong City's Lord Nobility come and find the manor in Morgantown long vanished? Or, like last time when Lawrence led the Sword and Shield Corps here, he needed a local manor lord to handle the aftermath and respond to events post-war. Even if it means giving Frank Manor the chance to develop, it's worth it, because he had incorporated all the serfs, grain, and various items from the three great estates. He also needed a lot of time to consume and integrate them. For instance, to ensure housing for 6,000 serfs. He had to let these 6,000 serfs spend a month to construct numerous red brick houses. Had there not been stored cereals, grain, and meat in the three great estates' warehouses, a month would have been enough to deplete all the previously stored food. Thankfully, his territory endured. Frank Manor exercised power excessively with its claim over Morgantown. If it were just the free people of the town, or unrelated merchants, but if they attempt to impose taxes harshly and deter merchants who initially planned to come to his territory, Lynn wouldn't mind deploying an army to obliterate Frank Manor. From Boar's expression just now, he sensed endless complexity, being trapped yet afraid to ask for help, ultimately choosing to endure silently. Boar faced sieges and attacks from bandits. With limited ability, he could only choose to defend the walls. Considering the soldiers, armor, weapons, and those massive siege engines in his territory, he was absolutely confident to destroy Frank Manor at an extremely minimal cost, smoothing the way for merchants like Boar in the future who come to his territory. He needs to conduct a thorough assessment of current military strength. Lynn's gaze shifted, looking at the few guards beside him. Return to the castle and inform Steward Kesey to prepare more meals. The guard who received Lynn's instruction quickly responded and hurried towards the castle. Go to the wall and summon Rose and Wesley. Another guard fetched a horse, mounted it, and headed towards the distant woods. The three of you, go to the handicraft workshop district and summon Arello, Colin, Yamini, and Jose. Also, Flint. If he refuses, just say there will be no more gin supplies. The last guard quickly bowed and walked briskly towards the distant handicraft workshop district. Instructions completed, Lynn exhaled a breath. He didn't want to initiate war proactively. His current territory still has many things to attend to, developing step by step. Land cultivation and planting. Apart from the already cultivated fields, there's also 200,000 acres of wild grassland, waiting for townsmen to cultivate. Given land and fertilizer fertility limitations, before producing more efficient fertilizers using natural alkaline minerals and other substances.